The short version is that I'm going on vacation. I will be gone until July 14th, and while I am gone, I do have some content set up to release for you, but it's not the normal content that you usually see on the day-to-day on the channel, especially if you watch the arena videos. While I'm gone, there will be a number of pieces of content that are not standard arena, and that's because they banned a card the day before my flight. So while I had a lot of content prepared for you, it's not going to work. And I'll tell you what I'm going to do with that, because I think the actual story of my vacation, where I'm going, my relationship to content, the content that is being released, the content that is not being released is an interesting one. And I probably hurt myself in the YouTube algorithm for putting all the TLDR up front, but I never want you guys to feel like all I care about is your clicks. So for those of you who just wanted to know what's going on, you know. I'm going to get into the longer story now, which I do think is interesting for some number of you. But yes, the reason there are changes on the channel and that the channel will not be the same is because I'm going on vacation. I will be back on July 14th. When I return, I have every intention of playing Magic Arena and playing Standard. So if you are one of those who thinks that the true crash out is now, no, it's just a vacation. So let's get into the vacation. I am taking a trip, and I, for the first time in many years, only made soft plans for content while I was gone. I believe that the long version of the story starts quite a while ago. I had a business. I ran this business for 11 years, and then it failed. I put my heart and soul into this online business. Some of you have heard of it in the past, and it did a lot of great things. We had millions in sales worldwide, I think by the end, or closing in on like 40 million in sales worldwide. But eventually that business ran out of time, and it didn't have a place in the market anymore. And I'm not going to go deep on that, because that might be a future video or something else I do for members. But it's not fun to talk about because it did end as a failure. And what came from that was a sense of impermanence. I did a good job detaching myself because it was it hurt. It hurt very badly when that business failed. I had employees, team members, people that relied on me, and they were out of a job, people I cared about very much. And that pain led me to feeling like nothing was guaranteed. Obviously, one of the riskiest things you can do is start your own business and then rely on it for income and then make it an income source for others. It's risky for them too. So as the content creation business took off, I told myself almost every day that it could be gone. That it could be gone tomorrow, that Arena could fall off a cliff, Magic could die, YouTube could suspend me, I could get canceled. I don't know. Anything. A lot of things could happen that would completely end my ability to earn a living from making Magic the Gathering Arena daily videos. And that philosophy, that mentality is evident in things like the streak. It's evident in the way that I try very hard to release something every day, even if it's not something I'm particularly proud of. A deck that didn't work, for example, or a brawl video that I know won't get the same clicks as a standard video because it's a Paradox Engine combo or something toxic. But my devotion to always releasing something can be traced back to a number of things. I do care about my audience, but I also would go to bed every day with the feeling in the back of my head, not a fear necessarily. It's almost like I pre-accepted it. Like I knew very much what I was getting into because of the pain that I had felt in the past from a failed business. The feeling that tomorrow you guys might not click on my videos. You could move on to something different at any time. It was out of my control. The feeling that tomorrow YouTube may not serve me in the algorithm. You know, you guys might not see the video to click on. For whatever reason, tomorrow I might not have anybody click my video, and my source of income and everything that I've tried to build and build a life around could be gone. And that was 8 years ago that I started making YouTube videos, something like that. The business went, I believe it closed proper in 2019. So that was 6 years ago. It's been a while. It's been a while. And a process that both with the help of friends, like people I've been collabing with and people I've gotten to know out there on the MagicCon trail. Shout out to so many people. I can't even start naming them, but all of my friends in the business, as well as just growth personally and the direction of my own life. I'm not afraid again, I wasn't really afraid. It's something different. It's something like it's expected, you know? That someday this would all be over, because it's never felt real. Being a YouTuber never felt real to me. It's like, this is a job. I'm playing Magic the Gathering. Well, cool. But I'm in a place now where I believe I'm not I don't have the same concern. I don't have the same fears, and I don't have the same kind of irrational, aggressive acceptance that if I don't put out a video tomorrow, the next day nobody will click on it. So I better release something tomorrow while people still care. I think I'm ready to release on a different schedule and give myself a break. I am not afraid that when I come back from my vacation on July 14th, that nobody will care anymore. I don't have that fear, and the rational part of my brain does not have that concern, and the irrational part of my brain, I think, is there. So this is me giving it a shot. I made a video a while ago about changes on the channel and saying that I was going to release less often. And I said that there were things coming up that would force me to do that. And this is it. I'm taking a trip, and I'll get into where I'm going and why at the end, because I think that's definitely, like, it has nothing to do with magic. So for those of you who really care about what goes on in personal life or enjoy talk about that, it's at the very end. I'll tell you, it's not a big mystery. It's not a secret. And maybe I'll even see some people there. You never know. But I have for the longest time just lived with this philosophy that I better make a video today, because come tomorrow, people may not care what I think. And that's still true. But I am confident that I will be able to do something that people do care about or get involved in some way in a game, be it Magic the Gathering, which is still my favorite game. No intention to change that, or other things, and I'll be able to keep going. So after that little introspective thing, I've booked a vacation. I'm going away, and the channel doesn't have a daily standard video like it has so many times during so many of my other vacations. I've taken a number of vacations over the years, but every time I usually do double and triple hustle, recording like 3 videos or more a day. Once I recorded 7 videos in a day to make sure that every day there was still a release, so you guys didn't even know I was on vacation if you weren't in the loop, because I thought that that was very important. Also helped pay for the vacations. So this time the standard bans have dropped the day before I leave on this vacation. And I have a lot of content filmed. Well, not a lot. I had recorded enough to cover like about half the vacation, but a lot of it's unreleasable because it involves pre-ban standard. And if you know anything about YouTube algorithms, some of you are going to say, just release the content publicly. I think there's a real, I think it's very real that this would hurt me in the algorithm more than it would help me, especially since right now everything I release in the algorithm is doing so good because it's built around bans or really cool collabs with my friends. So the algorithm loves me at the moment. And I'm about to do some things that I think some of my core won't be as into. So I think that will harm me. I think I'll only harm myself further by releasing more arena content that less people are interested in. Because when they see that it's pre-ban standard and they don't want to see those cards anymore, trust me, I don't want to see them either. I don't want to play against. The first time they play a Heartfire hero, they're like, oh, I know what this is. This doesn't take in the bans. And they're probably not going to watch it. And I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to watch that either. So in the spirit of continuing to make content that I would want to watch, I think I'll take that content and it will go unreleased. I think I will in many ways help myself more by having no video on a day than by having a video that people wouldn't like in the terms of standard banned cards content. I will put it up for members, and I guess I might try releasing one and see how it goes, like just make it public at some point. But I'm going to put up a lot of content for members only. That is content that has otherwise sat in the backlogs and done absolutely nothing for a while. And you members will get those peeks behind the scenes. And to those of you frustrated by that there's members only content, all I can say is that it's too bad that your interest in me is that sounded bad. It's too bad. Please don't full stop clip that. It's just it's unfortunate. Let's say that it's unfortunate that your interest in me supersedes those things that turn enough people off that it damages me in the way that the algorithm functions. The fact that that's true isn't your fault, and I actually do care because you're the kind of fan I really want. You're the person I really like having at the channel who wants to watch me do content regardless of whether or not it's currently appropriate to the Magic meta or a game that I would normally play. I like you. You're very cool to me. I think I still have to be in service of the algorithm. This is something I haven't done a great job of in the past as far as growing my channel, and I'm going to, in this case, try the members only stuff. And if you don't have another $4.99 a month to be a member, like I get it, things are tough out there for a lot of people, and people are at different stages in life. But if you get yourself into a good position someday and you have an extra $5 a month and you get bored of what's on Netflix, then consider becoming a member. Those videos will still be there at a future date. And I do think you're cool. I hope you stick around, because when I get back on the 14th, I plan to go right back to making the cool collab videos, the worst possible commander show, and the standard content on Arena that I know you guys really like. So hang with me over this next week, because what's coming out during the week is going to be different. Like I said, if you've been wondering what that will be, I was a part of Raren's Rumble. You can see posts about this on Twitter and on Raren and Simo's channel already, and I'll have my first Raren's Rumble video coming out very soon. It might be out by the time you watch this video. I'm not sure what the schedule is for the next 2 days, because it depends when the edit is done on Raren's Rumble. But I have 5 Raren's Rumble matches to release for you, and because it's a different game, I expect a decent amount of the audience to say what is going on with the channel, and rightfully so. They will probably be confused. And if you watch this video, you can help me out by leaving a comment just letting them know. I don't like, as everybody watches me for the crash out when I'm just sick of being a content creator and light my channel on fire, I also see viewers crashing out all the time. Hearthstone content or any other game content or anything that isn't the standard Magic Arena video, unsubscribe. I can't believe what's happened here. And that's their choice. But if you see any crash outs in comments, feel free to link them this video and let them know I'll be back. And I plan to make the content they like again very soon. This is just my first, I would say, real vacation, where I'm not going to sit there making sure every single day is scheduled with exactly the video that people would want to see, a standard Arena video. I can't do it because of the window and because of the timing. I can't do it. So if they're crashing out, link them this video. I'll be back. I'll be back on the 14th, and I'll make more standard videos that hopefully will appease them. I hope they still like me. Anyway, that's all part of the equation. So yeah, but while I'm gone, I have the Hearthstone content releasing, which was a ton of fun. I can't stress that enough. It was a real good time to play an event like that with other creators. And man, Magic should do something like that. They did back in the day. They should do that again. It was a blast. Thank you so much to Raren for having me. Thank you to Blizzard for sponsoring it. And thank you to Blizzard for helping me go on vacation with a sponsored event like that. I'm a very lucky guy. And thank you to all of you from the channels of Raren and Simo who show up for the collabs. Yeah, you guys have made a lot of what I do now possible. It's insane. And I'm really glad that we have a cool community of like the OG standard Arena players and enthusiasts, many of which have graduated to Brawl or Commander as well as a bunch of Commander fans from the Worst Possible Commander show. And now we have Yu-Gi-Oh! And Hearthstone players as well, and we all hang out and have a good time. I hope these videos showcase that. Really, we are a group that really enjoys playing with and against each other, and we have a lot of love for our games. I know that because I've associated now with these people in front of the camera and away from the camera, and it's great to be in the card game Avengers, so to speak. So make sure you check that out. I've got a really amazing match of me and Raren working together, co-piloting against Amy the Amazonian and Voxy. Yes, my dear friends who must be vanquished and destroyed at all costs. So I'm so excited to launch that video, as well as several others, including Raffle, Day 9, SEMO, and many. So it's going to be a good time. And after that content, we also have the Worst Possible Commander Show Live, which, speaking of Amy the Amazonian and Voxy, was something that we recorded at MagicCon Las Vegas live. It was an epic game, and I'm excited to share it with all of you as soon as that edit is done. That should be coming out while I'm away. Also on my way, the Worst Possible Commander Show crew will be working on content as well. I don't know if it will be released on this channel. Some of it might be streamed on this channel, but they're working to get ready for Edge of Eternities. And I think that I am an ambassador for that. So the moment I get off the flight on the 14th, I'm going straight to the studio to get to work on making Edge of Eternity's ambassador content that you guys have come to expect from previous sets, including Worst Possible Commander Show Edge of Eternities. And those are going to hopefully be huge hits. I think you guys are really going to love them. So not much rest, really, because I'm coming and launching right back into it. But while I'm away, some interesting scheduling on the channel. And I hope you guys have a happy, in America, 4th of July holiday weekend and happy summer times all around the world. And if the releases here on this channel aren't what you're used to, it will be closer to what you are used to after the 14th. I land on the 14th. I start recording again right away. And hopefully by 15th, 16th, 17th, if all travel goes well and all plans go well, you'll be seeing content once again on the channel that you're used to. That's the important bit. I'm going to talk a little bit now about members only videos and what I'm doing with that. This is new and I'm not sure it will stick. It's an experiment. So I record a lot of content, and sometimes, like, I've got years of experience now, and I know what people are going to click on, and I know what they're going to enjoy, like, and stay till the end for, to a good extent. Every now and then I'm surprised, and good. Those are happy surprises most of the time. Sometimes they're very sad surprises. But basically, I record a lot of content because I want to play Oswald Fiddlebender in Brawl and Tevel the Balance Scale in Brawl. But I know that not that many people want to watch that. And you're going to sound off in the comments if you stayed this long in the video. You have to understand you are the devoted like 20% versus the 80% that are looking for something that is more perfectly suitable to them and the format and environment that they game in and how they use YouTube. So lots of you are going to comment, I want to see that. Why don't you? No, you have to release that. And like I was saying earlier, some of this stuff I play that goes unedited and unreleased, it's just like cutting room floor material. I think I'm going to start putting it up for members. This may create jealousy among non-members. I hope that you guys understand that the algorithm damage is damage to a career, which is in long-term damage to the creator. And I'll say again, it's unfortunate that what you love doesn't really line up with the way the algorithm serves its audience. And I know it feels like there's not much you can do about that. Trust me, I feel the same. I hope if these videos are fun, that $4.99 a month is worth it. If you can't afford it, or you're just annoyed to pay it, like, I get that. I really understand. And I don't do it to slight you. I really am trying to look out for my career. And I think that one thing that you have to watch out for is, like, just because a video is members only doesn't mean it would have been public otherwise. What I'm talking about putting up as members only content is content I never would have shown you guys, ever. Because I know that it would do bad algorithmically. I know it would hurt me more than help me, even if some of you would like it. So the fact that it is available for members, I can see how that makes you jealous. And if you never had to see it at all, if it just didn't exist in the world, you would never have those feelings. But I want to try this because I think it better serves some number of people, and it maybe someday, like, you become a member, you'd be really happy to have it, right? The current members watching this are probably like, cool, I get more content and more like unique, kind of different content. Maybe that's where I'll post videos of me playing games like Monster Hunter Wilds. I have other games I really want to play. I want to play Shadowverse, Worlds Beyond. I have so many games I want to play once I'm back from vacation, but I don't want to put them on the channel because I can't. It's too frustrating seeing both downvotes negative comments, 10 out of 10 on the YouTube screen. Those of you who YouTube know what I'm talking about. Like, all the bad feelings that come from something that doesn't perform are things that harm me mentally as a creator more than even the algorithm probably can. And members only, I think, can help with that. The only thing on the other side that hurts me is the comments being like, well, if you're going this members only route, I hate you. It's like, well, fair. Please don't. I'm still trying. I'm doing what I have to do out here. I can't make everybody happy. So at some point I can't try to make everybody happy. I can just try to make the most people happy with the public releases. And as usual, I'm going to continue to try to release things for members about a day early, including the collab videos and other such things, and see how that goes. You guys have really been enjoying it. Thanks to everybody who's been a member of the channel. I appreciate you a lot. Also, during my vacation, a lot of the content that I shot that includes the band cards from Standard now will go up for members only and probably never go public, but enjoy the bonus content. Finally, let's talk about my vacation. Where the hell am I going? I'm going to Austria. I'm going to the Roller Derby World Cup Innsbruck, Austria. So my wife planned this trip. I'm going to be saying a lot of like derp things because I didn't plan this trip. I was busy working and then got told wife card got played. It's our 20th anniversary this year. We've been married 20 years and we're going to go on a vacation. And she decided it was going to be longer than we had originally planned. And she's like, and you're coming. So I'm going on vacation, honey. I'm doing it. I promise. So if you are interested or around or near the Roller Derby World Cup, if you Google that, Roller Derby World Cup 2025, you'll get a lot of info. I will be attending that. You're welcome to come up and say hello. I wouldn't mind meeting with some of you guys. For those of you who don't know, I've coached roller derby for over a decade. I coach a team called the Traverse City Toxic Cherries. One of our players is playing in the World Cup, so that's really exciting. So I'll be there to support her, and my wife is going to announce some of the games, and she produces a very popular podcast for roller derby. So she's there interviewing teams. Basically, it's like a work trip for her, but it's not a work trip for me. And then after the World Cup ends that weekend, the first weekend coming up here, the 4th of July weekend here in the US, once that weekend is over, we're going to stay another week. We might just stay around Austria. We might travel a little. We haven't decided for sure, but that is my vacation. So if any of you friends in the Eurozone see me in the next week or so, it might actually be me because I'm going on vacation to Europe, and I always enjoy a visit over to the many amazing countries over there. It's a really good time. So that's where I'm going. That's what I'm doing. That is all things CGB. In what I said was the long version that hopefully you found interesting. And it would help me a lot if you stayed this long. You are a very true fan, and I appreciate you. It would help me a lot if you checked out the videos that were released, Worst Possible Commander Show Live, the Raren's Rumble Hearthstone videos. Give them a like, and if you see people crashing out in the comments for any reason about whatever happened to CGB standard content, link them this video or just let them know I'll be back on July 14th. I'll be back on July 14th. I'll be back on July 14th. And I'm confident that they will enjoy the content once again, and we'll all live a nice, happy, magical, as well as other card gamey life together on this Mesa Falcon Gang community. Anyway, thank you for watching this update video. I appreciate you guys more than you'll ever know. Thank you for making it so I have this cool career after my last business failed. There was a lot of coping that went into it, and there's been a lot of adjusting. But over the years, it's been a great ride, and I've never been happier with a career than I am now. And I feel great that I can take a trip like this and still feel supported by so many fans all over the world. You guys are amazing. Thank you. You're cool.
This video is brought to you by Squarespace, an all-in-one website platform for entrepreneurs to stand out and succeed online. Squarespace makes it easy to create a beautiful website. More about them at the end of the video. Oh, hello. Many Magic the Gathering players ask the question, how do I build a Bracket 2 and Bracket 3 commander deck? If each deck had the same commander, what are the differences between them? These are relevant questions now that brackets are here, and all commander decks now fall into one of 5 brackets based on the game experience that they are intended for. These brackets range from the ultra-casual Exhibition Bracket 1 all the way up to the fully fledged, fully powered CEDH Bracket 5. However, these two extremes are actually the least 2 common brackets that you'll encounter when playing Commander. Most Commander decks that the average Commander player builds are either brackets 2, 3, or 4. The goal of this formalized bracket system is to make for better gameplay, particularly among players who don't already have an established rapport, such as games played at your local game store Commander Night or in the command zone of a Magic Con. Games played before 4 decks within the same bracket will be more fun and balanced than games played between decks of a mix of brackets. Now, this is all well and good, but how does one maintain which bracket their deck falls into? A simple count of the number of Game Changer cards in the list might give you a clue, but it's not quite as simple as that. After all, it's entirely possible for a deck to run 0 Game Changer cards and still be a Bracket 3 deck. It's clear that a Precon is usually a Bracket 2 deck, but what if you want to build a Precon level Bracket 2 deck from scratch rather than buying one already complete in a box? This video is an in-depth deck building guide updated for brackets, where I go over the differences between a Bracket 2 and Bracket 3 deck, aside of course from whether or not the deck has any Game Changer cards. Keep in mind that this is not an exact science. There are a few hard and fast rules that mark clear-cut differences between the brackets, but there is a ton of gray area in between. This video is meant to serve as a guide to help you build your commander decks with the new system in mind, but every deck you build will be different, with different requirements for aligning it with your chosen bracket. In the end, how you build your deck remains up to you, even with this more formal system in place. And I'll of course include the full deck lists in this video's description, and before you go to the comments telling me I don't know what I'm talking about and I didn't actually build a Bracket 2 or a Bracket 3 deck, I'll have you know that I literally ran these lists by Gavin, and he affirmed that they were indeed Brackets 2 and 3 decks. Remember, commander deck building is an art, not a science. You don't need to be Kyle Hill to put together a commander deck. You just need clear eyes, a full heart, and you can't lose. All that being said, let's begin, shall we? The second bracket is the core bracket. Decks in this bracket are trying to win, but they aren't optimizing for the best possible chance at victory. Having fun and doing cool, exciting, or flavorful things are both more important than actually being the person who ends up on top in a given game. According to Gavin, Bracket 2 decks may not have every perfect card, but they have the potential for big, splashy turns, strong engines, and are built in a way that works towards winning the game. Games generally take 9 or more turns to end, and can tend toward big swings with one player suddenly turning the tables on another player. That said, the game probably won't end completely out of nowhere. From a deck building standpoint, there are a few clear-cut rules. No Game Changer cards, no 2-card infinite combos, and no mass land denial. If you play any extra turn cards, they should appear only in low quantities and are not intended to be chained in succession or looped. Any tutors in your deck should be sparse aside from those that tutor for lands. Your deck likely has cards that are included for flavor reasons or because they're personal favorites of yours despite not being the strongest strategic choice. But beyond these more specific rules, there's also a philosophy to follow with Bracket 2. If there's a card that's on theme and cool, you should run it. Don't worry if it costs too much mana. The games will go long enough that you'll have time to deploy the cool card and see it do its thing. Mana curve as a whole is not a huge concern. You'll still want early plays, of course, but the slow pace of the game means it's totally fine if you spend the early game just getting your mana ramp online so you can start playing your cool big splashy cards sooner. Remember, it's not just about your deck's power level. It's also about the expected power level of the decks your deck intends to face, and the resulting ways that games between them play out. I think of Bracket 2 as the kitchen table Magic bracket. You've got your deck you built with a plan in mind around your chosen commander with cards you like from your collection. You're playing to have fun, and you want your opponents to have fun too. The game does have to end at some point though, and your deck is oriented in that direction in its own way. Part 1. Choosing a commander. To build a Bracket 2 deck, the first step is the same step as the other two primary tiers, choosing who will headline it. The thought process behind this step is actually identical to those other two tiers as well. It's really as simple as asking yourself, who do I think would be a cool commander to build around? Though there are, of course, some commanders that are inherently more or less powerful than average, most legendary creatures can be built around with any of the three major brackets in mind. There are a few exceptions, of course. Any of the commanders on the Game Changers list automatically disqualify themselves from Bracket 2, barring a Rule 0 conversation with your Bracket 2 pod. And some legends are so weak that they really only work in Bracket 1. But for the most part, if there's a legendary creature you think would be a cool choice to helm a commander deck, then you can probably build a deck of any bracket around that card. You just might have to be more mindful of scaling up or down the power level of your 99 to balance out the gameplay patterns your chosen commander would lead to. For the purposes of this video, I'm going to use the same commander throughout to keep the top of the deck uniform. Let's assume you've been wanting to build a Teysa Karlov deck. Teysa Karlov is one of the most popular commanders for Aristocrats strategies, itself one of Commander's most popular archetypes. She's also inherently flexible. You can build a Teysa deck with a number of different play experiences in mind. It's just as easy to build a Bracket 2 Teysa deck as it is to build her for Bracket 3 or 4. So let's say you are building a Teysa Karlov deck and you're aiming for Bracket 2. How do you go about building the rest of your deck? What is in your 99? Part 2. Composing the 99. The 99 of a Bracket 2 can look a lot of different ways, but broadly speaking, the deck list should be tailored toward the mid to late game. Your engines will often cost 4 or 5 mana, and you've got some big splashy expensive cards you'll slam on the table once you get up to the 6, 7, or 8 mana range. The early turns are for getting your mana online, maybe playing out a synergy piece or two that'll come in handy later, and of course, making your land drops. In a Teysa deck, regardless of which bracket you're building her for, you'll want all the same categories of cards. Your sacrifice outlets, your permanents with death triggers, and your sacrifice fodder. Bonus points if they have death triggers themselves. You'll also want some copies of the kinds of cards every commander deck wants in some quantities. Your spot removal, your board wipes, and your card draw spells. The key factor with your Bracket 2 Teysa deck, though, is you aren't putting in all the best-in-slot versions of each effect, especially if those best-in-slot cards are cards that significantly speed up the game. You won't find a Phyrexian Altar or probably even an Ashnod's Altar in a Bracket 2 Teysa Karlov deck, even though neither card is on the Game Changers list. You will, however, still see alternative cheap sack outlets like Viscera Seer and Bartholomew. Only running one copy of a collection of similar kinds of powerful cards for your strategy is a great way to manually power down your deck to fit into Bracket 2. For instance, you might decide to include Warren's Soul Trader despite its similarities to Phyrexian Altar, because paying life mitigates the card's combo potential. Likewise, though you might want to run one Grave Pact effect in your Bracket 2 Teysa deck, you probably don't want to run 3. You might specifically choose to run the most expensive variant, Butcher of Malakar, both because he's dope and because his big 7 mana cost is perfect for the kinds of games you intend to play with your Teysa Karlov deck. Intent matters a lot here. What you intend to do with the card matters as much, if not more, than what the card is capable of. Remember, aligning your deck with a bracket is not an exact science. Bracket 2 Teysa has no qualms including plenty of Blood Artist style cards, since these don't threaten to win the game quickly if the rest of your deck operates at a much slower pace. These exact same cards in a Bracket 3 or even Bracket 4 deck would be incredibly threatening because they'd be paired with more powerful sack outlets and a more steady stream of fodder. For top end, we've got some really sweet cards that would not cut it at the higher brackets, but are perfect for a typical Bracket 2 game. Wormcoil Engine and its big sibling Triplicate Titan each make 4 and 6 tokens on death with Teysa in play. Ashen Rider is another awesome card in the deck, exiling any permanent when it enters and then 2 more when it dies. There are also big beefy creatures to reanimate with cards like Victimize, Dread Return, and Lich Knight's Conquest. Lich Knight Conquest in particular is a very fun card in a Bracket 2 Teysa deck, since it's a way to sack a bunch of your tokens that the deck is great at at making, while bringing back all sorts of goodies from your yard for a massive, splashy turn. Though it doesn't synergize with your game plan very much, maybe you decide to include a copy of Ethereal Absolution in the deck anyway for flavor reasons, since Teysa is featured in the artwork. Ink Shield, too, is a very cool Orzhov card designed by Sheldon Menery himself, but doesn't actually fit the game plan beyond making some tokens as additional sack fodder. Finally, the deck runs several mana rocks to better set itself up to cast some of these bigger cards at a reasonable pace. These are some of the first cuts I would look to, along with some of the big top-end cards when trying to upgrade the deck. That's because Aristocrat strategies tend to have a pretty low mana curve, and therefore have less need for mana ramp compared to some other kinds of decks that you might build. Speaking of upgrades, what if you'd rather build a Bracket 3 Teysa deck? Well, Part 3. Upgrading your deck to Bracket 3. A Bracket 3 deck drops all the bells and whistles from the Bracket 2 deck list in favor of more cards that play a direct role in the deck's ability to set up and execute its engine, plus additional cards capable of disrupting opponents' engines. In the case of our Teysa deck, I've already mentioned Mana Rocks and Top End are among the first cards we'd cut, including Wormcoil Engine, as sweet as it is. We will leave a pair of top end cards though, Massacre Worm and Liliana Dreadhorde General, whose death triggers each pop off with Teysa in play. This is optional, of course. There's no rule you have to run 6 mana cards in your Bracket 3 Commander deck. But if you want to, you'll have to be selective about the cards you pick. Only those that immediately impact the board in some way are worth keeping. As for other cuts, well, Leech Knight's Conquest was the kind of big turn card that looks great in Bracket 2, but doesn't cut it in Bracket 3, so out it goes. Other cards I'd cut when upgrading this Bracket 2 list to a Bracket 3 list include Ink Shield, Disciple of Bolas, Accursed Marauder, and Victimize. These cards sort of synergize with your Aristocrat strategy, but not really, and certainly not as well as other cards we left out of our Bracket 2 deck would. Kaya's Wrath gets swapped out for the much more flexible Damn! Butcher of Malachar gets replaced by both its counterparts, Grave Pact and Dictate of Erebos. With our curve lower, we can trim on a land or two, especially since our engines are more powerful and we'll be drawing cards sooner and in greater quantities now that we're in Bracket 3. The 2 altars we had excluded from Bracket 2 are here now, Ashnods and Phyrexian, as well as a third, Altar of Dementia. Luminous Broodmoth and Drivnod Carnage Dominus boost the strength of our plan considerably when they're in play, to the point where we couldn't really run them in Bracket 2. Cards like Esper Sentinel, Teferi's Protection, and Anointed Procession are now included in the deck list, another sign of the increased pace of play. We also added our first tutor in the form of Diabolic Intent, and you could run more if you like. For instance, Mausoleum Secrets would often be the same as Demonic Tutor in this deck. Finally, when bringing this up to a Bracket 3, we would include the missing piece for an infinite combo, Gravecrawler, which goes infinite with either Warren Soul Trader, Phyrexian Altar, or any sack outlet plus either Life Insurance or Pitiless Plunderer to generate mana. One more thing. I've kept the mana base for both decks roughly the same, since Gavin made a point to mention even low bracket decks can have a great mana base with fetch lands, shock lands, and the like. Hey Gavin, can I run original dual lands in my Bracket 2 Commander deck? Gavin says yes. He actually said yes and gave permission for me to show this. This is what he actually said, by the way. One change I did make to the mana base was cutting back on tap lands that work fine in Bracket 2, but slow you down too much in Bracket 3. I replaced them with Phyrexian Tower, a utility land that is a bit too good for Bracket 2, but fits very well into Bracket 3. With these changes made, the deck list as it stands is now a Bracket 3 Commander deck. You'll notice I did not add a single card from the Game Changers list in order to make these upgrades. That doesn't mean you totally couldn't add a Demonic Tutor or an Ancient Tomb or what have you to this deck if you wanted to. Personally, if I was going to add one single Game Changer card to the Bracket 3 list, it would be Bolas' Citadel, since the card functions as both a Mega Sack outlet and an absurd card advantage engine that makes great use of all the incidental life gain the deck is capable of, thanks to its doubled Blood Artist triggers. But the point I'm trying to illustrate here is that you don't have to run these cards to build a Bracket 3 deck. The 3 Game Changers ceiling is precisely that, a ceiling. You have plenty of agency underneath that ceiling to build your deck however you'd like. Again, full deck lists are in this video's description, and I hope very much this video has been of some help to you. And remember, you can get 100% free webcam games of Commander on the Tolarian Community College Discord server. It's 100% free and a great opportunity to try out brackets for yourself. I'm proud that we offer those webcam games of Commander for 100% free to everyone. We try to maintain a cool web presence like that here at Tolarian Community College. And you know, speaking of web presence, having and maintaining a personal website is vital for anyone whose work depends on their online presence or brand. Whether you're an artist or a content creator, or you run an online business, you need a place where interested potential clients or collaborators can come across your work. And the best way to create a brand new professional-looking website is with Squarespace, sponsor of today's video. Squarespace makes building a website easy with their massive library of templates for getting started and their simple customization tools. Their new guided design system will help you personalize your website to the unique needs of your brand, product, or art. And once you launch your website, you'll get discovered fast with their integrated and optimized search engine optimization tools, meaning you show up more often to more people and grow the way you want to grow. Do you have a small business and you're looking to boost your clientele? Sell your products or services with an online store. From physical goods to digital content to services, Squarespace has all the tools you need to start selling online. Checkout will be seamless with your customers thanks to Squarespace's simple but powerful built-in payment tools. You can accept credit cards, PayPal, or Apple Pay, and in eligible countries, you can even offer customers the option to buy now and pay later with Afterpay and ClearPay. And Squarespace's website and seller analytics provide all the data you need to scale your brand or business fully.
I want to build something iconic.
It's a brand new day.
Never accomplished.
Today we are finally playing a deck list built around a creature that I have been absolutely fascinated with since the day it released. And let me tell you guys, this deck was so much fun. So excited to bring you guys today's video because I have been working on this deck nonstop for the past 2 to 3 weeks now, and thanks to the new standard bans, it's finally playable, and we landed on something pretty cool here in Abzan. It's all built around Genova, a new card from Final Fantasy that puts 1/1 counters on other creatures, and then those creatures become mutants, and if they die on your turn, you're going to be able to draw cards equal to their power, which is really, really interesting. So if Genova technically gets bigger, you can add more 1/1 counters on things. It's a really cool card with a lot of nuance, and I love it in Sacrifice here today because I feel like you're trying to purposely sacrifice your creatures that you put 1/1 counters onto to draw those extra cards. Now, of course, we had to throw in some Sephiroth here today, which actually wins us a lot of games. I feel like this is one of the win cons here today, but really the other win con, the main win con today, is to go absolutely out of control with the Warden of the Grove, because this card is going to put 1/1 counters on itself, and every time something comes into the battlefield, you're going to be able to create another body, and those bodies can be chosen to sacrifice as fodder for other tools, for removal, for Sephiroth, things like that, or even just to draw extra cards off of, let's say, a Genova. And then we also wanted to make sure we were running white because today we're doing the Enduring Innocence, and this is going to be another card draw engine for us. This will be our third card draw engine in the deck behind Sephiroth and Genova, but this is going to create card draw every time a body enters the field that has 2 power or less, which is pretty much everything. We've got another enduring creature here with the Surveyor. It's going to spit out 1/1s constantly for us for sacrificial fodder and you know, card draw, which is really nice. And then we also get the luxury of running Sheltered by Ghosts because we are in white as removal, but the main removal spells here today are going to be Annihilating Glare, and then also we've got Eaten Alive. Eaten Alive is another really good one. We can sacrifice a creature, kill something for 1. It's super efficient removal, and yeah, I mean, it's just non-stop token generation, sacrifice, card draw, bleeding out effects with Sephiroth. It's a lot of fun, and you can cascade out of control really fast. So I hope you guys enjoyed this one, and we're gonna jump right into it. We'll see you at the end. Peace. All right, guys, here we go. Finally gonna get around to playing some Genova here, and our opening hand looks pretty good. I've got the Surveyor with a Sheltered by Ghosts. That can make things really spicy. See what happens, because I can grow the Surveyor over time with 1/1 counters and get that life gain rolling. Yeah, this hand actually looks really good the more I'm looking at it. All right, the opponent's on some Golgari though, doing some surveilling. Hopefully we find our rats here so we can take out their graveyard. I see the game plan here. I see the development. Let's see if they want to block this. They do. That's a win for me. That's one less death touch body I got to worry about, and I can always get that back later. So I'm chilling with that. All right, so they hit me for 1 poison though, which is a little brutal this early on. I mean, I kind of want to just get down Sephiroth here, if I'm being honest, but at the same time, this is really where the money's made here, is the Warden of the Grove. All right, Warden of the Grove, let's go. Let's get a 1/1 body so we can block the Skull Dweller. We're chilling. We're absolutely chilling right now. And they found the land drop. Are they going to play that 3 mana Vraska's Fall? I wonder. I wonder.
अगर आप एनआरआई हैं तो रिटायरमेंट के बाद आपको भी मिल सकते हैं 7 से 8 लाख रुपए, वो भी हर महीने। यकीन नहीं होता ना? आइए बताता हूँ कैसे।
Hey guys, this is Tono. Today we have a huge Final Fantasy bundle has just been released. This is available at Costco's. I believe it's only going to be in Costco's in the US and Canada, or at least that's the previous ones that they have done. But you get 4 special promos alongside this. You get 2 boosters as well for Final Fantasy, and then a commander kit. And it looks like the price is not too bad from them. From what I've seen, it's around $60. Depending on, you know, obviously which store you're at, you're probably going to find their different prices. But look at how many they've got. You know, if you're having troubles getting any of these decks and you do have access to one of these Costco's, it's going to be worthwhile getting. We're going to go through all the promos, and we're going to go through all the decks to suggest which one I think that you guys should be picking up. So first up, the promos here. So the promos look to be the ones that are essentially from the starter kit. All 4 of like the starter kit exclusive ones. So we've got the Cloud Planets Champion. It's currently sitting at 819, which isn't too bad. You know, these promos aren't the best of promos because they are designed around the starter kit, but they're not too bad. Like they're usable. They have some great art and everything. We've got Sephiroth's Planet Air here to kind of be the commander for the second one, or like the main character for the second one of these starter kits. Then we've got Lightning Security Sergeant here as well. And then finally Ultimisia Temporal Threat. So all 4 of these were from the starter kits, and now you're going to be able to get the promos for them within this. Then you've got the 2 boosters. You know, boosters for Final Fantasy were hard to come by for quite a while. Now our stock, like our LGS, has plenty of them, so I'm not too fussed about it. Personally, you know, the main reason that you're going to be getting these is obviously going to be the precons, right? The precons are absolutely huge. They're good like starter kits as well, or like Christmas presents as well. Like if you've got a kid that's into Final Fantasy, this is a pretty good Christmas present for it. They get some boosters to get like that initial hit of, you know, Magic Play Booster opening. They get some cool promos, and then they get a deck to be able to play against their friends or yourself or whatever. So if I actually have a look at the decks, I'll talk about which ones I suggest you kind of get, and then I'll talk about which ones I suggest you kind of avoid a little bit more, especially if you are a newer player. So I've got the Silence and Spellcraft here. So this one here is built around casting non-creature spells. It's very much around this job select mechanic, which was a new mechanic with the Final Fantasy set, which is whenever this equipment comes in, you're going to create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token and then attach that equipment to it. It's got some decent cards, some decent reprints. You know, our Chaomancer's map's really good here. You got the reprint here of Archmage and Memorizist. And they did put in a whole bunch of really great legendaries, right? Like, even if you aren't kind of build this deck, like if you want to kind of take this deck apart, there's a whole bunch of legendaries that are going to be useful in a whole bunch of different decks. And honestly, this deck, like, I was a little bit down on it when it came out, and I still think that out of all of them, this is probably the one I would suggest the least. But I do think it forms a good basis for a nice kind of like spell slinger, non-creature deck with some upgrades. And you do need to kind of upgrade them more. I do have upgrade guides on my channel as well that go through like each of the decks and talks about actual Final Fantasy only upgrades. So if you want to keep them on theme with Final Fantasy, we've got that. So this is probably the 4th one that I would suggest, the lowest tier one. Next one is a Revival Trance. Revival Trance is based around Final Fantasy. So this is Final Fantasy 14, the Silence and Spellcraft one. The Revival Trance is Final Fantasy 6, and this is based around the second half of the game where you're kind of rebuilding your team and bringing everyone back and, you know, kind of rebuilding up your army to go take down Kefka. And that's kind of what the deck's built around, is just reanimation. You're going to be playing cards, and then you're going to be playing creatures, and then those creatures are going to be, discarding cards into your graveyard or otherwise getting cards into your graveyard that then you can reanimate. And this deck, honestly, like, I've done a few upgrades to it. As I said, like, I've done upgrades that are Final Fantasy only with it, and it goes absolutely bonkers, especially if you do switch over to Celeste Rune Knight as your like primary commander. The deck originally was going to have her as the primary commander, and I think it works better with her as the commander. Terra's good, but I just think that Celeste is slightly better. This deck, I think it suffers from something I'll talk about in a future video, where they've gone and kind of added in a whole array of really cool legends and really cool creatures from across the board from Final Fantasy VI, but it therefore didn't end up very, cohesive, right? Like, I just don't think that there's enough kind of reanimation-y stuff in here or stuff to kind of tie it together. So it's kind of lacking a little bit of that, but it's still a good deck, and out of the box, it can still kick ass really well. As for the kind of second one that I would suggest, so this is the number 2 out of 4, the Limit Break one. This is really good. This is just based around equipments, getting a whole bunch of equipments out and then equipping up your Cloud, or I think out of the box, Tifa is a better commander, but Cloud's really good as well. And then from there, you get like different triggers based off of having power 7. So Cloud create some treasures for for attacking with a creature that's power 7. Also, if he's got power 7 or greater when he attacks. And then Tifa is like, whenever you deal combat damage with something with power 7 or greater, you get to get extra combats, which is really good. And that's kind of how the deck works. It's a whole bunch of stuff that's buffing up your creatures, whether it's mostly equipments, and then a few kind of other things that kind of buff up your creatures, and then just dealing a whole bunch of damage, and it's really, really aggro. Naya decks are some of my favorites, and this is definitely up there as just an amazing precon. Honestly, all 4 of them are really great decks, and if you want to grab even like the number 4, the Silent Spellcraft one, it's still going to be really good. As for the number 1, it's the Counter Blitz one, and I've talked about this so many times. This deck is just one of the most cohesive precons they've ever put together. It combines the main theme, the side themes, everything just goes all really, really well together and creates this amazing, amazing deck, to the point that I'm thinking of getting a second one of these precons purely to kind of build up again. This time moving a little bit away from the Final Fantasy stuff, not keeping it as thematic, and just building it up as this really fun kind of deck around Tidus, who honestly is up there as one of my favorite characters in fiction now that I've played kind of through Final Fantasy X. The deck is just, it combines the themes of, +1/+1 counters, and counters just overall. So it, like, not just +1 counters, you've got, stun counters, you've got counters for shield counters. There's shield counters in here. There's the lore counters, so you've got some of these saga creatures in here as well. There's just a bunch of different themes that work really well together, and all just super duper thematic, and yeah, it's just a really, really great precon, up there as probably, in my opinion, one of the best precons of all time. So yeah, if you guys have a Walmart next to you, near you, definitely kind of worth picking up this, even if you aren't exactly interested in Final Fantasy directly. These precons are absolutely bonkers, especially the Counter Blitz and the Limit Break one. The good thing about the Silence and Spellcraft and the Revival Trance ones is I think that they have the highest ceiling in regards to power once you upgrade it. Both the commander for Celeste Rune Knight and then Y'shtola Knight's Blessed, both commanders there can go insanely great. Even just getting like the 2 boosters here is really good. These are an insanely great deal, definitely kind of worth picking up. Yeah, I'd love to hear from you guys if you're going to go pick one up from Walmart. I hope you guys had a wonderful day, and goodbye. Hey guys, this is Tono. Today we're going to be talking about this new format that Wizards of the Coast has officially announced, and it will be running at some WPNs. I think most will be aiming towards running it or being pushed towards running it, and there is definitely a potential, I would say, 99% chance that at some WPNs this is going to be replacing pre-releases, or at least, I can't understand how they would be able to run pre-releases plus this in regards to time-wise. So this new, format is around Commander and stuff, and I'll talk about, more about the format soon. I'll talk about, the Commander Party promos are changing as well. They're not going to be Commander Party promos. They're just changing to Commander promos. Now, I rarely ever do negative videos, so I hope this doesn't come across as a negative video, because I do actually really like this format and the idea of this format. But hopefully the feedback that I'm going to share here will, if it reaches WTC, it comes across as constructive, or at least, informs you guys as to what I think about it. So let's start off with the promos here to start off with. So with Edge of Eternus, they're going to be changing the Commander Party promos. So they're no longer called Commander Party promos. They're just going to be called Commander promos. These are going to be now rewarded in 3 different ways. One will be that Commander Party that's going to take place in the middle of the season, usually after a few weeks after pre-release. They usually do that. There's also going to be 2-headed giant events, which are designed to, you come along and you bring along a friend, and then you both are on like a team essentially playing Commander, and you'll get one of the promos from that. And then the last one is this new format that I'll talk about soon. And we don't know entirely how, the WPNs are going to divide up the promos. There is potential that you're more likely to get one of the promos from doing the new format or something like that. Keep in mind that there is going to be, sent out more promos to each of them to support all 3 ways here. But the actual order that they're going to take place in is going to be the new format is going to take place around pre-release. Starting at pre-release day, and Commander Party is not usually until, a few weeks later. So just kind of keep that in mind as we're going, and we're thinking about, how this is going to affect things, because I potentially think the new format's going to have a pretty big effect depending on your LGS that you're going to. I think my LGS is great. I don't think it's going to affect it too much, luckily. So this isn't going to be affecting me too much, I think. But for some people, this is going to be a huge thing. Now, before we do get into what the new format is and everything, make sure you guys subscribe. I'm on aim to hit 25,000 subscribers by the end of the year. At the moment, we're going to hit it around October 4th. However, I want to see if we can push that forward. Can we get there before August or something? I do breaking speed content. As soon as anything comes out, I'm instant speed there, waking up at 5 a.m. to make videos for you guys. So if you guys could subscribe, that would be amazing. Thank you. So this Commander Box League. So this is the new format. Essentially what you're going to do is you're going to construct a 60 card deck out of the contents of a single play booster box. So you're going to buy a whole box, right? A whole box, a whole 30 packs. You're going to open those up, and then you're going to build a 60 card Commander deck from that. You can include anything that you get within the play booster box. So any, like box toppers, any, side pieces, like if they've got like a bonus sheet or something like that in there, you can include it. Not the buy a box promo, that you will get a buy a box promo if you do this. You can include multiple copies of any cards you pull, so not singleton here. However, they also made it so you can ignore the color identity rule in deck building. So you can have a commander that is it, but then your deck actually has like Grixis stuff in it, so you got blue, black, and red, or you don't have to have your color identity of your deck match whatever your commander is. Realistically, your commander could be anything. It could be slightly related to your deck. It could be completely unrelated to your deck. You obviously want some synergies there, especially because you're going to cast your commander more often, but it doesn't need to have your deck reliant on your commander, which I'll get into why I don't like that in a second. And then you're going to be split up into pods of 3 to 4 players with normal commander rules, 40 life, command damage, etc. So again, just to kind of summarize, each person will buy a box of the set. That means that, you have to go buy a box, and then you have to have at least 2 other people buy that box, hopefully 3 other people, and then if there's a 5th person that buys it, then good luck to them. They need to wait for another 2 people to buy another one. You then will open up all the cards, build that deck, no singleton, no color identity, and you can only use cards from the box or box toppers, and then you can choose anything to be your commander. So the format, I just think the format's pretty lame, to be honest. I think it's just missing that flavor of Commander a lot. Now, I'll talk about my experience with like Commander Sealed in a second, but this is missing that flavor of Commander. I understand why the singleton rule is not there. That makes sense, especially because, you're reliant on one set. There's only so many cards within a set, and there's only so many cards within a certain color combination of that set. But if you then also remove the color identity, that's just removing it, in my opinion, too far from Commander, because now all of a sudden, you can have your Commander just be like, this green, blue, 2-drop that's going to come out. But
Thinking about upgrading your car? Here's the easy way. With CarNap's trade-in option, I have to pay only the difference between my old car and new car. They have a great selection of pre-owned cars, all with detailed inspection reports. I found one I love.
Welcome back to Deck Tech for Decks. I'm your host Caleb. Today we are talking about Sorrel. Jund is so back, specifically Jund Landfall. And this isn't your boring landfall commander. This guy is super unique. He's 5 CMC, he allows you to play land cards from your graveyard. Additionally, he says whenever you sacrifice a non-token permanent, you're going to put a 1/1 counter on another target creature equal to Sorrel's power. So all we have to do is get this guy to a 5/5, cast something like Scapeshift, sacrifice 4 of our lands, search up 4 sacrifice lands or fetch lands, sack all of them, get more lands on the battlefield, and that's a total of 8 permanents being sacrificed. You guessed it, now we have a 40 power creature, we can sacrifice that, and depending on the creature we sacrifice, that can just kill the entire table. So this isn't going to be your average ordinary landfall deck, and if you want to see some suggestions I got for building this deck, stay tuned, because that's what we're talking about today. Go ahead and click on that Whatnot link to claim your free $15, and for all of your proxy needs, Tolarian Library proxies will give you 10% off whenever you use code DT4D. Additionally, liking, commenting, and subscribing helps me out a ton. To show my appreciation, I will be replying to all the comments in the comment section down below. Now let's get into these deck tech suggestions. One more thing I wanted to mention, if you guys get this video to 500 likes, I will go ahead and build a pre-con version of the commander before the actual pre-con comes out. So we're talking about somewhere between $65, $45, commander fleshed out. The deck will just work and you won't have to upgrade it. It's just going to work out of the box, going to be a solid budget pre-con. Now we can get into the suggestions. The first thing we're going to want to do here is make our commander a little bit bigger. Retreat to Khazan Dune and Roaring Earth are perfect here because they trigger whenever a land enters the battlefield, and they allow you to put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. Bristly Bill and Scyther Cat Cub also work amazingly here, especially the Scythe Cat Cub. It says whenever a land you control enters, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. If this is the second time this ability has triggered this turn, you can double the number of counters on that creature instead. So this is going to quickly get you a very big commander, but also this card is super expensive because of how good it is, right? Bristly Bill, kind of the same price and kind of does the same thing. Allows you to put a 1/1 counter whenever a land enters the battlefield, and then has an ability to pay 5 and double the number of 1/1 counters on each creature you control. I'm also a fan of Mezarek here. Mezarek does two things, right? We want to put 1/1 counters on our creatures, and additionally, we want to make our commander bigger. This guy says whenever a player sacrifices another permanent, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. So now it's triggering all of the creatures we want to get bigger, and additionally it's making our commander bigger. So this guy does two things since he hits the entire board, but I love the cheap little landfall effects. I think those are going to be our best bet here. The next thing I want to talk about is the ways we can just bring a ton of lands back. The thing we want to do here is sacrifice the majority of our lands and then just bring them all back with something like an Aftermath Analysis. You sacrifice him and then return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. Lumra works very similarly. It's a 6 CMC bear that says Vigilance, Reach, Lumra of the Bellows, power and toughness is equal to the number of lands you control. And then when Lumra enters, mill 4 cards, then return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So what you do is you sacrifice all of your lands, dump all of your counters on the best creature you have on the battlefield, and then bring all of your lands back onto the battlefield. We also want to be generating value whenever we're sacrificing these lands. Nahiri's Lithoforming is X into red and says sacrifice X lands. For each land sacrifice this way, draw a card. You may play X additional lands this turn. Lands you control enter the battlefield tapped this turn. You can also play cards that allow you to have lands enter untapped, which is pretty cool, or cards that allow you to untap your lands whenever they do enter tapped. So that way you can kind of cheat that, and it's kind of like ramping and you're drawing a ton of cards and triggering your commander a ton. There's a lot of ways to abuse this. Squandered Resources is a black and a green, and it says sacrifice a land, add to your mana pool 1 mana of any type that sacrificed land could produce. Play this ability as a mana source. So now you're sacrificing your lands to add mana to your mana pool, and then we're playing them all back from the graveyard, or we're just using our Lumra effects to bring them all back from the graveyard. Amazing. Tatiana, Protector of Argoth, doesn't sacrifice lands, but she says whenever a land you control is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, you get to create a 5/3 green elemental creature token. So this girl generates a massive board state very quickly. And then we have the GOAT Zoran Orb, 0 CMC to cast, and it says sacrifice a land, you gain 2 life. Remember, these effects are very powerful because our commander has you may play lands from your graveyard tacked onto him. So he's going to enable this strategy very easily, and then you're just able to sacrifice a land for free and play it from your graveyard very consistently. This means we want to be playing cards that allow us to play additional lands each turn. That way, every single turn we're able to sacrifice X amount of lands, and we know for sure we're going to get to play those lands because, again, our commander is just allowing us to play them from the graveyard. Azusa's Lost But Seeking allows us to play 2 additional land cards, and she's 3 CMC. We have Dryad of Illusion Grove, Exploration. We even have the new loot. There is no shortage of effects that allow us to play additional land cards from our graveyard. I mean, just on this list alone, I was able to find 9. The Gitrog Monster is also amazing here. This guy's 5 CMC and says at the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice the Gitrog Monster unless you sacrifice a land. You may play an additional land on each of your turns, and it also says whenever one or more land cards are put into your graveyard from anywhere, you get to draw a card. So now you're getting card advantage whenever you're sacking your lands, and you get a way to consistently play additional lands. This guy's going to be amazing in the deck. Sometimes he feels a little awkward in decks because the Gitrog Monster sacrificing lands, you just kind of end up in a weird place where you're sacrificing lands, drawing cards, but you're getting less and less mana out of it. But this is going to be the perfect deck for this guy. He's not going to feel awkward at all unless they remove your commander. Then, the deck's not going to work very well. Another thing that's going to be very powerful here is our Lotus Cobra effects. We have Lotus Cobra, Nissa's Resurgent Animus, and even Tireless Provisioner. These are cards that allow us to generate mana whenever a land card enters the battlefield. I love pairing this with Springheart Nantuko. You can bestow this onto a creature, and then it says and then it has a landfall abilities. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, you can pay 1 and a green if Springheart Nantuko is attached to a creature you control. If you do, create a token that's a copy of that creature. If you didn't create a token this way, create a 1/1 green insect creature token. So essentially, you're going to be doubling up on whatever this is equipped to. This means if we have it equipped to our Lotus Cobra effects, we play a land, we pay an additional mana because we generate a mana off the Lotus Cobra, and now we have 2 Lotus Cobras. The next time we play a land, it pays for itself. And then the next time we pay for or a land enters the battlefield, it not only pays for itself, but we end up a mana. So once you get 3 of these Lotus Cobra effects, you just start netting mana, and it just feels super broken every time you get this synergy off. There's also some pretty funny infinite combo stuff we can do with this guy using Evolutionary Witness. I know this card's not hard to break, but this guy also breaks it. Evolutionary Witness has Adapt to and says whenever 1 or more 1/1 counters are put on Evolutionary Witness, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. All we need to utilize here is something like a Lotus Petal or a Lion's Eye Diamond, basically just an artifact that's 0 CMC that generates mana and sacrifices itself. Then you cast the Lotus Petal, you sacrifice the Lotus Petal for, let's say, 1 green, your commander triggers, puts a 1/1 counter on Evolutionary Witness, and then Evolutionary Witness brings back Lotus Petal to your hand. Then, after you generate infinite mana, and Evolutionary Witness has infinite power at this point, you can just slam a Walking Ballista for infinite damage and kill the entire table. Again, there's a lot of other stuff you can do here. You can draw your deck with Greater Good. There's no shortage of win lines here, especially when Evolutionary Witness is allowing you to return a permanent card from your graveyard. As long as you have the payoff in your graveyard, Evolutionary Witness can also just grab that. Super powerful here, but this card's not hard to break. Let's talk about the fun stuff. What are we trying to put all of these counters on, right? There's a lot of options in Jund, honestly. Burrow Goyf is going to be amazing. This guy's 3 CMC. He has Death Touch. He has Lifelink. He also says his power is equal to the number of cards among all card types in graveyards, and his toughness is equal to that +1. He also says whenever Borogoyf deals combat damage to a player, you may mill that many cards. If you do, return a creature card from among them to your hand. So that's really powerful. We're just able to mill cards equal to his power, and this is going to be a deck that wants as many cards in its graveyard as possible. Crystalline Crawler is a 4 CMC artifact creature. This card just ends up being more and more broken than I think it is. It has Convergence, which means it enters the battlefield with a 1/1 counter on it for each color spent to cast it, and then you can remove a 1/1 counter from Crystalline Crawler to add mana of any color to your mana pool. He also taps to put a 1/1 counter on him. So as long as your commander is like something like 5 power, a land enters the battlefield, we sacrifice it, we put 5 counters on Crystalline Crawler, and we just gained 5 mana. Again, this card's just going to be really broken in this deck. Flaming Tyrannosaurus is going to be a win con in this deck if you want to go, let's put a lot of counters on a creature, sacrifice it, and kill the entire table route. This guy has Menace, and whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, he's going to deal 3 damage to any target, then you get to put a 1/1 counter on him. Notably pretty good because this deck can utilize 6 and other cards to cast cards from our graveyard. He also says when Flaming Tyrannosaurus dies, he deals damage equal to his power to each opponent. So in the scenario where we're getting 40 power and shoving it on a creature, shove it on this guy, sacrifice him, you kill the entire table. Gruff triplets are also kind of going to be insane in this deck. It's 6 CMC, 3 green, and 3 generic. Trample. When Gruff triplets enters the battlefield, if it isn't a token, create 2 tokens that are copies of it. When Gruff Triplets dies, put a number of 1/1 counters equal to its power on each creature you control named Gruff Triplets. So in a scenario where we're casting this again and again from our graveyard, putting counters on it and sacrificing it, we're getting an increasingly larger board of Gruff Triplets every time we do that, right? Because you end up with 2, 4, 6 Gruff Triplets, and then every time we're sacrificing the original copy, they're all getting bigger. Another solid way you can end out the game, not as explosive as the Tyrannosaurus, but also it's a little bit more fun and takes a little bit more setup. You can really do whatever you want with this deck. He's pretty powerful. Indoraptor is one of my favorite cards. It's 3 CMC, it's 1 generic, a black or green, and then a red. He has Bloodthirst X. This creature enters the battlefield with X 1/1 counters on it, where X is the damage dealt to your opponents this turn. He also has Menace, and he has this cool little ability. Whenever the Indoraptor is dealt damage, choose an opponent at random. Indoraptor deals damage equal to its power to that player unless they sacrifice a non-token creature. So in a scenario where we just get rid of all the creatures on the board, we can ping this guy with something like a Walking Ballista and kill the entire table that way. Again, the world is your oyster here. The O here, specifically the red one, he has Trample. If a red source you control would deal an amount of non-combat damage to a creature, you deal damage equal to his power instead. This is really cool here because there's a lot of red creatures that allow you to deal 1 damage whenever a land enters the battlefield. So now instead of dealing 1 damage whenever a land enters the battlefield, you're going to deal 10, 20. So you can kill an entire table pretty fast with this guy if you have the right build around. Like I said, I don't think you put all of these in the deck, but I think you choose the route you want to go and then you hone in on that and just go that route. Kami of Whispered Hopes, also amazing, 3 CMC. If 1 counter would be put on a permanent you control, that many +1 is put on it instead. So now you're able to kind of get additional counters, especially with your landfall triggers. Those creatures that say whenever a land enters the battlefield, you got to put a 1/1 counter on a creature. Now you're putting 2 1/1 counters on that creature instead. So it's effectively doubling it up, which is very powerful. And then you can tap it and add X mana of any color to your mana pool where X is his power. So just stock up a whole bunch of 1/1 counters on him and he's going to tap for a ton of mana. The next one I want to talk about, this one's definitely build specific because I think this is a deck that really wants to utilize a lot of fetch lands, but Rampant Rejuvenator is 4 CMC. He enters the battlefield with 2 counters on him and says, whenever this creature dies, search your library for up to X basic land cards where X is this creature's power, put them onto the battlefield, then shuffle. I think this could be very powerful if you're also on a card, Root Path Purifier. It's 4 CMC and it says lands you control and land cards lands you control and land cards in your library are basic. So now it basically just says grab all of your non-basic lands and put them onto the battlefield, which can be very powerful. Another niche card I think we could run here is Orcish Lumberjack. I can't talk right now. This guy's 1 red CMC. You can sacrifice a forest, add 3 mana of any combinations of red or green to your mana pool. This is just going to really help us ramp out our commander. Our commander is 5 CMC, but playing this guy turn 1, we could look at a turn 3 commander and then we're off to the races and we're able to cast those land cards from our graveyard, and also we're able to tap Orcish Lumberjack every single turn to generate 3 more mana. So again, this deck can be very explosive. Speaking of explosive, 100% we're putting Corvold in this deck. This guy says whenever you sacrifice a permanent, put a 1/1 counter on Corvold and then draw a card. So now we're getting insane card advantage. I think this can be a very, very fun landfall deck that looks very different than your traditional landfall decks. I don't think you want to run a ton of landfall payoffs. I think you just want a lot of ways to benefit off of a creature getting a lot of 1/1 counters put on it. So let me know if you guys want this deck tech out. I am going to do a pre-con version, and then we'll wait till that full set gets released and then I'll build the commander out. But again, 500 likes, you guys are getting a pre-con version. It's going to be between $65 and $45, and it's just going to flat out work. With that being said, guys, I hope this helped you in your deck building endeavors, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Get 5% off on your first order on cardtrader.com using my code MattCaster. Link below in the description.
Perfect.
Welcome back everyone to another Magic the Gathering Market Movers, and today is June 30th, 2025, and before I jump into things here, as per usual, I want to go over the affiliate links in my description. I do have a Dragon Shield discount code as well as a Card Trader discount code, and you can use those codes down below in the description to get 5% off of your first order. Now here are my lovely Patreon supporters. You guys are the reason why I can make content like this on a daily basis, so thank you all very much. With that being said, let's get moving. Starting our losers list off today with Dockside Extortionist, and this is the borderless copy from Double Masters 2022. This card is down 7.78% from $27.38 to $25.25 for its market price, and its average price is $30.20. Cabal Ritual, and this is the Future Sight bordered version of this card from Mystery Booster 2. It's down 8.90% from $14.39 to $13.11 for its market price, and its average price is $15.23. Knights of Sandoria, which is also Ranger Captain of Eos, and this is the showcase copy from Final Fantasy Through the Ages. It's down 9.03% from $27.56 to $25.07 for its market price, and its average price is $29.44. Heuristic Study from Prophecy. This card is down 9.06% from $49.11 to $44.66 for its market price, and its average price is $52.25. Secret Rendezvous 217 from Final Fantasy. This card is down 13.49% from $9.64 to $8.34 for its market price, and its average price is $11. Tifa Martial Artist, and this is the borderless copy from Commander Final Fantasy. It's down 13.73% from $57.53 to $49.63 for its market price, and its average price is $67.58. Pyretic Ritual from Magic 2011. This foil is down 13.86% from $7.72 to $6.65 for its market price, and its average price is $7.12. Sphere Grid from Commander Final Fantasy. This enchantment's down 14.56% from $21.09 to $18.02 for its market price, and its average price is $22.42. Chain of Vapor, and this is the Future Sight bordered version of this card from Mystery Booster 2. It's down 17.78% from $10.35 to $8.51 for its market price, and its average price is $10.25. Summon Yojimbo from Commander Final Fantasy. This card is down 21.10% from $16.49 to $13 for its market price, and its average price is $16.94. Bottomless Pit from Stronghold. This card is down 24.03% from $5.16 to $3.92 for its market price, and its average price is $4.31. Deathrite Shaman, and this is the white bordered version of the card from Mystery Booster 2. It's down 26.71% from $5.84 to $4.28 for its market price, and its average price is $6.41. And now we're going to be taking a look at the biggest winners of the day, and we are going to start that list off here with Sigarda's Aid from Eldritch Moon. This card is up 10.46% from $15.68 to $17.32 for its market price, and its average price is $19.97. The pre-release copy is sitting at $15.37 for its market price, and its average price is $25.30. The promo pack copy is sitting at $8.44 for its market price, and its average price is $24. The Commander Legends copy is sitting at $16.67 for its market price, and its average price is $22.20. The Captain America's Aid version of the card from the Marvel Secret Layers series is sitting at $15.10 for its market price, and its average price is $20. And the Rainbow Foil version of that card is sitting at $18.29 for its market price, and its average price is $29.97. And the other Secret Layers series copy is sitting at $85 for its average price. This card is seeing modern play in Hammer Time decks, but it's also seeing play in some newer commanders from Final Fantasy, like Lightning Army of One, Cloud X Soldier, and Cloud Midgar Mercenary. And the next winner we have on our list is Codsworth Handy Helper from Universes Beyond Fallout. This card is up 12% today from $16.33 to $18.29 for its market price, and its average price is $20. The regular Surge Foil copy is sitting at $22.46 for its market price, and its average price is $42. The Extended Art copy is sitting at $16.30 for its market price, and its average price is $18.89. The Extended Art Surge Foil copy is sitting at $27.86 for its market price, and its average price is $30.98. And you can find this card in the Fallout Commander deck, Scrappy Survivors. This card is being played as well in some newer commanders from Final Fantasy, like Cloud Midgar Mercenary and Cloud X Soldier. And the next winner here is Nether Trader from Time Spiral. This rare is up 16.61% from $8.79 to $10.25 for its market price, and its average price is $24.42. The Time Spiral Remastered copy is sitting at $13.82 for its market price, and its average price is $17.12. This card is seeing play in the Final Fantasy commanders Sephiroth Fabled Soldier and Reno and Rude. Next up on the list is Flurry of Wings from Alara Reborn. This card is up 21.06% from $4.89 to $5.92 for its market price, and its average price is $6.22. And this card is being utilized in the Commander format in a new Final Fantasy Commander, Choco Seeker of Paradise. Next on the list is Lulu Stern Guardian, and this is the Extended Art copy from Commander Final Fantasy. This legendary creature is up 24.89% from $4.62 to $5.77 for its market price, and its average price is $9.30. And the regular copy is sitting at $6.19 for its market price, and its average price is $9.40. And the Surge Foil copy is sitting at $12.87 for its market price, and its average price is $16.18. And this card is also seeing play in Final Fantasy commanders Titus Yuna's Guardian and Yuna Grand Summoner. Next on the list is Go-Go Mysterious Mime, and this is the Extended Art copy from Commander Final Fantasy. It's up 28.34% from $7.27 to $9.33 for its market price, and its average price is $17. The regular copy is sitting at $11.71 for its market price, and its average price is $15.56. And the Surge Foil copy is sitting at $13.17 for its market price, and its average price is $43.95. And you can find this card in the Final Fantasy Commander Precon Revival Trance. This card is being played as well in some new Final Fantasy commanders like Terra Magical Adept and Kefka Court Mage. Next up on the list is Sephiroth Fallen Hero from Commander Final Fantasy. This card is up 31.44% from $3.88 to $5.10 for its market price, and its average price is $5.19. The Extended Art copy is sitting at $5.61 for its market price, and its average price is $6.96. And the regular Surge Foil copy is sitting at $28.69 for its market price, and its average price is $32. And you can find this card in the Commander Precon from Final Fantasy Limit Break. This card is being played as well in some Final Fantasy commanders like Cloud X Soldier and Lightning Army of One. And the next winner on our list is Kuja, Genome Sorcerer, and this is the border.
Greatness is achieved beyond comfort zones.
Wizards of the Coast has done a massive ban announcement in Standard. Now, that gives us a lot to talk about today, and how is it going to affect the financial side of these cards, as well as what players are thinking with this many cards being banned. Stay tuned, we have a lot to cover. Sometimes, things just don't work out the way you thought they would, and it's time to clean the slate and try again. Welcome back, everyone. MTG Moxman here. Thanks again for hanging out with me today for another video. And yes, we are talking about Wizards of the Coast and the ban announcement that happened on the 30th of June, just yesterday. Now, of course, this information has been out there now for 24 hours, and I'm sure a lot of you guys have probably already seen videos related to this topic. Now, what's going to make this video a little bit different is, as a person who plays Standard, and I play it all the time, I'm facing off against each and every one of these cards in some form and iteration, and I think it's another type of discussion to have when we go through the list of cards today, and I'll add that opinion piece either throughout the video or, of course, near the end. So first, let's take a look at which cards are actually banned. So in Standard, they banned Corey Steelcutter, Awakening, Monstrous Rage, Heartfire Hero, Up the Beanstalk, Hopeless Nightmare, and This Town Ain't Big Enough. That's a lot of cards being banned all at once. I'm surprised. That's a lot of cards. It's a lot more than I would have expected, and a lot of these are combination pieces used in Standard to just brutalize your opponent and beat them into submission very, very quickly, which is what we're going to discuss next, because these aren't all old cards being rotated out, which is a surprise. Some of these cards are in their apex of just being played. So the first one we're going to discuss is going to, of course, be the Corey Steelcutter. Now, this is a rare that just got released a couple of months ago, right? We've just had it released from Tarkir Dragonstorm. 1 red, 1 other artifact equipment to cast it. And it says, equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has trample and haste. Equipped for 1 red and 1 other. But it does have the flurry effect. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, create a 1/1 monk creature token with prowess. You may attach that equipment to it. So, people cast a whole bunch of stuff. You get all kinds of monks swarming the battlefield. They've all got prowess. And by turn 3, the game is over. And no, I didn't say it wrong at all. I can't tell everyone how many times the Corey Steelcutter has ended my life on their turn 3, my turn 2. Or in many other cases, if I'm lucky enough, I've had my turn 3, they're on turn 4. So I could not even have a spell cast. I don't have a piece of equipment. I don't have enough for a removal spell. And my game has already ended. It ended 56 seconds from when it started. Do you think this is good for Wizards of the Coast to have a card that can be that unilaterally powerful when connected with a couple other cards to just end you? And the consistency in which that thing can end your life leaves a lot to be desired for players who just want to play and have a good time and be competitive. Now, it is Wizards of the Coast's fault for not recognizing how powerful a card is, which is why at the beginning of this video, I said a clean slate. Sometimes they recognize the mistakes they've made and they're trying to correct them. And there's a lot more going on than just that, because if we go to our next card, you can see here it's the Awakening card, right? I'm not even going to try to pronounce the first word because you guys will just tease me in the comment sections, but it's got 1 white, 3 colorless plus X. Return target artifact or non-aura enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield with X additional +1/+1 counters on it. It's a 1/1 spirit creature with flying in addition to other types. Now, what enchantments do you think people may want to be bringing back? What cards do they want to bring back from their graveyard? They just like, I don't really care how many +1/+1 counters it gets. I just want to bring it back. Can you think of any cards like maybe that, summon dragons or keep bringing things back or being able to cast your spells for free? Was that the Omniscience one or whatever? So many times that giant blue spell would come onto the battlefield and now they can just cast their complete hand forever and they just keep drawing cards after cards, and this can happen as early as turn 4. So turn 4, I'm on turn 4. They're starting their turn 4 into turn 5. The game's ended. They made sure they discarded that thing. They found a reason to get rid of it, whether they were using whatever discard they were using to make their combo work. But it just ends the game. And it takes a while to still end it because they have to cast all these cards and cycle through it. And you're sitting there for up to 4 or 5 minutes, depending on what they're doing. And maybe you get a turn off. Maybe you're lucky enough to have a board wipe you can cast, but it's not over there. Because they'll just bring everything back or draw a whole new hand of cards and keep it going. So I can understand why a card like that would be so frustrating and needed to go. Now, the next card, Monstrous Rage. Now, this, of course, is one of those cards a lot of players have talked about being banned. Target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Create a monster roll token, which means it gets an additional +1/+1. Okay, that's another thing. But in the Slick Shot, Sure Shot deck, which, yes, I am guilty. I use that thing. It is here, okay? I use it all the time when it first got released because I tried to see how many times I could get to Mythic and the speed in which I could do it. It was record speeds, okay? It was record speeds. Now, getting rid of that leaves a lot of openings. It allows for red aggro decks to have a gap now that's not going to be easily filled. It can still be filled, but not easily filled. And you know what? Let's keep going here. We have more to talk about after this. But so here we have the Heartfire Hero. A 1 casting cost red for a 1/1 mouse soldier. Pretty generic, right? But this card also states that whenever Heartfire Hero becomes the target of a spell or ability that you control for the first time each turn, you get to put a +1/+1 counter on it. 2/2, 3/3, 4/4. We see it goes up and up. When Heartfire Hero dies, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. That means you don't have to have this thing pumped up 5 or 6 turns later. You can find ways like Monstrous Rage to pump this up right away, coming into contact with an opponent, maybe getting some trample damage in, and then it dies and deals an additional 7 or 8 damage, depending on how you pumped it up. It is ridiculously powerful. And people don't mind if it dies because even if it's jacked up, it's still going to deal damage to the opponent and probably finish them off by turn 3. Now, our next card is Up the Beanstalk. Now, for 1 green and 1 other, this enchantment says, when Up the Beanstalk enters a battlefield and whenever you cast a spell with mana value 5 or greater, you draw a card. So just coming into play, 1 green, 1 other to draw a card. And then, of course, things that cost 5 or more let you draw a card, which is a continuous benefit later on. Brutally powerful card. Maybe not the, we'll talk about that at the end, okay? Now, our next one, Hopeless Nightmare. I have faced off against this numerous times. So for 1 black, when it enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card and loses 2 life. When Hopeless Nightmare is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, use Scry 2. There are so many things that will bounce it back to you that you can actually cast this thing out multiple times. Casting it and just stripping away your opponent, because it doesn't say a non-land card, it just says they discard a card. So you can actually strip their whole hand away in a couple of turns, leaving them broken with no way to recuperate from the loss. Which means, yes, it's brilliant gameplay, but it ends the game effectively in the early stages, allowing for no development of the actual the combat state. You can't get past 2 or 3. People just fold and give up, okay? It doesn't get to the later game to see how it's really going to turn out. Now, our last one here is going to be This Town Ain't Big Enough. Now, 1 blue and 4 other, 5 looks like just an insurmountable amount to cast. But it says, this spell costs 3 less to cast if it targets a permanent you control. Return up to 2 non-land permanents to their owner's hand. Which means, remember that card we just discussed? Remember like things like Hopeless Nightmare? You could have a couple of those on the battlefield. Use this card to bounce them both back and cast them both out and strip 2 more cards away. You can see why a card like this might just be, if it isn't 1 card it's bouncing 2. It makes it an incredibly powerful spell that just has a combination effect across multiple states of gameplay. Now, how much do you think any of those cards are worth? If you guessed less than $2 for any of them, you're absolutely right. Okay? Up the Beanstalk at like $1.69. They're all going to crash down. They're all going to go lower. But they're not banned in every format. They're banned in standard. Okay? Standard. Now, why is that so important to what Wizards of the Coast is hoping to accomplish? You're probably going to hear a lot of people saying this is a really massive negative impact in what's going to happen in standard. Well, the value point's next to nil. The financial impact is nothing. It's not even a drop in the bucket, because you can still use them in Commander. You can use them in so many other formats that you still want to use those cards, you are able to. But what it does do is it does give a clean slate to a lot of the powerful decks that were controlling Standard right now, where you had to find a way to counteract a deck. And if you didn't have an answer, you knew you were giving up. Do you know what it's like to play a game? Sit there and know on turn 2 the game is over? You may be playing out the steps, but you know you've lost already. And that's why so many players just pick up and scoop, like, oh, I don't have anything to beat this deck, sorry. And they go, you're not playing? No, I did play. I lost already. That's not a good thing for Wizards of the Coast to have to deal with. They don't like when things are so one-sidedly powerful that it makes people feel negative about Standard. Standard, you need 4. They want a 4 of field. They want you to be able to buy 4 of cards, and they want lots of different types of card and deck creations to have a chance to win. They don't want it to be a foregone conclusion before you even started your game. As soon as you see the first main card somebody plays, you go, oh, it's over. Nobody likes that. Now, I am playing many of these decks. I have decks built and designed in Standard that I'll have to strip apart, okay? And I'm not even mad about it, because there's many other decks I would rather be playing. I don't like games going turn 2 and 3, and there are players who do. So I understand they might still be really annoyed at all these changes, but for the overall greater health of Standard, I believe this is a step in the right direction. I applaud it, and I'm not usually like this, as you guys know. I'm not big on bannings. But they're not banning it in Commander. They're not banning it in other formats. It is only banned in Standard. And with that format's health and the ability for Wizards of the Coast to create new cards, they don't want to worry about these cards for years on end. They've seen how they're being played out, and I get it. I've played against all of them. I've seen the Hopeless deck. I've seen all kinds of endless nightmare creations come out of that Awakening card. Just tons of recastings for free every turn, and you're like, there's nothing I can, even if I have a board wipe, I can't stop it. I've seen the same thing with what was the other one? The Rage card everyone should know about. I can't help you with that one. Slick Shot, Sure Shock, this thing's been around for a while. It can end your life, okay? So that makes sense. And my Slick Shot deck will still be fine, because I'll make a couple of small tweaky changes. It's all good. It'll still be competitive. But when I'm looking at what these guys have done by knocking a card like that out, you are leaving a hole. You're leaving a chance, a percentage chance that maybe with that card gone, somebody's deck will see an extra turn. They see one more card. Maybe not turn 3, maybe it's turn 4. Maybe they get to turn 5. And it gives a little bit of hope, a little bit of... it should be a fun game to play. Now, I also understand that the competitive side says that, hey, you created these cards, which is how I normally would think, is you created it, let us deal with it ourselves. But when there is no solution, because it's turn 2 and 3, when there is no end, unless you create some 0 spell that can like just knock it out before it happens, which of course then everyone's going to play, I can see why they're doing this. It's a big sweep, and it'll change a lot of deck construction ideas in Standard, and I know I'm being repetitive right now. I don't think it's a bad idea. And I applaud the choice to get rid of the cards. And of course, you can go on their website and see the official reasons why they did it. I'm just looking at I lost against that deck numerous times. I lost against this one. I mean, to the point where I knew I was going, even if I played on Arena, I would scoop. I was done before it even began. Now, the least offensive one to me was Up the Beanstalk. That's the least offensive. Okay? That one there, if you didn't ban it, I probably wouldn't have minded. I probably wouldn't have cared one way or the other. But it being banned tells me it's like, yeah, like I've seen it enough times, and it would ramp things up to insane levels that, yep, I get that one as well. Now, what will happen next, though? What decks are going to fill the void is going to be the next question. Because I'm playing particular decks that don't do well against certain types of deck, but now I'm getting more breathing space with some of these aggro decks being knocked down a bit, and some of these discard decks not working the way they used to. So we're going to see if there's some changes available, but remember, they can still come back around. People can find alternative cards to put in there. Standard is a very big playing field right now with a lot of cards. So to end this off, yeah, I think they made the right choice. I got no problem with it. And there'll be new cards coming that we'll be able to play around with. And they're not being affected in other formats, so I'm cool with that. Am I looking forward to seeing what comes up next? Absolutely. Can't wait to build something new and try something out. That's the best part about Standard right now. It is such a large field of gameplay deck design that your mind can run wild like a kid in a candy store and try to come up with some crazy new combination to mess people up. Guys, thanks again for hanging out with the Moxman. Thanks for being here today and listening to what's happening in Standard, as it's a format I do play in. I really appreciate you guys taking the time. I hope you drop some comments in the comments section. And you know what? We'll see what comes up next. We've got upcoming stuff like Edge of Eternities, and that spoiler season is going to be just crazy. The sales keep ramping up. It's a different topic for a different day, but be warned about what's happening with Edge of Eternity's collector boxes. I'm telling you now. Guys, thanks again for hanging out. I will see you tomorrow with another video. Hey, thanks again for stopping by the channel today. We're going through the credits right now. Of course, this is the patron section where my patrons and YouTube membership members live. They live on forever. They're eternal. As long as YouTube exists, somewhere in the universe, these names will go down in history as people who supported the Moxman and helped daily content be delivered to each and everyone on YouTube. So thanks again to all of you, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Okay, guys, we're here at the end. The ramble in the jamble. Final Fantasy prices for singles are starting to fluctuate, and with a lot of cards in the market right now, there's some really good deals to be had. So in today's video, I'm giving you 5 cards I think are worth a second look and might be worthy of your purchase. Final Fantasy, it might be the hottest thing out there, but it's not immune to price fluctuation. Welcome back, everyone. MTG Moxman here, and thank you again for hanging out with me today for another video. Now, what do I mean by this? A price fluctuation? Well, there's a lot of cards in the market right now. A lot of Final Fantasy is still being opened right now, and the singles market is booming like you wouldn't believe. Now, that of course means that there's a lot of cards opened, a lot of cards buying and selling, and there's always a chance that as prices go down, people figure a card's not worth their time, and they just kind of skip it and move on to the hotter, more mainstream cards that may be out there. But as we all know, and we do know, whenever a new set comes along, Edge of Eternity, Spider-Man, anything you can think of, there's a chance for these things to turn around and become some amazingly awesome card that everyone is after. You don't want to be at the back of a sinking ship when that happens. You want to have the forethought and skill to look at a card and say to yourself, could I see this being used anywhere else? Is there shenanigans that could go down if X, Y, or Z were ever invented? Which is why I'm giving you guys 5 cards today that I think deserve a second look, and I'm going to explain why. So let's start out here with card number 1. Now, this is Zack Fair, and I'm going with the Surge Foil because Surge Foils are really hot right now. They're really big, and I think they're going to stay that way for a while. Now, of course, this card is not, the hottest Surge Foil out there, hence the price being only like $16. Now, it's an uncommon, it's not the most expensive card, but being a Surge Foil will give it a certain amount of rarity. Certain amount of panache to go with the card, okay? Now, the second thing here is looking at the card. Why would I even recommend a card like this? Well, it's a 1 casting cost, 0/1, legendary creature, human soldier. There's a lot going on just in the text box. Legendary creature, that's 1. Human soldier, that's 2 and 3, depending on what you're building inside Commander, or maybe you're using in Modern or Standard. There's a lot to use and reuse over and over with a card like Zack. Now, what do we have for the actual card, though? It says, Zack Fair enters with a +1/+1 counter on. Okay, so he's a 1/2 for 1. Pretty epic already. He's vanilla, but it's pretty epic. Now he has 1. Sacrifice. Zack Fair. Target creature you control gains indestructible until end of turn. And put Zack Fair's counters on that creature. Now, he only comes with 1, of course, but there's other ways of getting counters onto creatures. And also it says you can also move an equipment that was attached to Zack Fair to that creature as well. So you're going to be utilizing a big kind of shift in power level by sacrificing Zack and moving things over. That's a lot to go with right now. That's a lot right there that makes this card stand out as something you can utilize not only now, but also later. So what do the sales tell us? The sales are a little more interesting in the fact that not everyone's diving in to buy this particular Surge Foil, but there's enough sales out there every few days to say, as the price of the Surge Foil is going down, there is an appetite to pick up the card on the falling knife, to grab this card as it gets cheaper, And that's something you can't really ignore because there will be a bottom. And that bottom is where you'd like to hit it if you're going for a surge foil, because you can always get the upswing later on when this card becomes hot, maybe 8-9 months down the road. But again, there's already a lot that you can use right now to make this card valuable. So it's a card I'm mentioning, even though it's a $16 card, I'm bringing this one up. Now, for our next card, I want to jump over and talk about Cecil, Dark Knight. And of course, the Cecil Redeemed Paladin. Now, again, this card is a single black, right? You can see here, it came in at around the $25 level, and it fell ever since. It hung around at around 20 bucks, which means a playset of 4 was like $80. It hung that way for a whole like month, and then it shifted down again and shifted down again, and of course we're at the $3 level. And at $3, I gotta be honest, Cecil does seem like a bit of a bargain, because as a single black legendary creature human knight, he is a 2/3 with death touch. He has a power called Darkness, and Darkness says whenever Cecil deals damage, you lose that much life. Then if your life total is less than or equal to half your starting life, you get to untap Cecil and transform him, and then he becomes something entirely different. So let's think about this. He's a 1 casting cost 2/3 legendary creature human knight. There's, again, a lot of text box information going on. And I'd like to mention here, you probably have noticed that Mox Amber is going up a lot. Well, think about it. It's going to generate mana from these creatures on turn 1. Lay a land, see I'm going with this. Lay a land, swamp, lay out Cecil, or you got the Mox Amber out there and you're already doing it for Modern or in Commander. You got options with cards like this that can trigger other cards, and we've seen quite the surge because low casting cost legendary creatures make Mox Amber stand out. Now, of course, we're not done because we also have Cecil, the Redeemed Knight. When you flip this thing over, it gets lifelink and protect. Whenever Cecil attacks, other attacking creatures gain indestructible end of turn. That means you're going to make everything untouchable for a little while. For some reason, this reminds me of The Last Starfighter. I don't know what it is. It's just him reaching up like that. It reminds me of that movie from the 80s. Great movie. It needs a remake, but it's a great movie. I look at that and say it's a 4/4. Basically for 1, depending on how you do it. And you can make yourself lose life to flip this quicker. Don't think you can't find jerry-rigging ways to make this work for you. Now, what do the sales tell us, though, and what are we looking at? Well, when you're looking at the sales for Cecil, they're really high. Okay, this one is starting to pick up a lot of steam and has sold a few hundred copies in the last few days. So although the price is falling because of how many are on the market, this is one I'm afraid could flip over and maybe cause a little bit of trouble if you're trying to get in there a little bit later. Because if something comes along and makes this card hit, it's going to be a whole different deal. And you want to get in when it's like less than $5, of course. And at $3 and change, this one's got enough oomph to it that you really can't ignore it. A play set for like $12, that seems like a pretty reasonable deal to me. But let's move on to our next card, because you can't get through the day without mentioning Jumbo. Now, this card, of course, started at $100, and we remember on this channel referencing the people who paid $100 for this card on pre-order. Now, when we're looking at Jumbo and you look at what this card's offering us, okay, let's not forget that it's losing money month over month, okay? This thing's down to like a $5 card. And at $5, this card, really, you can't ignore it anymore because it's a 7 casting cost for a 1/7, but the 10,000 needles is insane. Plus, this thing's a plant. Whenever this creature attacks, it gets plus 9,999 plus 0 until end of turn. You can also give this thing trample, indestructible, can't be blocked this turn. Oh, there is so much going on with Jumbo that I bet you kind of figured as well that, yeah, the secondary market for this card has really heated up in the last couple of days, and a lot of copies are now starting to leave the open market and find their way into people's, protective plant pockets because, they want to grow the Jumbo and have a good time for their own decks, but they also realize this card could be something big later on, and some people are just speculating just to see what's going to happen with the card at some future point. Now, if we jump over and take a look at our next card, this is Ultima. All right, now the Origin of Oblivion extended art, because at $4, why not? It's got some pretty good stuff going on, and again, it's lost over $30 in the last month alone, okay? This thing was a $75. It dropped until the point where it's like, wow, this one here, why were people even looking at this rare? What had it going for that everyone said this was worth looking at, man? Well, it's a 5 casting cost 4/4 colorless, which means really you shouldn't ignore it because any generic colorless thing can be kind of crazy. It has flying, all right, but it says whenever Ultima attacks, put a blight counter on a target land. For as long as that land has the blight counter on it, it loses all land types and abilities, and has tap to add waste mana to, like, colorless mana to your mana pool. Whenever you tap a land for colorless, you tap for an additional. So you can pump up your own stuff. You can make your own stuff get really crazy, which means things like Ugin and some of these other huge colorless things like Behemoth and stuff can get really nutty really quick. If you can find a way to trick these things out and get mana pumping fast, you could have a colorless deck that's crazy, but mostly people are starting to think about this for Eldrazi Tron, okay? You're trying to think into the future of Commander, of where a card like this may go. And the sales are definitely starting to lean in that direction, that we have a little bit of momentum on this card, not as much as others, because you can see it's only got 7, 8, 9 sales in a day. That's really not that much, but when you add it up over the week, it's still a couple hundred sales. It's enough to say, why would people buy it now? What does it have going for it? Well, the falling price makes it kind of scream out that I should be looking at the card, because it does a lot depending on how you decide to use it. But this, unlike other cards we've talked about, this one doesn't have a be-all fix-it for all kinds of different decks. It'll have a particular use that could go off very well, and if we have trouble with really unique lands later, the fact he can put blight counters on when he attacks can lend a little bit of diversity to your deck to allow you to cover different areas of how you're going to deal with special lands when they come into play. So I like the card because he can fit into any deck as well. Now, to save myself from getting a whole bunch of nasty comments in the comment section about the Moxman's pronunciation, this is the Cat Druid. I'm not pronouncing that name. Now, this one was at $75, dropped down to the $40, and continued to fall below $20 until we're at $5.95. But this is a Mythic. It is Universes Beyond, its Final Fantasy. So what's going on with the card that might make it worth your while? Well, take a closer look. It is 6 casting costs. I'm going to be the first to admit that is cost prohibitive if you're playing Standard. But in a Commander deck, that's not the end of the world, and there's lots of ways of tricking cards out. And this legendary creature is a cat and a druid, so we've got some options there. Now, for a 3/5, it seems a little bit weak on the power cycle of what it can do, sure, but the text box means everything. And this card says, at the beginning of your end step, exile target creature you control, and then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. Then at the end, if it's the first end step, there is an additional end step after that end step. Guys, that's crazy. That's a double trigger effect at the end of exiling things. There is craziness that can happen that can't be ignored, and I can't believe this card is not a hotter item right now for a lot of players, but here's the thing. It really is. There is a lot of people out there who have been purchasing cards like this, okay? These cards aren't just disappearing. We're not seeing a few hundred sales for no reason. We are seeing these sales now because as this card got repriced, people took a second look and said, you know what? Maybe there's something more to this card that I need to pay attention to. And that is something we can always do with any Magic set. But Final Fantasy is offering too many possibilities of amazing cards to be used in multiple formats to be ignored. And Lord of the Rings has taught us that. So these are 5 cards I think are worthy of a second look. I want you guys to drop some comments in the comment section about cards you think deserve a second look. And of course, the list I just gave you right now. I want to thank you again for hanging out today on the channel. And I hope you have an awesome day. I mean, this is an amazing game to play. We're getting closer every day to the next set, but for now we get some weekends to enjoy all these cards after the bannings and just see what we can create. And I hope you have a blast at any of the formats you decide to play this weekend. Shop smart, shop S-smart, and I'll see you guys all tomorrow with another video. Well, here we are at the end of the video, looking at all the amazing patrons of my channel who support each and every month. Without these patrons, well, let's face it, we couldn't do what we do. If you're a patron or a YouTube membership member, I want to thank you again for being a supporter of the channel. I look forward to seeing you guys each and every day with a brand new video, so have a great one, and of course, we'll see you all tomorrow. Alright, welcome back to the Ramble Jamble. I wish I had more for you. I wish my brain was in that space right now, but all it says is sleep, Moxman, sleep. I have a coffee here. It's doing nothing. The work cycle is really catching up right now, so I'm not even going to hang out here. I'm going to bed. You guys go to bed. We'll all meet in Dreamland together and talk about Magic. And you know what? We can discuss this video because, hey, it's a Ramble Jamble. I can say anything here. Ramble! Jamble! Oh, I'm so tired. Good night, everybody.
What up, Wizards? It's Dev from The Place, and we got one more top 10 list for you to round out this Final Fantasy preview season. We've already done the top 10 sleepers, top 25 competitive cards. That means today it's time for the top 10 commander cards in the main set. Now, usually when I do the top 25, that incorporates Commander and Standard, Pioneer, Pauper, all the formats into one big list, but I wanted to do it a little bit differently this time, and it has the effect of, making my Standard homies a little bit happier because they have a list all their own now. It's not just like, oh, it's good in Commander, it's good in Commander, it's good in Commander, which is what top 25 lists sometimes devolve into. Didn't have to worry about that this season, but since we kicked Commander out of the room for the big list, I felt like I still needed to do a top 10 Commander cards. Now, I know that this channel isn't necessarily known for Commander content, but I was on Shuffle Up and Play this last season, so I think that my opinion is valid on Commander. And that is a huge joke, don't take it too seriously, but ever since I was on Shuffle Up and Play, I've been building a lot more Commander decks. Just in the last couple of months, I built 6 or 7, so I definitely have the bug, and that means in YouTube rules, I get to have an opinion, but it also means that you get to ridicule my opinion in the comments section, and that might be really fun. But despite the fact that my opinions on Commander can be a little bit silly from time to time, as some might put it, that doesn't stop me from being excited about a bunch of cards in this set. So here we go, top 10 Commander cards in the main set for Final Fantasy.
And I'm your favorite Magic Channel's favorite Magic Channel. Best believe that the professor go bananas for my deck tech.
And we're back ready to pop off with some honorable mentions. I got 3 of them this time around. And I know this is a main set list, but one of my HMs had to be from the Commander set, and it was almost Celeste. I'm really excited to brew with her, but in the end, I cannot deny how much I want to play Papalimo Totolimo. Mr. Potatoes over here lets us play an Orzhov Spellslinger deck, and I'm definitely putting this one together. I've already ordered copies of Monastery Mentor and Sedgemoor Witch to really make this thing do some stuff. There's a lot more that you can do in Orzhov Spellslinger than just make a bunch of tokens and stuff, but it's just something that we don't often get to do, and I'm really excited to do it. So I'm not going to spend too much time talking about like a Commander card that's in the Commander set, other than just to tell you that the deck is definitely getting built, and don't be surprised if you see me play it one of these days. Especially considering there's plenty of like in the game combos in the stinking thing. You got Bolus's Citadel plus Sensei's Divining Top to keep you playing the top card of your library and gaining life and dealing damage to everybody. It just seems like the best time you can possibly have. Good dude here, but something from the main set that's a little more honorable mention-y is Grahatia. This thing might cost 5 mana, but it's actually not a terrible way to draw cards in white. Now, we got a lot of really good ways of drawing cards in white, so I'm just not sure if this makes most cuts, but maybe in an artifact-centric deck. Now, it could potentially go in like an Elysil Core Aristocrats build, a black-white deck that wants to sacrifice stuff, but I think it might be a little bit too expensive, even in casual Commander, for decks like that. It's artifact decks. I'm a little bit more excited about this in, with a Commander like, say, Jan Janssen, or Jan Jansen, or however we want to say the guy's name. Something that wants to sacrifice artifacts anyway, and then that puts more artifacts on the table, which can die in combat to blocks and stuff like that. And Grahatia should be drawing you a bunch of cards in that situation, but you could put this in Brea as well. Just about any deck that cares about artifacts, this could go in if you can afford to cast it. So this is just not a card I see a lot of people talking about, and that's why it's in my HMs. I think people should be talking about it. Drawing cards is really powerful, and being able to draw it 4 times in a turn cycle seems all right. But the last honorable mention this time around was Sid. I think he's a cool guy to brew around, and people are going to have fun, but I'm actually not too sure about his power level. The thing that I ended up putting as my last HM was Excalibur 2 this time around. Now, this is actually one of the more recently previewed cards right up towards the end of preview season. Might be why I'm not seeing too much chatter about it, but just kind of bugs me. There's a lot of life gain decks in Commander that could easily leverage this, and it turns your Soul's Attendants and Soul Wardens and Hinterland Sanctifiers and all your dorky little 1-power like life gain guys into real threats at any point in the game. Now, you could throw this on your Commander if your Commander's like Amalia Benavides Aguirre or something like that. Maybe this could even be a secondary win condition in like a Hope Estheim deck. We'll get to that later, but this is just one of the better looking equipments in a set full of really good equipments, at least to my mind. won't be the last that we talk about today. And honestly, I think the equipment that's on the main list might surprise some people. It's not like the Masamune or the Buster Sword. Something a little bit weirder, but this is a lot weirder. It's still a sword, still a sword, but it's really, really cheap to cast, fairly cheap to equip. And again, you can throw it on like any little creature over the course of a game, and it can probably end up getting a lot of charge counters. So I actually have some real faith in this to boost the life gain decks to a point where they can actually win games from time to time. But let's get to the main list here. My number 10 is A Realm Reborn. Not Realm from FF6, but a realm like a place. It could get confusing because Final Fantasy characters have names that mean things. But anyway, this, I will say, if there was ever a main set standard legal card that was obviously designed for Commander and not much else, well, there's a lot of examples, but this is definitely one of them. You know, it costs a lot of mana, but that might be more negligible in a format like Commander, and this makes all your stuff tap for any color of mana, so it could pay for itself the turn that it comes out fairly easily. Note that it also makes your lands tap for any color mana, which like could be relevant, but especially in a deck like Bellow Bard of Brambles, where you have a ton of artifacts and enchantments. You want a double spell, but all your stuff costs like 4 mana or more, right? So this will make it a lot easier to double or even triple spell on certain turns, and that's really important for a deck like that. But this could also go in a number of tokens decks, maybe green-white tokensy builds, but also stuff like Chatterfang. You know, you're making a ton of tokens in that deck, and all of them can now tap for mana, so you can pay more stuff that makes even more tokens. I don't know, maybe I'm going overboard and the card is just a little bit win more or too expensive for what you're actually getting out of it, but I think this could have a slot in multiple Commander decks. And I mean, look at the card, that's pretty obvious. But my number 9 is Tella Great Sage. This could be your Commander, and I think you'd get some real good use out of it. But obviously, any number of Locust God or Niv Mizzet, take your pick as to which Niv Mizzet I'm talking about. It could be any of them, really. This works really well in, but there's a couple of more niche commanders this works nicely in. There's stuff like Zaphi, for instance. Zaphi could be your commander and Tella in the 99, or the other way around. I mean, like, they're actually kind of similar cards when you get down to it, but, you know, both of them want you to cast relatively large spells and get benefit out of that. So again, whether one's in your 99 and the other's your commander, it doesn't really matter. They work nicely together. But there's also Magnus the Red. Magnus the Red is really interesting with Tella, and I think you do want Magnus to be your commander in this case, because you could also play stuff like Young Pyromancer, Third Path Iconoclast, get a lot of tokens that way, and Tella could just be one of the ways that you're getting tokens. But interestingly, Magnus also makes all of your really expensive instants and sorceries way cheaper to cast once you do have a lot of tokens. So that means you can cast Meteor with Tella a lot easier if that's what you want to do. So I don't know, there's a lot of really cool stuff about these two guys together, and I think that it might actually rejuvenate Magnus the Red, a guy that's always been really cool but overshadowed by other Izzet commanders. But for number 8 here, I'm going to cheat a little bit and just talk about two cards at the same time. Both Kuja Genome Sorcerer, who I'm very excited about and we'll talk about in a second, but also Black Waltz number 3, which I'm going to talk about first. As a matter of fact, this is going to be the first commander deck that we build this season. I've already asked the patrons what commanders they want to see, and Black Waltz number 3 smashed everybody else from Papa Limo to Hope Estime and a couple of other creatures, man. I think that there's a good reason why a lot of people are excited about a Gutter Snipe that just gets to chill in their command zone. Just like Papa Limo, Total Limo, I was talking about how you don't really get to do Orzhov Spellslinger very much. Rakdos Spellslinger you get to do a little bit more often, but not to this cool of an effect. I mean, just making sure that you basically always have access to your Gutter Snipe, you don't have to like wait to draw it, is pretty cool, but this goes well in a deck with Gutter Snipe and also like the million other creatures, Coruscation Mage, whatever, that care about you casting non-creature spells. So Rakdos Spellslinger dealing damage to everybody, it just seems like the time of your life. But Kuja can do something very similar, you know. He himself doesn't really care when you cast non-creature spells, but he makes a little wizard guy every turn that does care about that. And once you get him flipped over, well, suddenly all of your wizards and such deal extra damage whenever they pop off. So that also seems great in a deck full of those same cards. Coruscation Mage and Black Waltz number 3 and Gutter Snipe, who I believe is a wizard, and yada yada. You know, you got Harmonic Prodigy to really beef up the power level of both of these cards. Harmonic Prodigy also works with Tella. interestingly enough, but it has gone up in price by a couple of dollars over the last week or two, and that's a pretty big percentage increase for a card like Harmonic Prodigy, by the way. It's like $6 now. But I think that the main reason for that is the existence of these two guys. So not really surprised that it's gone up. Harmonic Prodigy is looking great with this set, but just in general, Rakdos Spellslinger looks like a fun deck to play. And just like I said with Tella and a bunch of his cards I had to bring up when talking about him, you could put, Kuja in the 99 of Black Waltz number 3, or again, vice versa, and I think you'd be having fun either way. But my number 7 is Matoya Archon Elder. Probably the coolest song in all of Final Fantasy belongs to this lady, but there's a lot of really cool songs in Final Fantasy, Laughing Mad's great. But anyway, Matoya. I'm not sure that she's going to be the best commander in the world, but she could be your commander. There's a lot of ways to surveil at a pretty good value in commander. Just some kind of normal cards you can play in your main deck is stuff like Gossip's Talent. Now whenever you play a creature, you draw a card, you scry one and then draw a card. Gross. Retreat to Koralheim. Land drops, now scry one, draw a card. Does that sound good enough to you yet? In case it doesn't, because I honestly wouldn't blame you. Maybe Elrond. Either Elrond is in the 99 of Matoya, or again, the other way around, I think is more likely in this case. You play Elrond as your commander, Matoya in the 99, and suddenly whenever you play a creature again, you are now drawing cards. That seems pretty powerful. But even though there's a lot of commanders this could work with, I would like to bring them all up. My favorite happened to scry, and plays nicely on curve with Matoya to get you set up. So there's some stuff I liked about the two of these dudes together. You just don't see a whole lot of good decks that care about all the tentacled guys, and Kinesos does, and I think Matoya might go really well in there. But my number 6 is that other equipment that I promised you, and again, it's maybe not any of the ones you expect. It's Machinist's Arsenal. It kind of cost a lot to get out and a lot to equip for that matter, but at least it has job select. I like that about it. It could, first of all, go nicely in just about any Boros Equipments deck, which on EDH right now are the decks it's going in the most. But I think there's a lot of options beyond just equipment for a card like this. So an obvious one is probably Mendicant Core, which is a cheap commander that cares about the number of artifacts you're playing. You're probably playing a lot of low-cost artifacts and filling the board with them, or maybe getting tokens or something. And Machinist Arsenal is going to pump your guys like an Ancestral Mass for artifacts, basically. And you know how good Ancestral Mass can be from time to time. This can make even just the 1/1 that it comes on into an enormous dude, but once you start getting, trample or flying or unblockability or even lifelink on one of these things, and you're starting to do some really, really good stuff. Which is why I think it might go nicely with Sidri Galvanic Genius, right? This is kind of an Esper Artifacts Matter commander that can animate artifacts for a really, really cheap cost, but in terms of Machinist Arsenal, what's really neat about it is that it can also give your artifact creatures Death Touch and Lifelink. So if you're getting through with like a 10 power creature, which you can because of Machinist Arsenal, giving that creature Lifelink is a huge, huge deal. I guess back to like Jan Jansen or Jan Janssen or whatever. Again, that's one that can create a lot of artifact tokens over the course of the game, and it also gives you little guys to staple the arsenal too. So there's a lot you can do with this in a lot of different commander decks. I just want to point it out because it's another one I don't really see enough people talking about. This card is very good. But now we're halfway down the list, and we're going to start looking at some really bomb cards like Y'shtola Rule. There is, of course, the Precon Commander Y'shtola, and that card looks like a lot of fun for a guy like me, but I actually think that this might be the more powerful Y'shtola at the end of the day. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, especially about Commander, but getting a couple of insteps and, blinks too every turn is just so outrageously powerful that this should do something. But it also works with Atraxa, not the 7-mana one, but the other one that's been in the top commanders for the last 2 years on EDH for the last 5 years. If that made any sense. I feel like Atraxa is always going to be one of the most popular commanders for people to build on EDH for a number of reasons, but again, getting extra in-step proliferate triggers is crazy, so you'll probably play this in Atraxa as well. And it obviously goes nicely with Conjurer's Closet. Again, you're just getting a bunch of blinks every turn, so there are a ton of creatures just in mono blue that you can blink to great effect with this, but once this ends up in the 99 of decks, then suddenly it can blink a lot of other creatures too. So I expect a lot out of this. We'll see if it ends up ruling Commander with an H. But anyway, we'll move on to number 4, which is just the crystals. I don't have a whole lot of tech or like decks that these could go in or whatever this time around. It's just a really good cycle of cards. I think the black one is the best, but I might be wrong. I'm often wrong about Commander, but I also really like the green one. I guess we'll put that in number 4. Then it gets a little bit harder. I think the red one is middle of the road, but still really good. They're all still really good. Like, even though I'm going to put the white and blue ones as the 4th and 5th ones, that does not mean that they won't end up seeing play. These are all exceptionally powerful cards that just have, medallions stapled to them, plus other things the color wants to do. So in a way, it's almost like, why would just about any Commander deck not want, 1 or 2 or 3 of these, depending on how many colors they're playing, I think if you're playing fewer colors, like in monocolored decks, these are obviously much, much better, especially depending on what the theme of your deck is. But, you probably got some +1/+1 counter stuff in green, so the green one's just good. The black one is basically always good, almost no matter what your game plan is. So again, I like more or less all of these, but I do like some more than others. But let's get to the top 3, y'all. And speaking of the white and blue crystals, they might not be my favorite in terms of like power level, but they both go really, really well in Hope S time over here. This might be the commander I'm actually most excited about building, despite the fact that Kuja, Black Waltz number 3, Hope S Time, Papalima Totolimo, Celeste, there's a lot of amazing commanders that I actually really want to build in this set, like genuinely am excited to build, but Hope S Time looks like one of the more annoying, but also one of the more unique. You just don't really see life gain and mill meet very often, and they're both 2 of the most maligned and least powerful things you can do on average in a game of Magic. But Hope changes that greatly. Not the fact that they're hated strategies, but the fact that they're not actually that good. Hope suddenly makes both of these strategies together insane. Just with a beacon of immortality, please do not come at me in the comments section. Doubling your life does in fact count as gaining life. If you have to Google it, it's right there. I'm telling you, that will prove my point. But anyway, it does work with Beacon and other effects that double or triple your life total. And that seems really, really dangerous. But just in this set, there's Elixir, which is kind of like an Elixir of Immortality, but there's a much higher upper limit on the amount of life it can actually gain you, and so you can probably do some gross stuff with Hope and an Elixir. But then there's more obvious stuff, like Rock's Faithmender, which doubles the amount of life you gain, Alhamaret's Archive, which does the same thing, plus extra stuff, Bruvac, which doubles the amount of cards that opponents mill. So just in a couple of turns, if you're doing it right, I'm pretty sure you can knock everyone else out of the game, and this is a very cheap commander that's in the right colors for protecting it. So I actually think this is kind of dangerous. But my number 2 more or less absolutely has to be on the list, and I think a lot of people are going to be shocked it's not number 1. It's Vivi Ornitier over here. I don't know that this is the number 1 commander card in the set, but it's definitely at least the number 2. And this is usually the part of the video where I talk about all the cool spells, the non-creature stuff that you're playing with Vivi on the table, but it's pretty obvious that you want to increase his power somehow, so you can use pump spells and stuff, so it becomes mana positive a lot faster. There's obviously ways to break this with non-creature spells, but as far as a lot of the creatures you can play alongside him, I haven't heard as many people talk about those. So first of all, Nimizit Visionary, that seems kind of fun because whenever he pops opponents, you get to draw cards off of it. Cool. Bergie probably goes in the 99 of this card because, whenever you cast a non-creature, you freaking make mana, so that can make you more mana, and Vivi already makes you mana, so the 2 of these things together are just making more mana than a group of elves. But apart from that, I guess there's Archimage Emeritus. Again, you're casting a lot of non-creatures. You probably want to draw cards off of them. O'Hare Axonil will make it deal more damage. That seemed cute. And then Quicksilver Elemental. If you're not hip to this yet, this card has actually gone up multiple thousands of % ever since Vivi was spoiled because this is really good alongside Vivi. You can basically give Quicksilver Vivi's ability until end of turn, and then you can switch it to another creature back to Vivi again for just 1 blue mana, and that will mean you can make more mana because it's a different Vivi this time, and it doesn't know that it's already used that ability this turn. So if you have even one other creature, you can keep bouncing Quicksilver Elemental back and forth between Vivi and the other creature and making effectively infinite mana. So there's a reason the card spikes so hard. There are a lot of really good creatures you can play alongside Vivi, and I know you probably don't want to play too many in your deck, but there's more than enough to want to play at least a couple. But ultimately, this is the best commander in the set, which is reflected when you look at the EEH rankings. A lot more people building a lot more decks with this than any other commander in the set by a huge margin, and it's pretty easy to see why people are really excited about it. But a card that I think will probably see more play across more decks at least is number 1, Luiso's Sacrifice. Now, the decks that people are talking about this the most in are Rogrock, because he's, cheap commander to sacrifice, but also like Thrasios. This has partner and is cheap, so you should have 2 cheap commanders to sacrifice to Luisos. So again, that makes the card a little bit better, at least in theory, but I just think the card is generally good, and you don't have to sack your commander to it. You probably have other legendary creatures in your 99 of your commander decks. So I see a lot of people, basically saying that, well, you have to sack your commander to it. What if you built your deck around your commander? That's a totally viable thing to say, but again, I think most of the time you've either built the deck around a commander that can be sacrificed easily or for some value, or again, you've got a bunch of other legendary creatures in the deck you don't mind sacking. I actually expect this to do some work in Standard, but Commander is obviously the format for a thing like this. And even if you have to pay full price for it some of the time, you won't really feel bad doing that, especially if it ends up, countering like a Fastest Oracle trigger or something like that. Or just the sweeper, or the removal spell that's trying to target your most important creature, or whatever it is. A single blue mana for not necessarily a hard counter, but a very efficient counter is something a lot of people are going to be sleeving up, believe me. Unless I'm wrong, Commander is probably the format that I'm most likely to be objectively incorrect about, but honestly, I'm not sure there is an objectively incorrect with Commander. Everyone plays in a different pod with different people and different brackets, if you even use that system, different budget levels. Everyone has a billion different Commander decks, and they're all different power levels with different cards. So again, you're going to have a different experience, even in the same pod some of the time. So again, my experience is such that I think all of these cards are not only somewhat powerful looking, but just fun and exciting to want to build around. So I can't wait. On that note, let me know what your cards that you're excited to build in EDH are from Final Fantasy, because there's obviously kind of a lot to choose from. And when you're done with that, do all the YouTube stuff, y'all. Hit the like button. It's shaped like a thumb. You can't miss it. You can also hit the sub button. I don't know what that does. Give it a shot. Report back to me. Let me know. But there's also a Patreon. It's $1 a month to get involved. You can vote on what decks we do this season. I've already said we're going to do Black Waltz number 3 first because of the patrons. But right now they're in the process of choosing our first standard deck of the season. You can get in on that action for the next couple of days if you throw $1 in the Patreon pot. Link in the description. And of course, there's going to be a bunch more polls in the next 6 to 8 weeks as we move through FF season. But aside from that, I'm basically donezo for this one, so I will catch you cats later. I'm Dev from The Place. Thanks for watching, Wizards. Spread love and be kind. What up, Wizards? It's Dev. I'm from The Place. Thanks for inviting me into your kitchen while you do the dishes, or maybe more likely your place of work while you pretend to be productive. No matter what you got lined up, I'm just glad that you're here, because today is the big one. The top 25 Final Fantasy cards. Let's see how far I can get my eyebrow up there, right? But either way, today, though, we're going to do things a little bit differently, because normally when I do the top 25 cards in a set, I'm talking about Standard, Modern, Pauper, Pioneer, and also Commander gets invited into the room. But today, we're going to kick it out for a day. I'm still going to do like the top 10 Commander cards in the set. That's going to be fun. But for today, we're just going to be talking about the competitive sets, y'all, mostly Standard, because I see a lot of people in the preseason here saying stuff to the effect of this set sucks. Right? I see a lot of people basically saying there's no competitive cards in this set and it will not affect Standard whatsoever. And I just don't know that I agree. I'm not trying to be contrary, and it doesn't look like the most powerful set in the world to me, but to say there's nothing in it that can affect Standard is just a wild notion in my opinion. So today we're going to talk about the top 25 competitive cards in Final Fantasy.
And I'm your favorite Magic Channel's favorite Magic Channel. Best believe that the professor go bananas for my deck tech.
And we're back. And just like Philly D, I just want to go ahead and jump into it, because we got 25 cards to talk about, plus 5 honorable mentions. I'm sorry again. You've been here before. I can't help myself. If you're new around here because you just like Final Fantasy, I can't help myself. There's 25 plus cards that I want to talk about today. There's so much that I think might be viable in Standard. And I know for sure one of my honorable mention picks is going to show up in Standard. So let's go ahead and run through these real quick, starting with the most honorable mention-y of my honorable mentions, and that's Black Mage's Rod. I just can't stop thinking about this rod. I really like these 0/1 wizard dudes that like ping opponents whenever you cast non-creatures. They're just cool. And there just aren't a whole lot of amazing black 2-drops in Standard. Deep Cavern Bat and Bob, I guess, for whatever reason, Black Mage's Rod made the list, sort of. It's in the HMs, and Bob didn't. Dark Confidant's in this set, but I just really didn't feel like putting reprints on this list. I hardly ever do, in case, again, you're new around here. So I just, I'm not actually sure. In a world where I could play either one of these cards, I might actually play Black Mage's Rod, but I guess Bob is also kind of a 6th honorable mention. But even if Rod doesn't see play in Standard, I think it might show up in Pauper. This looks like a pretty good set for Pauper, all things considered. And Black Mage's Rod looks like a fun card there. But I also want to bring up Sephiroth. Like here, I guess you might have expected this to be in the top 10, especially my top 10. I really like Aristocrats. Again, welcome to your first SBMTG video if you didn't know that about me, but I'm kind of one of the Aristocrat guys around here. It means sacrificing creatures, in case you needed a tutorial on it. And this is obviously great in a deck that wants to sack creatures, but I'm just not convinced you're going to hit that 4 times in a turn thing very often. It doesn't work in Raise the Past decks, which are kind of Aristocrats decks, like the only real Aristocrats decks in Standard right now. Are those decks. So again, this card's going to have to convince me, which is insane because it's Sephiroth, but still, the hype on this one is a little bit lower for me than you might expect it to be, but I still give it some credit. It could be a standard playable card you ever get it flipped over, that backside. Whew, but anyway, just like your sister, and your dad, he's got a caboose, but I also really like Summon Bahamut. It's not the only wild summon in the set that I've talked about recently. The other day I got on with Power Dragon, my good friend, and we talked a good bit about Summon Knights of Realm, which I think might be better than Bahamut. But I've already talked about that card a couple of days ago, so I want to talk about Summon Bahamut here. You can, get an Ugin Ultimate, maybe, and then go get, 3 or 4 copies of this and just win the game immediately off of Ugin. Maybe that'll work out, but you're probably just going to, reanimate this 9 times out of 10, at which point the question is it better to reanimate than anything else you could be doing that with? And the answer might just be no. It really might be, but, you can't deny the value on this. If it ever hits the table, blows something away, attacks for 9, Giga Flare, whatever it's called, it's just an insane Magic card. So you really got to at least put some respect on its name, which is what I'm attempting to do here. But I also like Fire Magic. I'm going to make this just the HM here because it's a removal spell, right? It's not that big of a deal, but maybe it is in a Corey Steelcutter kind of environment, right? It's cool that in the mirror match, if you're a Corey Steelcutter, you could always play this on your opponent's turn and all your guys will prowess because you played a non-creature spell, but your opponent's guys won't prowess, so you'll keep all your monks and stuff like that, but you'll blow away all their monks. So I guess that could be a good time, but any deck could play this against Cutter, and it leverages pretty nicely against all the random otters and monks and Monastery Swiftspears and stuff like that. So it could be okay as a 3-mana sweeper against them, and it even blows up otters at 1 mana, so I guess that could be cool. But last one, there's also Ambrosia Whiteheart. This just kind of bores me as an honorable mention, but I have to bring it up somewhere in the video because apart from maybe 1 or 2 other cards, this is very probably the most likely card in the set to see Standard play. This just obviously goes in the Esper Pixie deck, and that's the only thing I really have to say about it. It definitely does that though. I don't know if this full on ends up replacing, say, Fear of Isolation, which has better stats, but we did just get Sun Pearl Kirin in Tarkir Dragonstorm, and it's effectively the same card as Ambrosia Whiteheart. There's obvious differences. One of them flies and blah blah, I know, whatever. But still, for most intents and purposes, these are the same cards, so I imagine Ambrosia will just end up being copies 5, 6, and potentially 7 of Sun Pearl Kirin, and that seems really, really annoying, and it's definitely going to happen. But honestly, I just want to put this in the honorable mentions because on the real list, I want to talk about stuff like Aerith Gainsborough. Here at number 25, yeah, Aerith Gainsborough, somehow ahead of Sephiroth. I guess that's a form of poetic justice, but I actually think this is better for Standard than it might appear, right? There's a bunch of legends up under the curve at this that actually work really well with it, like my fiance, Ellis Okora. I always have to introduce her that way. Still haven't set that date, but there's also Vron, Executioner Thane, which gains us a little bit of life. There's Amalia Benavides Aguirre, which cares about gaining life too. So this works with all of these legends and other, 3 and maybe 4 drop legends in Orzhov as well. So I think this is actually really slick, and it's one of the few Ajani's Pridemates ever printed that actually has lifelink itself. That's kind of a big deal on a creature like this. But my number 24 is Wandering Minstrel, that guy at the party with a guitar. I've been that guy. Don't be that guy. Nobody likes it, but what I do like is a 2-mana guy with a ridiculous line of text. Note that he has a lot of lines of text on him. You know, the second line, it gives you Chocobo when you got some towns. Who cares? I don't really. I mean, it might be good. I don't know. But the last line of text is like 8 mana. It's like Wooburg to do some stuff. I haven't really read it, but what I do know is that the first line makes all your lands come into play untapped, which is broken. Potentially actually broken, seriously. Potentially even all the way back to modern. I'm not actually sure. I got that take from the internet, but the internet's never been wrong before, so probably. But I know that in standard, this is going to make all your like surveil duels come into play untapped, and that's actually kind of a big deal, starting as early as turn 3. Hope he plays Freebird next. But anyway, speaking of lands, we got Zeldinked up next here at number 23, if I'm doing my math correctly. This is actually a really slick Magic card that Red doesn't get access to very often, so it's cool to see it. This could obviously work in landfall decks. There's a lot of really good landfall stuff in this set, but it also just does some cool stuff, man. You know, it puts lands back into your hand at end of turn, so you have something to discard to different effects. There's a bunch of different ways to use this card when you really get cooking with it, and that's one of the things I like most about it. But obviously, just on a surface level, a red ramp thing, ramp in big quotes, is actually really cool, and by the end of the game, this could be like an 8 or 10 power creature if you're doing it right. And if it gets to an 8 or 10 power creature, that'd be a good time to cast Self-Destruct, my number 22 here. Kind of another fling effect, and it's different than fling. It doesn't require a sacrifice as part of the casting of the card, but that can be good and bad. I think Mice or some other red adjacent deck could want to play this, maybe if they felt like it. They've already got like 1 mana fling effects in standard, but maybe they want a little bit of redundancy. They put so many chips on the fling strategy that, you know, maybe they want 6 copies of it instead of just the 4. So could work out there, but I also like that this opens up the opportunity to play those like red, black, steel, and sack decks again. I feel like we haven't played those decks in forever. You play like a threaten effect to steal your opponent's creature and you fling it back at them. That is just good, clean fun, and they haven't really been like available decks to play in a while. So I don't know. Maybe that'll be fun, but mostly I look at this in decks like Mice and think it could have a place. Now, my number 21 might not look as likely to see play as a card like even Self-Destruct, but I have some hopes for Yuna, Hope of Spira. I didn't mean for that to be a pun, but I guess I'll count it. It goes in the basket. But yeah, 5 mana looks like a lot for a card like this, especially when we have some 4 mana things that reanimate stuff in standard. But it's worth noting this is in the same color as like Llanowar Elves, and picture a start where you go like Llanowar Elves on turn 1, Overlord of the Hotwoods on turn 2, and they blow that away with like a Get Lost or some other enchantment removal. And then on turn 3, you can play your Hope of Spira and reanimate at end of turn your Overlord. Get some more, ramp in that case. Plus, it's going to have, trample, ward, lifelink. It's just some cool things about this that line up kind of nicely with some cards we're already playing in standard anyway. I guess my one issue is that it's not really in the colors for dumping stuff into your graveyard, but I guess green can mill some stuff, and maybe you add red or blue so you can discard stuff into your graveyard. It really wouldn't be too hard to break this card, at least in my opinion. And this is where we get back to stuff like Summon Bahamut that we looked at earlier, and of course Summon Knights of Round, because you'll be giving Knights of Round ward, and it will have Indestructible, so it's going to be really hard to do anything about it, and the whole time it's just dumping tokens onto the table, you know what I mean? So I think there could be some really good stuff to do with Yuna in this environment, and I don't think that this mana cost necessarily prohibits it from seeing play. Especially with stuff like Summon Titan running around. It's just a ridiculous Magic card. Surprised more people aren't talking about this. There's another one where 5 mana kind of looks like a lot of mana, but look at everything this does. First of all, it kind of goes well in Yuna because it mills you the 5 when it comes into play, so that's fuel. But it casts Splendid Reclamation the second turn it's in play, and the third turn it's in play, it ends the game if you have a single creature out. Just in any deck that cares about landfall, or any deck that's trying to maximize these Splendid Reclamation effects that play Aftermath Analyst or Lumra, along with maybe Iridescent Vine Lasher and Sapatender, a card we're going to talk about later. There's a lot of cards on screen for editing dev. I apologize, bud. Anyway, there's a lot that this card could work with potentially. Not just the landfall themes, but yes. Not just Yuna, but yes. Not just Selesnya Value or whatever, but yes. There's so much the card could do, and I really think this is a great rate, even at 5 mana, for everything the card is giving you. So let's move on to number 19, which is Go-Go, Master of Mimicry. I've seen a lot of people kind of just reading this and being like, well, you have to pay 6 mana to make it do anything. No, you don't. You have to pay 2 mana. to copy any activated or triggered ability. And just in like Agatha's Soul Cauldron, I feel like this goes off because you can give like any creature in the deck Go-Go's ability, and then my brain kind of breaks. To be honest, I don't know if I'm up to the challenge of figuring out what this does in Agatha's Soul Cauldron, but I think the answer is everything. The limit does not exist. I think Mean Girls is correct in this case, as usual, but I guess you could also play this in like Teamer if you wanted to copy maybe Roxanne triggers when she comes into play, or maybe you want to copy Dragonback Assault triggers when you get landfall. You just get a million 4/4s because you got a bunch of open mana in that deck. It's like a mini doppelgang in Teamer. It really just a doppelgang that sits on the board, and it does sit on the board. This isn't quite as removable, at least at this mana cost, as a lot of creatures would be. We've already seen that 3 mana for a 2/4 is a really desirable stat line in Standard. Doesn't die to cut down, torch the tower, any other bolt effects, nowhere to run. This dodges a ton of removal and might actually stick around for like a turn or two so you can use its ability. Overall, man, I think that there's a lot to this, and I see people kind of dismissing it as a commander card, and it's going to be really good there, don't get me wrong, but I think it might have some labor in Standard. But my number 18 is the Regalia. Best car in Standard, even though I've just got a whole set with nothing but cars in it. I thought we were done with Ether Drift stuff, but here's the Batmobile. It's a 4 mana 4/4 haste that's virtually guaranteed to ramp you a land the turn it comes into play. Any deck can play it, and it's incredibly easy to crew. Like a Mirex token or Fountain Port token can crew this. A Carrot Cake token can crew this thing. I mean, basically everything except these like little 0/1 wizards that are going around can crew this, which is sad because that means they can't drive. But it is sad when you think about it, but one way or the other. I got to get off of that. Let's think about the Regalia. This can get any land, all right, for you. And that's really good. It can get you, again, one of these like dual surveil lands that creates a couple of different colors, and you get an awesome enter the battlefield trigger. Just a lot of really cool things about this, but the deck I want to play it in the most is just Oops All Colorless. You know, we build this deck more or less every season, and it always kind of sucks, but it's getting better. You know, not only did we get Ugin a couple of sets ago that made the deck way, way better, but now we have Summon Bahamut and Regalia, which will ramp us into Ugin and Summon Bahamut. The deck is coming together. It really is. And this card could be a big part of it, man. I don't know. There's a lot to like about this, and I'm not like absolutely sure that it sees Standard play, but it is a pretty pushed looking Magic card to me. But my number 17 is another colorless card that I really like. It's Poo Poo UFO. Amazingly, I don't have any real jokes for this one. I wanted to be better than that. This is just a 2 mana rock, man. It's 2 mana for a thing that ramps you. And not only does it ramp you, it lets you ramp on your opponent's turn. There just aren't a whole lot of Magic cards that do that. It gets landfall on your opponent's turn. If you got any landfall stuff sitting around, that's pretty sexy. You can get like double landfall triggers if you drop like a Fabled Passage off of this, but it also blocks. It just blocks every turn of the game, man. It's a 0/4. You can block with it and then use its ability to flap a land down. Flap a land down? I'm sure I meant to say slap. But anyway, man, this is just a solid Magic card that, again, could go in these like all colorless decks that I like to build, but it's way less of a meme than I've made it sound like, and it's way less of a meme than the name makes it sound like. This is actually a pretty serious Magic card at the end of the day. But so is number 16, Venat over here. Not Venonat. I know it's easy to get confused, but it's not a Pokemon, it's a Magic card. Venat looks like it can draw you a ton of cards, and there might be a bunch of stuff in white right now that at 3 mana is going to draw you a bunch of cards. So I'm not sure that it's going to be better than like Enduring Innocence or Takasia's Welcome or Caretaker's Talent, but you could make the argument this has a much better top-end sort of late-game mode than any of those cards. Even Caretaker's Talent, you know, it's going to cost you a bunch of mana to flip this over, but once you do, you've got a large indestructible creature that makes other creatures indestructible and makes them bigger every single turn, which is some real inevitability. It's the kind of mid-game engine that, you know, or late-game engine really, that these mono white decks and these white X decks in mid-range really tend to like. So again, I kind of like the top end on this a good bit, and there are plenty of things that you could put in your deck to trigger the card draw effects off of this. So again, not just a commander card. I think this could actually see some play in Standard. But number 15 is where we take a real step up, not only in my confidence in these cards, but hopefully in your confidence in my ability to do a video like this. Number 15 is Sabatender over here. Another card that I could use the Pauper argument for. Even if it doesn't see play in Standard, Pauper just does not see a lot of cards that can do something like this at this efficient of a cost. Only 2 mana is a steal for this. You know, Iridescent Vine Lasher may cost 1 mana. but it's a rare. So when we get to standard, we can play both of those cards in the same deck and play them on curve with one another in two different ways, right? We can go Vine Lasher into this, or we can go this into Offspring to Vine Lasher, or we can just do all those things, which would be insane. So there's just so much to like about a little dude like this, Earlier I argued redundancy on self-destruct, and I'm not sure that certain decks would want redundant fling effects, but all those decks that play Vine Lasher definitely want a redundant effect with Vine Lasher. So all 4 copies of this are going to go into some sort of Jund landfall. And, we've already looked at Titan earlier. Not sure he makes the cut. But in those decks, you're going to want a Splendid Reclamation effect. So whether it's Titan or Lumra or Aftermath Analyst or all of them, I'm not actually sure, could be, right? Something is going to make it to where with your Sabotenders and your Iridescent Vine Lashers on the table, you can just hit a Splendid Reclamation effect and suddenly deal 12 to the opponent. And Sabotender makes that a lot more likely than it was just a couple of weeks ago. Now, my number 14 might look a little weird to some people, but I actually think this is destined to see plenty of standard play. It's Zach Fair over here, just a 1-drop that allows you to protect your most important creatures. It might not be as good as, say, a Selfless Savior, but Selfless Savior is not in standard, and this is just one of the better effects that we do have in standard like this. But apart from being able to save certain creatures, and there's one in particular that I think he's sort of meant to save, both in terms of flavor and in terms of function, I think that he's really good with like the number 2 card on the list. We'll get there when we get there, but there are plenty of options for Zach Fair to save. And when he does so, stuff gets his counters. Even if he only has the 1 counter on him, I guess that's fine, right? But, if he's got any more than that, then suddenly he gets really good considering he's just a 1-drop creature. You didn't have to invest too much in the first place. He's also a soldier. That might matter because there is kind of a blue-white soldiers deck right now. There's just kind of a lot to this guy. I think people aren't talking about him enough. Good card. Number 13 on the list is Terra Magical Adept. Yeah, you'll note that if you're a fan of the channel, you've already seen me call this card overrated when I was talking to Power Dragon a couple of days ago, but this is the perfect example that overrated does not mean bad. Now, this is one of those cards where the back is cracked like chiropract, but honestly the front half is what I dig the most about this. It's a 3-mana 4-power creature that might die to some removal, it dies to burst lightning and stuff like that. Let's not focus on that. Let's focus on the fact that even if it does die to a removal spell, it's still milled a bunch of cards and got an enchantment out of your graveyard. There are plenty of enchantments to get out of your graveyard, not just all these summon creatures, but a lot of value enchantments in, say, the Delirium deck. If you want to play a 2 of this, then this can get back, a Fear of Missing Out, and that is a really good hit off of a card like this. Really, just the front half is what makes me like this card. It's a relatively decent rate for what you're actually getting, so with that in mind, if you ever do get the back half, it costs an awful lot of mana, but 2, this should maybe potentially end the game. Now, Terra may be cute, but I'll tell you who I really like. Her dad. Her dad is hot, y'all. This is Esper Origins over here. Another card that I see a lot of people kind of underrating or just flat out calling bad, and I'm just not sure that I agree in this case. It costs 2 mana on the front half. You get Surveil 2, you gain 2 life. So the 2 life, I think, is actually a huge part of this card because it'll help you play it through aggro assaults. I mean, when you really tally the entire value on this up, when you play it out of your yard, you're paying 4 mana for a 4/4 that basically says Surveil 2, gain 2 life, definitely draw a card because you're a smart person. And when you Surveilled 2, you left a permanent on top of your library. You did that, right? So definitely draw a card, and then ramp 2, and then overrun effect that probably ends the game. And have we really progressed to the point where that's not enough? Look at everything this card actually does for 4 mana, and all you have to do is get it in your graveyard somehow. You can even cast it if you feel like it. That's not like that's terrible. So again, there's just so much to like on this card, and I want to put it in my top 10. I want to put it in my top 5, but honestly, I'm questioning my own judgment a little bit because it seems like everybody else that's on YouTube is calling the card bad, and I'm just not sure I'm there. I think there really is something to this thing. We might be seeing it. But let's get really serious with the honorable mention for the top 10 here. It's Chocobo stuff. Can you say Chocobo stuff in a serious voice, like with a straight face? I think it's actually really tough to do that. But yeah, I think the Chocobo stuff in this set is actually nuts, dude. Like, I don't know that Birds is real on day 1, but this set definitely gave us enough. Just side quest Raise a Chocobo. might actually be the best of the new birds cards. It really might. You can like bounce this back to your hand, play it again, get more chocobos and stuff. It shouldn't be too hard to get 4 birds. I think it's more likely you control 4 birds than you get 4 death triggers off Sephiroth. I don't know. We'll see. But there's all kinds of stuff in here. There's obviously Saz's chocobo, which is really, really good if you get it on turn 1. But if you're doing a little bit of ramping, you can get it on turn 2 or 3, and you might still be fine in your aggro deck. But there's also Bartz and Boko, dude. Like, this card looks wild to me. It just comes down and blows something up. It seems good on your 4-power guy, but even Choco itself looks like a good Magic card to me. It gets you a bunch of like landfall triggers whenever a bunch of birds attack. Like, there's actually some wild bird stuff in this set, but there's some good bird stuff in standard already, right? We've got like Mockingbird, which can copy any of these chocobos. That seems kind of neat. Wandering Chocobo, that was the one I meant. There's still more bird stuff in the set. Wandering Chocobo looks good for repeating like landfall triggers and stuff, but yeah, man, we got like the 3/3 Aven Interrupter. That's the name of the thing. It's a 3 mana 2/2 that can like sort of counter spells and it just plots them and stuff. You know, we got some decent 1-drop birds. We got Empyrean Eagle out of Foundations, which gives all of our birds an anthem. Like, there's so much we could do with birds that I kind of can't wait to get in there and brew the deck up. I'm not sure any of those birds make the cut, but there are enough new bird cards in this set that we might see 1 or 2. And I got through that entire thing without saying like bird brained or early bird catches the worm or 2 birds with 1 stone, or like I've completely resisted all of those puns. Give me some sort of medal. We're in the top 10 here, and number 10 is a card that was going to be on my sleepers list, and then I realized like everyone's talking about it. It's Nibelheim of Flame over here. This is the kind of card that makes Gruul Monsters a deck just like all by itself. You know, if I go like turn 3 Pugnacious Hammerskull into this, I'm blowing up on my opponent's little Corey Steel Cutter tokens or whatever. It really doesn't matter. And then later in the game, I can just cast it again. Draw a bunch of cards. I probably don't have too many left in my hand at that point. So a sweeper that you can cast twice and also draws cards on the second one is why is that? What I was going to say, why is that not a card more people are talking about? But again, everyone's kind of beating me to this. I think we all realize that Nibelheim of Flame is a very real card. Not to mention it's really good with like lifelink and death touch creatures for pretty obvious reasons. Even if you just choose like a 1/1 death touch, dude, you just blow away your opponent's whole team. So that could be fun. That said, my number 9 is another sweeper. It's just Ultima. I mean, I feel like this has to be on the list somewhere, and I do think it's powerful enough to be in the top 10, man. Not only is this just destroy all the creatures, but it's also destroy all the Corey Steel Cutters if you can get to it. I think that definitely makes a big difference, but it can blow up a lot like job select artifacts and stuff like that. It just completely nerfs the Simulacrum Synthesizer deck, and it also does some work against any sort of sacrifice decks because it nerfs death triggers as well, which I hate. You know, I was really hoping that maybe after Sunfall rotated in like a month or 2, it's not going to be too long. Sunfall's going to rotate like early August, and then maybe we could play some Aristocrats, buddy. Even though we lose like Elisol Core, we still have a bunch of different Blood Artist things. Maybe we can make it work. Sunfall's gone. Ding dong, the witch is dead. But nope, Ultima stops death triggers because the turn ends. I hate it, thanks. But I still have to acknowledge it's a really good Magic card, so here it is. As far as number 8 goes, let's talk about equipment stuff. I'm cheating again. I did this with the Chocobos, but I think equipment might actually be very real in standard, especially considering stuff like Cloud. Obviously, I should say, Cloud would just be on the list if I didn't have an equipment stuff place, and I'm not sure most of this other stuff would be, to be honest. So if you just want to pretend this entry is Cloud, you can, but there's other stuff like Robon that I don't think people are talking about enough. This is like the best way to equip stuff for free in standard, and that's going to matter with things like the Buster Sword, for instance. If you can get this equipped for free, it suddenly becomes a much, much better equipment because it's actually a pretty good freaking equipment. But all the way down to stuff like Freya Crescent, a sort of Llanowar Elves for equipment stacks that takes equipment pretty well because it flies during your turn. And I'll even give a shout out to like Coral Sword. I think the ability to play this at instant speed and make like your Aldebert Steiner, you know, get a little bit larger with the lifelink, and now it's got first strike and all that. Honestly, I think that Coral Sword is halfway decent, but we already have like the Umezawa's Jete knockoff, Lost Jete in standard. We have, you know, Dire Flail or something like that for 1 red mana. We have decent equipments in standard right now, and you know, we're getting a lot of really good stuff in this set. I haven't even mentioned Furion yet. Furion or whatever his name is. He's great too. So like, there's just so much good red-white equipment stuff in this set that it might finally be a standard deck. But my number 7 is a card that will wreak havoc in Commander. I think this may end up being one of the most played Commander cards of the set. But again, we're talking about competitive environments here, and I think that Luiso's Sacrifice could be better in more formats than just Commander, to say the least. This could be a standard playable card, as well as potentially a Pioneer or Modern or even Legacy playable card. I'm not sure what legendaries you're playing, but just focusing on standard alone, there are plenty of, say, blue and white small ball legends that only cost 1 or 2 mana that you really wouldn't mind sacrificing to this, but both because they could give you some form of value, or just because they weren't that much of an investment in the first place, and you get to counter the sweeper in your mostly aggro deck. You know, there's plenty of ways to put together, like, say, an Esper aggro legends deck that plays a bunch of 1, 2, and 3 mana legends, and all you have to do is throw one of them away to counter the Sunfall or Temporary Lockdown or whatever it is. That seems like a fantastic deal to me for just 1 mana. But do note that you can cast this dry. You don't have to sacrifice the thing if you got the mana open, and 3 mana to counter not only a non-creature spell, which is probably what you're going to use it on a lot of the time, but say a Planeswalker ability, or, you know, a triggered ability of some kind. There's a lot of those, and we know that because people still to this day play Tishana's Tidebinder. I'm not sure this is a better card than Tidebinder because it doesn't put a creature on the table, right? But at the same time, what this does do is counter most spells, most spells, non-creatures for sure, but also a bunch of wacky activated and triggered abilities. This has a lot of use on a potentially 1 mana card, and that is something that I think transcends Commander. Don't be fooled. This isn't just an EDH card. And the same thing is true of these adventure lands. Now, mostly these look great in EDH, but weirdly, I think these are better in Standard than people are giving them credit for. And I'm not sure why they're not getting enough credit in the first place, right? These are lands. You can just play them as lands. That's, you know, opportunity costs and all that. We've had this talk before, but especially the black one, the one that kind of does a Village Rites impression and lets you sacrifice artifacts too. That's not too bad. It's sorcery speed, so but if you want an instant speed one, I actually think the red one might be the best one you can play in Standard. I just don't know why, like, a mono red deck or a red X deck wouldn't play 1 copy of this, because instant speed might actually be kind of a big deal for something like this. And you've also got plenty of non-creature stuff like burst lightnings and effects like that, pump spells, right? Monstrous rages that can proc the, like, 0/1 guy's ability. You can even attack with the 0/1 and then, you know, monstrous rage him and get in for a bolt's worth of damage. So I think just the red one is probably the most likely one to see play in Standard, but the white one might go in mono white to get back Caretaker's Talents and other important enchantments. You can make a case for it. The blue one might go in Jace decks as another huge mill piece if that's what you want to do with it. And even the green one looks okay in these kind of like Teamer Doppelgang lists that go super duper late. This creates a threat late that can then be doppelganged or whatever. So there's just a kind of a use case for every single one of these in Standard. But my number 5 is a pretty big swing here. It's Zodiarch Umbral God. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people write this card off. We've really made it to that point, haven't we? You know, I'm not trying to be a dinosaur, but back in my day, not trying to yell at clouds here, but a 5-mana 5/5 indestructible that removes creatures when it ETBs? Like, how is that not a busted creature? Look, I know this says rounded down, and that is pretty sad, but this is still probably going to remove a creature or two from your opponent's side of the table when you play it. I know it's a bunch of black pips. It's not the easiest card in the world to cast color-wise, but once it's on the table, how is it bad at all ever? You know, so I just think this instantly becomes the best, you know, black 5-drop in Standard, and that's in a format with Unholy Annex and Aclazats and stuff. I just don't really know what most people do about this once it's on the board. But my number 4 is probably the most argued about card in the set. Is it Standard playable? Is it only meant for Commander? It's trash, it's great, it's broken, it's fine. There's a lot of people have a lot of opinions, and I'm going to take a stand on Vivi over here. Vivi, I really do think, is one of the better cards in the set for competitive play, period. I don't just mean Standard here. I again mean Pioneer, Modern, and yeah, I'll say it, even legacy. I mean, we just had Nadu take over a format not too long ago, so it's not unheard of for a 3-drop creature to just be broken. I know that Nadu isn't quite as removable as this thing is. You know, Vivi's a tiny little guy, and he starts life as a tiny little guy, and he'll probably always be a tiny little guy, but it's definitely the kind of tiny little guy that if it's not immediately dealt with on site, takes complete control of the game. Ultimately, my take on this is just like any card that has the ability to make this much mana this quickly in a game of Magic, turn over turn, obviously has the potential to be busted. We'll wait and see if it is, but I think that a lot of the folks out there just saying like this is a no chance card for Standard are wrong. We'll see if it actually does see Standard play or not, but ultimately there was a reason that this wasn't on like my overrated list or anything. This is a crazy Magic card when done correctly, and to be honest, I just don't think it's that hard to do it correctly. Now, we are in my top 3, everyone, and I gotta say that as much flack as this set has taken in terms of power level, there are definitely 3 cards in this set that I think were for sure designed for competitive environments specifically. I think one of these you could make an argument for Commander, but again, all of these I think more than any other cards in the set were specifically designed for 1v1 formats. And number 3 is Cecil Dark Knight. Now, Cecil is a 1-mana 2/3 Death Touch, which will brick wall all kinds of aggro decks. It doesn't look like it's great against aggro because of that ability, but in case you've never seen a Jackal Pup, this is like the most pumped up version of a Jackal Pup to ever exist. And there's actually a mono black deck in Standard right now that wants to lose life. We just saw The Last Ride, we have this and Skittering Surveyor, and even stuff like Dark Knight Sword, which works pretty well with it, but also hooks up to, Deep Cavern Bat and other lifelink creatures like Carsey Revenant really nicely early in the game. So we got a real deck coming together right now in terms of mono black aggro, and Cecil is a keystone piece in that deck. And once you get down to a certain life total, he suddenly becomes a 1-mana 4/4 lifelink, so that'll help you gain some of that life back if you're suddenly in a battle in the trenches with that mono red deck. And Cecil does just happen to be one of my favorite characters from any Final Fantasy ever. I love this dude, but they definitely did him justice, and you can't say that about every card in this set, but you can say it about Cease. But my number 2 is Tifa Lockhart. This is the thing I was talking about sacrificing Zac to earlier. Both in terms of flavor, I think that's really, really funny, but also that'll protect your Tifa, which you probably want to do because, once this thing is out, it's got a massive target on its back. Most opponents are going to be well aware of what this can actually do very early in the game. Oh, and by the way, when you sacrifice Zac, he puts his counters on her, and that's crazy because, if you can put counters on her, or maybe even just play a pump spell, and suddenly you'll understand why she's so much better than Mossborn Hydra, right? Whenever you play a land, you get to double the number of counters on Mossborn. Tifa does work a little bit differently, and it seems worse because she doesn't get counters, but it's a little different because let's say I cast a Giant Growth on Tifa and then play a land. Well, that means that even, again, dry, she'll just be an 8-power trampler that turn. Insane. If I play Tifa on turn 2 and then turn 3 play double Giant Growth, what is she, 7 power, I drop a land swinging for 14, it's just, again, maybe even play another Giant Growth or something, or some pump spell. This just goes super well, not only with pump spells, but stuff especially like Snakeskin Veil. Again, your opponent's going to put a target on this immediately, and they want to blow it away. So if you can target it with Snakeskin Veil, it gets a counter. That's going to help its landfall ability, and you'll also be able to, of course, counter whatever they're trying to kill it with. I think that's going to be really important. Protecting Tifa is going to be super important in this environment, but I do think this is a super standard playable card. And again, maybe even beyond standard into older formats, because once you get around to, all the tricks that can increase this thing's PT before you drop a land, and how many lands you can actually drop in a turn for that matter, you don't have to just play one land in a turn. You can say, let's say on turn 3 that I double Giant Growth this and then play a Fabled Passage. Do I win the game yet? Is that a turn 3 win in Standard? I think it is. So again, there's just too much that you can do with this, right? I just think that this can get out of hand very, very quickly, and it's going to be a playable card for sure. I did that all in one take, and I'm not sure I nailed it, but I think I said everything I need to say about Tifa. If you don't know, now you know. Tifa's crazy, and you will be seeing this lady. But number 1 on the list is Starting Town. Look, This is just, I think, by far, by actually a fairly big margin, the absolute best card in the set. Again, not just for Standard, but I think you can make an argument for this definitely in Pioneer, if not Modern. This is just kind of another mana confluence for all intents and purposes. Only, this you can tap for a colorless mana, so it's not just City of Brass. It's like better than City of Brass in that way. It may look kind of bad, but we already play all these decks in Standard with the dual lands that like come into play untapped if you play them early. This is basically exactly the same, but it makes any color of mana, which makes all these like 3-color aggro decks we've been Magic Christmas landing for the last 10 months an actual reality. And not only that, but I think this plays fine outside of just 3 and 4 color aggro decks, right? Mid-range decks and even control decks that want to play a bunch of colors can play a card like this to great effect. It might end up doing a couple of damage to you, and yeah, we're in a kind of fast format right now, at least theoretically, but I don't think that stops Starting Town from being just about the best card in the set for nearly any format, really. But that is it. Wizards, Warriors, and Red Mages. That is all we've got for this one, but let me know how you felt about it. If there's anything that I haven't mentioned, it might be on the sleepers list, so maybe check that first. There's some good stuff over there, but let me know if there's even more stuff that maybe I didn't get to that could be playable in Standard here, because honestly, I kind of left off a couple of cards. I could have made this a top 33, I think, if I wanted to, but I feel like that would have been weird. Anyway, y'all, just hit me up with the opinions in the comments section and do the YouTube stuff on the way out. Make sure you hit the button shaped like a thumb, sub to the sandwich if you haven't done it yet, and of course, you can check out the Patreon, $1 a month, and there should be a Patreon poll live later today after I upload this, so get in there if you want to vote on the first Standard deck of the season. But like I said, that's all I've got for now, but I really want to know your take on all this stuff down there in the comments. So I'll see you down there, y'all. I'm Deb from The Place. Thanks for watching, Wizards. Spread love and be kind.
Magic's new never-rotating core set Foundations is finally here. Can we open some sweet Japanese showcase cards, maybe a super expensive fractured foil? Well, let's crack open some boxes and find out. Alright, so it is finally Foundations time, and I gotta say, I am super excited for this set. I've always loved core sets. I feel like core sets are just good for the game anyway because they give us a place to reprint stuff that doesn't fit into other sets. But this one is especially sweet because the new cards are super sweet. The reprints are super sweet. Plus, it's not going to rotate like forever. So these cards are going to be important for Standard for a long time. And there's some really expensive stuff we can open. So gonna be interesting to see how this sets goes. So yeah, Foundations, booster number 1. Super curious how other people are interacting with this set. Are you picking up Foundation boxes? There is some expensive stuff. The biggest hits are, I think, Japanese showcase cards and the fractured foil versions in specific. Ooh, Vivian Emblem, looking good in foil. Not a ton at the lower rarity. Soulstone Sanctuary. I don't know if this card's good or not. A creature land that's all creature types, very powerful. Remaining a creature is a bit of a concern. Banner of Kinship. I feel like Banner of Kinship, at a minimum, going to be good for Commander. Kind of like a better coat of arms. Preposterous proportions. I feel like this card's just actively not good. I don't know, maybe you make it work in a token deck, but without any evasion, I feel like +10/+10 to everything is not that. Foil, Liliana Dreadhorde General, looking good. I love this card. I don't know how good it'll be this time in Standard, but it is a very powerful Planeswalker. Mossborn Hydra. And all right, down to the lower rarity stuff. So the big lower rarity hits, this might be worth a little something. Our new Blood Artist effect. I think the big lower rarity hit is the Heir Apparent, that you can play any number of rabbit common. That is by far the most valuable. And then I think the new Lava Spike is the Bolt Bend. It takes me a little while to remember all the card names, especially this set that's like, wow. Look at that. Look at that. So that's not fractured foil, but that is a super sweet anime or Japanese Progenitus. That art looks so good. It looks so, look at it shimmering foil. Man, what a card. We're going to have to build a Progenitus deck in Standard and see if we can make it work. It is a lot of mana. Oh, wow, that's even a better hit. Bloodthirsty Conqueror. Pretty sure this is the most expensive card in the set. As far as just like main set cards, I think this card might be good. Combo piece and a 5/5 flying body. You can do all the like Sanguine Bond, Exquisite Blood shenanigans. Plus there's some combos with it in standard. Black has so many random combos in standard. Lunar Insight, Mudroltha, pretty popular commander. Curator of Destinies, Planes, and do we have any heir apparents? Do we have a heir apparent? Do we have no hairs? Well, that was a good pack. That was a really good pack. That Progenitus looks so good. I bet it would look even better in fractured foil. So what do you think of a core set that never rotates? Also, why is my mic dropping? There we go. All right, Mike, stay. I think it's a ghost. What do you think of a core set that never rotates? I've heard mixed things. I like that core sets are, new Elenda, Saint of Dusk, Ashru Animist, Crystal Barricade. This is also, I think, the most expensive rare in the set. Giving yourself X-Proof, not bad. And then the second ability, preventing all non-combat damage to creatures you control, other creatures you control. Relevant against like Pyroclasm and stuff. I think this card at least will see sideboard play in standard. Consuming Aberration. Sky Knight Squire. I think this card could be really good too. Getting a +1/+1 counter whenever a creature enters, and not saying non-token means that this can get super big, super fast. Something like Jeskai, Convoke, I think. Cool. I love all the reprints. The set's like very nostalgic. I feel like, so there's upsides and downsides, right, to a set being in standard for 5 years. The downside is it might get boring after a while. That 4 years from now we're playing with the same cards. 5 years from now we're playing with the same cards. So that's the downside. The upside is it lets Wizards kind of lay a foundation for the format, right? We always know there's going to be some sort of reanimation, some sort of Blood Artist effect. Like, it just lets you build off of this set with future sets and hopefully make standard. Wow, another one. Okay. Bloodthirsty Conqueror number 2. This is a pretty awesome box so far. The best mythic in the set twice already in like 3 packs. Blasphemous Edict, also one of the better rares in the set. I feel like this is better than people think in Commander, and still like not insane. I think it's a good Wrath. It's a good Wrath. I do think getting 13 creatures to get the discount is going to be maybe more challenging than people think. Electro Duplicate. Wow, double. Apparently we're going to be playing some Blasphemous Edicts in the future since we got 2 of them. A High-Fae Trickster. Island. Rexage. It's a nice looking treatment. I love some of the treatments on the reprints too. Like Rexage, it's not a valuable card, right? It's been reprinted a bunch. It is a playable card though in Commander and even in Modern a little bit. So nice to get a sweet art treatment on it. And that's one of the things I love about this set is like even the not super exciting cards are still like nostalgic. High Society Hunter. Oh, wait, is that? Oh, look at that. Look at that foiling. Oh, wow. Wait, this has to be like fractured foil, right? I think. Look at those mana symbols. That has to be That's so cool looking. Unfortunately, it's a High Society Hunter, which I don't think is that great of a card, but the foiling, that's got to be some sort of special foil. I didn't think that was fractured, but I don't know. Maybe that's fractured foil. Kiora, the Rising Tide. Another Crystal Barricade, looking good in Extended Border. 9 Lives Familiar. Preposterous Proportions. The squirrels will rule the world. Another Rexage, Meteor Golem. So yeah, I'm curious. Let me know in the comments. Like, so discounting the set and the cards in the set, which obviously there's some cool cards in the set, but what do you think of the impact on standard? That's something I'm very curious about. If people are hyped for it or dreading it. Exemplar of Light. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on this creature, draw a card. This only triggers once per turn. 4-mana 3/3 flyer. Could be okay in a... Wait, they don't all have that. Yeah, that's definitely... No mana symbols in that foiling. That's definitely... I don't think it's fractured, though. New Goma. Extended. Archmage of Runes. This card, I think, is going to be super popular in Commander. Spell Reduction and draw a card whenever you cast Insert Sorcery. No once per turn or anything. You pay 4 mana just for the, what is it, a 4-mana 2/2 Archmage Emeritus? Just for the card draw mode. So you pay 1 more mana, you get a 3/6 and a cost reduction on your spells. Flamelike Phoenix. Ah, man, it makes me wish we could go back to the original days of Hollow One. Painful Quandary, already in standard. Swifty, Dust Boots, Shivan Dragon. How the Mighty Have Fallen. Hilariously, I don't know, you probably know this story if you've been playing Magic for a while. So Shivan Dragon, originally from Alpha, right? From the original Magic set. Back in its day, it was as expensive as Black Lotus. It was honestly a fair trade back in like 1993, 1994 to trade your Shivan Dragon for a Black Lotus. That would not be a ripoff. That was just a straight up fair trade. Now Black Lotus sells for house money. And Shivan Dragon is an uncommon in Foundations. How the Magic world has changed over the past 30 years. Oh, Dragon. Are these double-sided? Oh, they are. Double Dragon. Okay, you get to choose your... Oh, one's a 5/5, one's a 4/4. New Kaikar. Foil extended. Itali Primal Storm. OG Itali. OG Itali is a cool card. Sylvan Scavenging. I'm not sure if this card's good or not. It does a lot when you're already doing a lot, but if you get Wrathed or something and have nothing going on, it does much less. Homunculus Horde. Oh, so many flibble fibs. I guess they're just generic homunculi, but Galta Primal Hunger. Curious if Galta, Youthful Valkyrie, curious if this thing. Oh, speaking, so back in the day, going back to Alpha again, back in Alpha, there was a card called Crawworm that was like one of the biggest Timmy cards, just a 6-mana green 6/4. Now, in Foundations, we get Quake Strider Ceratops, which is literally double the stats, a 12/8, just a vanilla 12/8 for 6 mana. And hilariously, it's still not going to see any play. It's still just bad. How big would a creature have to be? I think for just a vanilla creature to see play, we've seen a little bit of Multani and Yargle, right, see play, like in very fringe situations. I think once a creature hits 20 power, then it's in the conversation at least, just because of flings and so forth. Scrawling Crawler. I feel like this is actually one of the more valuable rares in the set. Quilled Great Worm. If you can keep this on the battlefield, it makes combat absolutely a nightmare. Another Homunculus Horde, Rune Scar Demon, the reprint, Seer Slicer Goblin. I feel like this is a good mono red card. The problem is mono red. Ooh, fancy Abrade. The problem is mono red is more of like a pump spell deck, and that's not really a pump spell kind of card. So I'm not sure how good it's going to be in like the current standard versions of mono red, but I feel like it's a good card. We'll have to see. One of the most Blasphemous Edict, number 3 in foil, Leyline X. Was not expecting an equipment Leyline in this. Another banner kinship. New Alicia who laughs at fate. I feel like Alicia could also be pretty solid. It is annoying that it dies to cut down and to shock and to burst lightning. That is an issue, but if you make it to your end step in the right deck, even if you reanimate 1/2 drop, it's pretty good. And if it sticks around, it's really good. More tallies. Where's all of our hair appearance? We're getting 0 value and throwing around all of our lower rarity cards. What do we got? 3 more packs to go. I feel like this has already been a decent box, just based on hitting those the Mythic Vampire combo piece thing. Ooh, Shiny Rat. Leyline. Ooh, look at, is that? No, wait. Oh yeah, that's the. So this has got to be Fractured Foil, right? I thought Fractured Foil looked differently, but this mana symbol foiling, unfortunately. No, this can't be Fractured Foil. What is the traditional foil, fractured foil? Traditional foil. Oh, mana. Okay, 17 mana foil rare. Okay, this is mana foil. So it's not fractured foil. It's another special treatment, the mana symbols. Ooh, Twin Flame Tyrant. This is also part of that Mythic cycle. One of the most expensive cards. 5 mana, 3/5, double your damage. So it's actually like a 6/5. Seems reasonable and extended. Ton of Bones, Bobble Burglar, and Kaido, new Kaido. Gonna have double Kaido in standard. Both caring about ninjas. Loot, new loot, Exuberant Explorer. I gotta say, and this might be controversial, I kinda dislike loot. I kinda dislike loot. It feels so forced to me. It feels like WotC decided they needed a Pikachu, and then they made loot to be their Pikachu. But, Pikachu wouldn't be Pikachu if it was intended to be Pikachu, right? It happened organically. I don't know. It feels weird to me. Loot feels weird. What is this card? Zolashar Lichlord. 2 mana 2/2. War to pay 2 life. Tap. Cast a zombie creature card from your graveyard this turn. The ward helps. It still dies to everything, but at least your opponent takes some damage. Another Alicia. Another Sky Knight Squire. Scavenging Ooze. I feel like this should be reasonable in standard again. Slag Storm. 3 damage to each creature, 3 damage to each player. It is nice that you can hit face with Slag Storm, one of the upsides of Slag Storm compared to similar cards. Still no Hair Appearance. All right, one more pack. Can we get a Hair Apparent? Maybe the Hair Apparents are going to be rarer than I think. All right, last pack of box 1, Cat Token. Ash Root Animist. Feel like this could be a good card. It just doesn't really have a home. Another Soulstone Sanctuary. Celestial Armor. Could see some Commander play. Man, a lot of banner kinships. Time Stop. I don't know if I'm happy this is returning to standard. The art is... Wow, look at that weird foiling in the face. Is that a misprint? Wait, is that blue on the face normal? It's very noticeable in foil. It's gotta be intended. Hair Apparent. Can we get a Hair Apparent? Can we get a Llanowar Elves? I'm going to be very curious as we go into box number 2. I'm going to be very curious. Is green back in standard? So we got Llanowar, which is huge. We got Ghalta, which is huge. Like, Wizards knows. They know that green has sucked in standard for 2 years and black has dominated. They are giving us some of the all-time best green cards. Like cards that should make green really good in standard. Is it going to be enough? That is the question. That is the question. All right, first pack of box 2. Ooh, Vivian Reed, looking nice in foil. I think they had pretty good Planeswalker selections. More Alicia's. Arabo, the First Fang. You're gonna be playing this one on a Commander Clash. I think I got a sneaky way to build this in Commander. I think actually, so it looks like a generic like Cat Tribal Commander, a Johnny. Might be good with Undead Slasher. Actually, just a one-shot kill with Undead Slasher, right? Double strike it, hit ya. Actually, I'd have to math it. I don't know if it's actually a one-shot kill, but it's pretty close. Draycatcher. And still no Hair Appearance. But I think that the new Arabo, I think it's actually a combo commander. But you're gonna have to watch Commander Clash in a couple weeks to see if the combo even works. But that's how I'm building Arabo, is as a commander, is a combo commander. Ooh, Kaido Emblem. And ooh, Alicia with the mana symbols. I wonder if the mana symbol foils, I don't know if they're, I know the fractured foils are worth a ton. I feel like the mana symbol foils probably worth more than normal foils, but I don't know if they're super expensive. New Niv Mizzet Visionary. No max hand size whenever Search deals combat damage to an opponent, non-combat damage to an opponent. You draw that many cards. That is actually kind of insane if you untap with it. Like Lightning Bolt turns into Ancestral. Whew, yeah. That seems pretty good. Spinner of Souls, 1,000 Year Storm. I love 1,000 Year Storm. 1,000 Year Storm's never good, but it is, that looks very interesting in foil. I actually like that land, the art's sweet. Youthful Valkyrie again. Bushwhack in Prison of the Moon. Yeah, it'll be sweet to see the impact. But yeah, what do you think of mono green? Is mono green back? Or like, is the problem with mono green that the black removal is just too strong and it doesn't really matter how good their wow. Wait, that is okay. These are super rare. So I don't think this is, I think this is traditional foil. So this is Japanese showcase of the red mythic dragon we opened a minute ago. I know the fractured foil is like $300 or something. Not sure traditional foil. I still imagine, just based on how rare these are, especially in Japanese, because you get the English ones more often than Japanese and English boosters. I imagine this has got to be super expensive. I have no idea. I have no idea what it does. Well, I do because I know the card, but it doesn't really look like a Magic card. It looks like, I don't know, Digimon or something, but wow. What an open. What an open. Quill Great. What a pack. Another. Wow, there it is. Okay. There. Yes. Twin Flame Tyrant. 2-in-1 pack. Japanese showcase. Traditional foil. Pack foil. That might be like $100 pack. $200. We might have just paid for this entire box with that one pack. The only thing that would have made it better is if it had been a fractured foil. Fractured foil worth even more, but cannot complain. Cannot complain. Wow. Double dragon pack. How good do you think the dragon will be? The funny thing about the mythic cycle, what is this? Sign of the Deep. What even makes that? Oh, the new Kiora. Seer Slicer Golem, Mossmorn Hydra, Exemplar of Light, Sky Knight Squire. We got a lot of Blasphemous Edicts. So many Blasphemous Edicts. So many. So do you think the Mythic cycle is going to be good? They have very powerful static abilities, right? You're getting like Furnace of Wrath and Exquisite Bloods or Sanguine Mods. So they're very powerful, but they don't do anything right away. They are creatures that kind of need to sit out for a turn to really do their thing. A lot of Leyline Axes. I feel like Leyline Axe is probably not very good. It's cool that it can start on the battlefield, but when you actually think through how so many preposterous, I feel like we had this exact same pack before. Ooh, that's a nice boots. That's going into Commander deck. That is a very nice version of Swiftfoot Boots. Belmore, we actually got to spoil that card forever ago. Belmore's like okay. It never caught on in Standard, but it's not the worst Spellslinger card. I feel like this box is already a winner just because of that one pack. This card's kind of out of order here. Sticking up a bit. All right, what do we get? Goblin. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, wow. Wait, is that fractured foil? Look at this down here. Why is that in the... Oh, that's just part of the art under the text box? So not fractured foil, but still. Kaido looking good. Soulstone Sanctuary, Lunar Insight, Jamon, Painful Quandary. Ooh, Hero's Downfall. So funny that when this card was first printed, so it's a decade ago, so much history in these packs. When Hero's Downfall was first printed in Theros, it was actually like a format defining card, a jaw dropping card, because Wizards didn't print Planeswalker removal. Like that wasn't a thing. Like for the first 5-6 years of Planeswalkers in Magic, they didn't believe in being able to just target them with a spell and kill them. So when they printed Hero's Downfall, it was actually like 4 of every black deck, every deck you could play it in, one of the best cards that existed in Standard. It's another card, kind of like Shivan Dragon we talked about earlier, that went from being one of the best cards in the format to being a random uncommon. High Fate Trickster, 9 lives, Familiar Draycatcher, Abyssal Harvester. I feel like this card is very powerful, but again, maybe I put too much weight in this, but when I 3-drop that needs to untap to do things, dies to shock and cut down, I'm a little skeptical for Standard. I feel like that just might be a deal breaker, just like how it lines up. And I know people are going to be like, oh, dies to Doomblade, everything dies to Doomblade. That's not true with cut down and shock, though. Yes, everything dies to Doomblade, so it's in some ways a silly argument. On the other hand, not everything dies to cut down. You can play things that do not die to cut down. You can play 3 toughness things that do not die to shock. So that's the difference there. So many Leyline Axes. We can chill. Ooh, wow. Look at that mask. I don't know the lore of Liliana's mask, but that is pretty cool looking. Zulashur, Lich Lord, another one of the zombies. Consuming Aberration. We've hit a lot of Leyline Axes and a lot of Soulstone Sanctuary so far. And zero hair. Hey, there we go. The most important open in the entire box. Hair Apparent. Look at that art. Look at that cute little bunny. I feel like as far as you could play any number cards go, I feel like Hair Apparent's actually one of the better ones. I don't think it's like insane, but I think it's one of the better versions of it. Ooh, Giada, Font of Hope. So one of the coolest things about this set, and one of the things I'm most excited about, is to see if tribal decks will be good. I feel like that's one of the things Wizards has intentionally done with this set. If you just look through Foundations, you see the pieces to build an elf deck, the pieces to build an angel deck, the pieces to build a goblins deck. Merfolk got a bunch of stuff that might make it Standard playable. Gonna be very interesting, because in Bloomburrow, right, it had a strong tribal theme, but outside of like basically lizards, Bushwhacker, special guest. I am hyped for this coming to Arena. We can finally do some 8-whacking on Arena. We've been missing one of our 8-whacks, but Goblin Bushwhacker changes that. Valkyrie's Call. This card's very expensive. I don't think it's very good in Standard. Maybe it is. It's 5 mana, and it's an enchantment, and people are ready for enchantment. It seems good in Commander, though. Just whenever a non-angel dies, return to the battlefield under its owner's control. Only creatures you control. But you return it back to play with +1/+1 counter, and it has flying and it has angel. So essentially like a weird luminous Broodmoth enchantment, doubling season. I'm honestly surprised they put doubling season in Standard. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it doesn't matter because there's already Innkeeper's Talent, which is very similar once you level it up. But I feel like doubling season is borderline scary for a card that never rotates, or it doesn't rotate for at least 5 years or whatever it ends up being. Nice little rabbit token. High Society Hunter, no mana symbols. Coma World Eater, Celestial Armor, another Giada. So yeah, Elvish Archdruid. So this is one of the big elves, right? Between, what's on my finger? Oh, blister? That's awkward. So I feel like between Llanowar and Elvish Archdruid, just like turn 1 Llanowar, turn 2 Archdruid, that should be a thing, right? That should be a thing that we can do in Standard. Maybe it doesn't matter because it all ends with a Sunfall anyway. And despite your best hopes, you're just gonna get Wrath. But if this set does not make green good and make elves good, then I feel like it's just never gonna happen. Ton of Bones! Ooh, that's a nice Phyrexian Arena. Does this beat out original Apocalypse in my commander decks? Maybe. Raise the Past. Gonna have to do some aristocrating. Leyline Axe. Our friend Leyline Axe. So many Leyline Axes. All right. Well, I think that was a good box. Ooh. I think it was bad that I hit the camera. I think it was a good box just because of that Double Dragon pack. That Double Dragon... Come on. Stop hitting the camera. I think that Double Dragon pack was just so good that it probably carries that entire box, really. All right. Box number 3. So what have we not gotten? We have not gotten a Fractured Foil Japanese Showcase card. That is, those are the biggest opens in the set. No serialized card. Fractured Foil Japanese Showcase is the replacement. Sky Knight Square, Ashford Animus. Leyline X, of course. Scavenging Ooze, Krenko Mob Boss. Krenko really needs haste. There's not a great way for a Goblin deck to give Krenko haste in Standard. If we get that, then I think Goblins might actually be kind of legit in Standard. Currently though, missing the haste, and Krenko's a lot less preposterous without haste. Blasphemous Edict. Exemplar of Light. I wonder if this is good enough. It seems good in a life gain deck. I just don't know if at 4 mana it's too slow. Niv, I think, is going to be popular in Commander. Authority of the Consuls. Coming back to Standard for the first time in a minute. Another Llanowar. Ooh, Hera Parrot. Hera Parrot, that's 2. So we only need, what, like 28 more and we can build a deck? Come on, collector boosters. You can do it. We need to open like 1 Hera Parrot per pack. For the rest of our opening, and then we can build a Hera Parrot deck. Maybe we gotta do a Planing number tier list sometime. Kaikar, Coma, Homunculus Horde, ooh, Rise of the Dark Realms. I mean, it's a game ender in Commander. If you resolve one of these, you will probably win the game. Kellen, part 40. Speaking of things, though, not the biggest loot fan. I don't know, maybe I'm just a boomer, but not the biggest fan of loot. Also, Kellen, I'm kind of like, I don't know, like, why is this dude in every set now? Although the new Kellen, the 1-drop Kellen, I think is the best, as far as competitive play, is the best Kellen they printed so far. I don't know, Ooh, Atali. Primal Storm. Still popular in Commander. We can build Atali Tribal in Standard now. Day of Judgment. This is one of those surprising cards. Like, just a 4 mana Genesis Wave. We are going to do some waving in Standard for sure. Day of Judgment is one of those cards that it surprised me that they would make it never rotate. I feel like here's my philosophy, and we're gonna have to talk a little bit Universes Beyond as we get into this. So we know that next year, 6 standard sets a year, Universes Beyond Standard legal. I think that when I first saw Llanowar Elves, Day of Judgment, and now the rest of this Foundation set, my thought was, wow, they're right to the Dragon Collar. I don't know if this card's very good for Standard, but probably fun in a Spellslinger Commander deck. But my first thought was, wow, they're actually really powering up Standard. And they announced all this before they announced the Universes Beyond stuff. Now that we see the full picture, what I think is happening is Wizards is amping up the power of Standard, and this stuff that was formerly off the table, Llanowar Elves, Day of Judgment, 4 mana Wrath, god dang it, these friggin' Leyline Axes. So many. Hey, it's me, Draku Seth, probably better known as Maw of Flames. I couldn't resist. Hopefully we don't open more Dracuses so I don't do that joke again. Be good packs. So I think that it's intentional. I think Wizards is intentionally powering up Standard, and some of the stuff that was a little weird, like Llanowar Elves and Day of Judgment, now makes a lot of sense in the context of what they're doing with Standard, with a Standard set every 2 months, Universes Beyond Legal and Standard. So I think Standard, I'm actually kind of hyped for it. Ooh, Valkyrie Skull. I feel like this card's is pretty expensive, and this is one of the better versions of it. This, I think, is a hit. This set's very weird because it's so big. Lathril, most popular elf commander. Probably not going to make it in Standard. I don't think Elves wants to go into Black in Standard. Ooh, Offer You Can't Refuse. I think this is actually expensive. I think out of the lower rarity showcase cards, pretty sure, because this is like very CDH playable or whatnot, I'm pretty sure that is actually an expensive one. So yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm very hyped for Standard, actually. I think that Standard next year is going to be super interesting and super fun to brew in. I like bigger formats, and it's going to be wild. It's going to be wild. I know there's downside. Oh God. Not Fractured Foil. But that is a Llanowar Elf. What do you think of this Llanowar Elf compared to just like the normal Magic version? I'm not an anime fan. It doesn't really look like a Magic card, but that still just looks, I think it looks really cool. I wonder if it's worth anything. Llanowar Elf's like a 50-cent card because it's been reprinted so many times, but that is, I imagine people are going to want that for their commander deck or whatever. It might be one of the more blinged versions. But yeah, I think Standard's going to be sweet. And the Universes Beyond stuff, I feel like Final Fantasy fits pretty well in Magic, so I'm not too worried about that one. Marvel, I don't know X-Men. So Marvel, I don't know how well that fits in Magic. I think that's going to be part of what it comes down to. Like, Loot, Herald of Eternal Dawn. Hype for this card, too. Flash Platinum Angel seems kind of sweet. It's 7 mana. It's so much mana to leave up, but boy, you can get people with this card if you flash it in. Celestial Armor, Chandra, Flame Shaper. Is this card even good? 7 mana, 6 loyalty. +2. Add triple red. Exile top 3 cards to your library. Choose one you play this turn. +1. Create a token to copy target creature you control except as haste on the beginning of the round. You sag it. -4. 8 damage. Device you choose among any number of creatures and or planeswalkers. 7 mana. If it was 6 mana. It does have a lot of loyalty, though. It's going to be hard to get off the battlefield. So maybe it's, I don't know. I feel like for the amount of mana it is, it might be a little underpowered. But maybe it'll be better. Maybe it'll be better than I think. So I feel like that's going to be part of how the Universes Beyond stuff works. When it's IPs that just kind of flow, like Lord of the Rings is one of the best-selling Magic sets, and I think it fit really well. So I think that's one that is almost universally beloved. So I think a lot of the Fiend art. Oh, I didn't even notice this was a special guest, a Fiend Artisan special guest. That is some super creepy art. I don't know if it's worth that much though. Fiend Artisan was a card that was pretty hyped, and then never really caught on. It's seen a little play in some like fringe decks, post-Modern Horizons 3 and Modern, thanks to, oh no, White of the Reliquary, those shenanigans, but still, not a ton. But yeah, I think that's what's going to determine the, yeah, that's like $100 bill. Is that scratched? Or is that the art? I guess that's just like part of the art. That card looks so sweet. I love how they formatted this card. Just like the straight down, 1 mechanic on each line. Sire of 7 deaths, 7 mana, 7/7, 7 mechanics, all in a row. Ward of 7 life. It is, it's just like the perfect French vanilla card. And it just looks so, look at that. I don't know where I'm going to play it, but that is a nice looking card. I just love the choice and putting the mechanics in the middle. Like the formatting, so good, so unique. Niv, Arabo, Loot, Slagstorm, and I mean nothing else in this pack matters because we hit the biggin. We hit the biggin. Well, last pack of the box. Thankfully, we hit that Eldrazi, or this box might have been our worst box. I think that might carry it though. What do we get? Anthem of Champions. Hey, there we go. Bloodthirsty Conqueror. We've done pretty well hitting those. That's our third. Pretty good for being a Mythic. Time Stop. I don't know if I'm excited or dreading Time Stop in Standard. I played against a mono blue turns deck in Pioneer the other day. Oh my god, it was so obnoxious. It was one of the most annoying decks. And now we get to do it in Standard. The good news is, there's nothing I love more in Magic than annoying my opponents. So my first thought was, oh god, I don't want to play against this deck. My second thought was, I'm gonna have to build this deck. So Time Stop in Standard, it's at least gonna lead to funny moments. It shouldn't be too good, right? It shouldn't be too good. We had discontinuity, and that never really saw meaningful Standard play. Box number 4, Kior the Rising Die. 9 lives familiar, Ray Catcher. Das Boots. I feel like we've reached the point in our box openings that we're getting a lot of reprints. We're seeing the same cards, which is funny because the set's huge. I feel like it's adding, what, 600 cards to Standard? It might be more than that. Although you can't get them all in booster packs. Some of them are part of like the starter kit or whatever. Our buddy Kellen, Planar Trailblazer. This is another card that I feel like should be good in mono red, but I don't know if it works in the current pump spell. Ooh, Kaito. I don't know if it works in the current pump spell heavy builds of mono red though. A lot of, was that a 4 mythic pack? Chandra. Oh, that's a rare. Okay, 2 mythics. All right, not even close. Kellen's just a rare. Hero's Downfall. Again. Heir Apparent? No Heir Apparent. Have both of our Heir Apparents been the very last card in the pack? I'm pretty sure. If I remember right. We've opened 2, and I'm pretty sure they were both the very last card. Right? Heir Apparent? No. Refute. Even this is kind of wild. Like, this shows how the baseline of Standard has risen, right? For a long time, Cancel was the baseline counter spell, just 3 mana counter a spell. Now the baseline, for at least the next 5 years, is Cancel, but you get to loot. So it's just, Magic is getting stronger. Standard is getting stronger. The entire game. Gleaming Barricade's not a bad hit. Spectral Sailor. Burst Lightning, I think, is a nice Standard reprint. People are already playing Shocks, and Burst Lightning, I know Strictly Better is a controversial term. Whenever you say Strictly Better, there's always someone that does the, well, actually, if you're at 74 in life and it's on turn 8 and you have exactly 3 lands, then Shock could situationally be better, so it's not Strictly Better. But in this case, I think Burst Lightning actually is just strictly better. Sky Knight, Spinner, Extravagant Replication, a fun card. So fun card to jam in Commander decks. Very slow for Standard. And off-eye you can't refuse. But it is a fun Commander card. So far this box has been kind of floppy. I feel like, have we hit anything out of box 4 so far? I feel like we have not. I feel like it's just been a whiff, although we've ran well enough in past boxes that... Ooh, Solemn. I will say, when you reprint invitational cards, if you don't know the story of Solemn, back in the day, they did a tournament called Invitational. If you won the tournament, your reward was you get to make a Magic card. So, that's where Solemn Simulacrum came from. An invitational winner decided to make Solemn Simulacrum. One of the part of the rewards, kind of like the Worlds cards these days, is you're in the art. So the original Sad Robot art featured the invitational winner. The reprint, though, is just a random robot that doesn't even look sad. So I wish they would keep the invitational winner in the art when it comes to invitational cards. Same with the World Championship cards. I feel like Alenda could be good in Standard. It feels a little disrespectful, right? Ooh, another Twin Flame Tyrant. We have hit pretty well with the expensive mythics in these boxes. We've got at least 3 of the black ones, 3 of the red ones. We might actually just be killing it. These boxes might actually be really good. We've just not got a Fractured Foil. But the Fractured Foils are 1% of packs. So I'm not even sure the odds are in favor of us getting one. Even opening 5 boxes, they're just so rare. So rare. Well, this box has been, I mean, I guess we got the dragon, but I feel like this is our weakest box yet, unless we hit something in these last 4 packs. We still got 1 more to go though. But if this is our weakest box, the next one should be our best box, right? Lunar Insight. I'm still not sure how good this card is, but boy, that art is so cool. That art is really cool. Got the mana symbols in there. But just like the art in general, very sweet. I don't know if that card's good or not. its floor is low because if you have no permanents, no non-land permanents, it does nothing. But the ceiling is like draw a lot of cards for 3 mana. If you can consistently draw 3, another great word. If you can consistently draw 3, I think it's very good. So if you can build a deck where you consistently draw 3, but it has a little bit of the same problem as that green, whatever, Sylvan Scavenging enchantment, where post Wrath, it's kind of a dead card. So I do wonder if maybe it's not going to be consistent enough to see play. It should see Commander play at least. I think it's very good in Commander. Coma, World Eater. How good is new Coma? I mean, can't be countered board 4 means it is going to be annoying to deal with at least. And if it hits you, it makes 4 3/3s. If you're actually getting a hit with it, it's kind of ridiculous. Ooh, doubling season. Number 2. We will take all the... it's cool to see Vampire Nighthawk back. For an uncommon, I feel like if you were playing back in Zendikar era, this is maybe one of the most iconic Zendikar cards. I guess the fetch lands. The fetch lands are probably number 1. The fetch lands are probably number 1. But outside of fetch lands, I guess Goblin Guide's pretty iconic. I don't know. When I think of Zendikar, I think of Vampire Nighthawk. Maybe it's mostly because of limited. Ooh, boy. As well as we've run with Mythics, we have run poorly with special guests. Condemn. Not very good. I mean, it was Herald of Eternal Dawn, something at least. Swiftblade Vindicators in this set? I didn't even realize this was... This set's so big. And I was in Vegas for the start of spoilers. Every once in a while, you see a card. Wait a minute. Where did you come from? Where did you come from, Swiftblade Vindicator? All right, we need to hit something in these last 2 packs, or box 4 is going to be the worst of our boxes. All right, Llanowar Elves, English version this time. Not Fractured Foil. It would be nice if we could open some non-commons in that slot. A Johnny, Caller of the Pride. I bet a Johnny sees play. It's been a while since we got to talk about opening yet another Leyline Axe. All right, I know. Ooh, that Pride Mate. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of this on Arena. Arena players love their life gain decks. All right, well, one more pack. Fractured Foil. Fractured Foil, Mythic Vampire dude whose name I don't remember. Blood something, like every vampire. All right, here we go. Tiny Bones. Not fractured anything. Exemplar of Light. Homunculus Horde. Leyline Axe. Hooray! Offer you can't refuse. That might be worth a few bucks. Anything? No. Okay, so I'm gonna say box 4, our worst box. Again, I don't know the prices because I do them at the end, so maybe it's better than I think, but I think it's the worst of our boxes. However, there's good news, which is we have 1 box to go, and it should be our best box, right? That's how this works. If you get really unlucky, just keep gambling because your luck is bound to change because that's how probability works. All right, last box. Last box of Foundations. Lunarans. Ah, yes. Sire of 7 Deaths. Non-foil, but still, I think this card is pretty expensive, even a non-foil. And it just looks so nice. Crystal Barricade. Rise of the Dark Realms. And the funniest part of this box so far, or these boxes, we've gotten 2 Heir Apparents, the common. But we've gotten like 3 copies of some of the best Mythics. So apparently in collector boosters, it's actually harder to open a common than it is to open a Mythic. Kellen, more Kellens. Homunculus Horde, Banner of Kinship, Time Stop, Krenko. I feel like there's some cards we've just... Oh, Heir Apparent. There we go, number 3. There it is. The bunnies will rule. I feel like this set's pretty awesome. I'm so hyped for this set. We're gonna have so many cool decks to build. Even like the bad cards, Thousand Year Storms and Genesis Wave, or cards that aren't like super competitive, are gonna be fun to build around. It's a nice looking showcase Rise of the Dark Realms. Spinner of Souls. Tiny Bones. Authority of the Consoles. Another Kellen. We're catching all the Kellens now. On our last boxes. I really want to just see a Fractured Foil. I just want to see one. It doesn't even have to be a good one, Wizards. Just give us a Fractured Foil so we can see what it looks like in our boxes. Arabo. Anthem of Champions. Sky Knight Squire. Day of Judgment. An offer you can't refuse. I'm gonna have to look up the offers you can't refuse. I feel like they're actually like $10+, which I think makes it the best lore rarity card if you get the showcase one in specific, not all of them, but the showcase one, I feel like they're over $10. Homunculus Horde, Stone Soul Sanctuary, Celestial Armor, Genesis Wave, Lunar Insight, and Prideful Parent. Oh, I thought that was a Cat Lord, the double Cat Lord for a minute, but it's not. Just a common. All right. Well, we're almost halfway through this last box. So far, this last box, I feel like we started off super hot with our boxes, but Progenitus, Showcase, not Japanese, not Fractured Foil, but it looks so good. It looks so good. I'm not even an anime fan. Ooh, another Bloodthirsty Conqueror. I'm glad we've opened, I think, 4 of those. That is a win. That is a win. Oops. Didn't want that card anyway. All right. Well, okay, we're heating up. We're heating up. Still a few more packs for the Fractured Foil. Can we get a Fractured Foil? Just any Fractured Foil. Sear Slicer Goblin. Leyline Axe. Good old Leyline Axe. Wouldn't be a collector box opening without a huge pile of Leyline Axes. I don't know. Leylines can be busted, right? Maybe Leyline equipment's busted too. And we look back in 6 months and we're happy that we open 10 Leyline Axes in our collector booster boxes. Ooh. Oh, Mana Foil. Curator of Destinies. Is this card good enough? 6 mana, 5/5 flying can't be countered. When it enters, you do a 4-card kind of weird Fact or Fiction. I feel like it would have been, Callan, I feel like it would have been a good control finisher. It would have been a good control finisher, expensive Sphinx Snapcaster thing. I think it was the first time we opened one of those. I feel like that card might be too expensive. But yeah, as far as the Curator, I feel like, oh, you can actually feel the mana symbols. That's kind of cool. It's actually raised. I feel like it would have been a good control finisher in other formats, but kind of like we've been talking about, oh, Kenlin looks like a good mono red card, but does it work in the pump spell decks that are so popular right now? The most popular control decks are like Caretaker Talent decks. Oh God, why do we, our special guests have been so bad. Condemn, again, Zamone, Archmage Runes, 9 Lives Familiar, Preposterous Proportions. Yeah, I feel, ooh. I feel like Wizards did that just for me. This is really the only important open of the box is our foil Bugler Rat in standard forever, which means you get at least 5 more years of me in you until until you turn me off. Another Curator Destinies, Scrawling Crawler. We're running out of time. This box is also kind of flopped. It's kind of funny. I feel like our first 3 boxes were just bangers. 2 packs to go. Come on, Fractured Foil. But I feel like our last 2 boxes, I don't know, maybe when we add it up, it'll be better than I think. But I feel like the last 2 way worse than the first 3. 9 Lives Familiar, Kaikar, Sylvan Scavenging, Alicia, Atali, Burner Shark, some rat cards, Refute. All right, last pack. Last pack, last shot at it. All right, it's a Fractured Foil. We're going to do it in reverse. We're going to do it in reverse for the drama. So if we do this properly, this should be a token. Yup. That should be our Fractured Foil. These should be our rares, I believe. And then I think these are, yeah, lands, Heir Apparent. Nope, no Heir Apparent. All right, so this is the big one here. What do we get in our rares? Slagstorm Foil. Loot Exuberant Explorer Foil. Kiora the Rising Tide non-foil extended. Herald of Eternal Dawn extended non-foil, and Fractured Foil what? Oh, all right. Well, not Fractured Foil, but that is a pretty nice looking Phyrexian Arena. Pretty sure I can find a commander deck for that. Well, that's Foundations, 5 booster boxes. This set's so sweet. So my guess is first 3 boxes, great, great, great. Last 2 boxes, not great, not great. But I'm going to do the math. I'm going to add up all the numbers. You probably already know by now because I'm putting them up on screen. But I'm going to do the math so I know, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes with a wrap up. All right, future Seth here to wrap up our Foundations boxes, and it was a weird one. So I gotta say, I love the set Foundations. The reprints are super nostalgic. The showcase treatments look sweet. The new cards are cool. So the set itself is super sweet. But value-wise, I do not know what to make of this set. So like our last opening, since we're in pre-sales, price is super inflated, I knocked 40 to 50% off the value of the non-reprinted new cards in the set, because we know that's how much prices typically drop after a set releases, to try to get a realistic look at the value. And using that method, overall, if you add all of our boxes together, we actually did pretty fine, right? We ended up like plus $70 in value, roughly plus $60 in value. But if you look at our individual boxes, we opened 5 of them. 3 of them were straight up losers that we lost value on. 1 of them broke even. And then one box number 2, was plus $190 in value. So pretty much all of our value comes from that one box. And really, it all comes from a single card, the Twin Flame Tyrant, the foil Japanese showcase version. And I gotta say, I don't have a ton of confidence in the pricing of that card right now. Same with like the Llanowar Elves. The showcase cards are just so incredibly rare. The like foil Japanese ones, they're so incredibly rare that it's super hard to get good pricing on these. I couldn't find completed listings anywhere where people actually bought the cards. They're out of stock on pretty much all the sites. And the few copies I could find listed places were like $250, $300. Whether or not it's actually realistic that we can get $250 or $300 for that Twin Flame Tyrant, I don't really know. Same with the Llanowar Elves. Like, I couldn't find any of those showcase Llanowar Elves sold anywhere. But if you find listings, they're like $150 or something. And I just can't get myself to believe that someone's actually paying $150 for a fancy Llanowar Elves. So I listed them for $50, and I'm still not even sure people pay $50 for them. So all this to say, whether or not we actually came out ahead on these boxes is almost exclusively going to depend on how well we can do on those foil showcase cards, right? If we can get somewhere near what people are asking for them, we are going to come out pretty good on these boxes. If it turns out that that Twin Flame Tyrant is actually $50 instead of $250 once people actually start buying the cards, then it's going to look a lot worse. But it is notable that out of our 5 boxes, 80% were break even or worse, and 20%, the one box, was actually profitable. So keep that in mind. If you're just opening one box of Foundations, it seems pretty realistic that you could kind of low roll, not hit a good showcase card, and end up losing value. So it might be one of those sets where overall you're just better off snagging singles because the risk is too high and you're so dependent on hitting one of those ultra rare showcase cards. But like I said, this set's super cool. So even if the value is not good, it's still really fun to open. Of course, if you need any of the cards we open today, you can snag them from our sponsor Card Kingdom over at cardkingdom.com/mtggoldfish. And if you want to sell some of your cards, you should head over to cardconduit.com/mtggoldfish. Anyway, everyone, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed our Foundations opening, and I'll be back in the future with another one. So until then, have a spectacular day, and I will talk to you soon. Looking for even more magic? Well, you can check out our Mystery Booster 2 opening here, or maybe the video where I bought magic packs from a dollar store. Is Innistrad Remastered actually worth opening? Well, today we're going to crack open this very large and super expensive pile of collector booster boxes and try to figure it out. Let's get into these boxes. So we have 5 Innistrad Remastered collector booster boxes to open, and these boxes are pricey. They're like $340 a box. So we got almost close to $2,000 of Innistrad Remastered boosters to open here, and this set's very interesting. There is some super high-end stuff. Obviously the dream, Serialized Edgar. If we hit that, we win. It's as simple as that. Unfortunately, like 1%, less than 1% of boxes actually have it. The other stuff in this set, I'm not sure on the value. The value of this set looks kind of mid to me. There's like 1 or 2 good uncommons. There's 1 good common, and then really you're hoping to hit Meat Hook Massacres, Emeralds, some of the high-end stuff, but the treatments certainly help. Like some of the movie poster cards are super expensive, so well, let's see what we get. Booster pack number 1. Ooh, okay, wait. Old Border Foil Westville Abbey. So the old border cards, not as chase as serialized cards, but some of the better treatments in the set. Westfall that'd be pretty cool. There's also some of these that don't come in the main set, which is unique. Spell Quella, old border. So we start right with the good stuff. Vexing Devil. Remember when people thought this card was going to be so good? I mean, 4 damage for 1 mana, not bad, but it's rarely a 4/3 unless you... Oh, Cultivator Colossus. So this is actually in the top 10 most valuable cards in the set. It's just over $10, like $13. Maybe being foil helps a little bit, but that is a hit. Lumberknot. All right, now we're down to... So in the lower rarity slot, it's really Laboratory Maniac and Essence Flux are the only two that... And I guess Blood Artist kind of... Blood Artist has value, but... It's gotten reprinted so much it doesn't have that much value, but Essence Flux, I didn't realize, is like a $5 common, and then Labman is like also $5. But we really just want an Edgar. Is this an Edgar? Hey, Bearby, you're good. We're opening a booster box. We're opening a booster box, bud. Yeah. Yeah. Can I open this booster box? Yeah. And then I'll take you outside. Can we open some boosters? Yeah. All right, go play. Bear wants some attention. Oh, all right. What do we get here? Ooh, wow. Okay. Temporal Mastery. Borderless. Foil. I feel like that's probably worth something. Memory Deluge. Ooh, wow. Not foil, but that is a sweet looking Sorin. Sorin was like $50. Well, I forgot we get a reprint of Battles. We haven't seen Battles in a minute. Wizards keep saying that they're coming back, but I don't know when. Oh, I feel like they flopped so far. So these packs, you get the like 4 good cards, right? Some combination of rares and special treatments. You get 1 foil booster fun, I think they call it, uncommon, which is this Village Rites. Then you get 2 non-foil booster fun treatments, a foil old border land, and then the jank. Of course, always in foil. I actually have a question for y'all that I'd like to hear your answer to in the comments. So we open a lot of collector boosters, and I like collector boosters because you get really cool things in them. But one thing I've realized is collector boosters have sort of killed foils for me, especially foil like commons and uncommons, because you get so many of them in collector boosters. Spell Queller. Sigarda, Host of Hurons. Oh, this ability is kind of ridiculous. Spells and abilities your opponents control can't cause you to sack permanents. That is a very unique effect that only comes on Sigarda. Vanquish the Horde, Decent Commander Wrath, the White Blasphemous Act, Angel Fire Ignition, Upbraid, and Summary Dismissal. Hey, okay, Essence Flux. That is our $5 common in Old Border, which maybe makes it even worth more. But as you see, so in these boosters, every common and uncommon, I guess outside of the 2 like booster fun ones, but every common and uncommon is a foil, right? In the past, foils used to be valuable. Like hitting a foil was really exciting. Now foils are usually worth the same, or in some cases less than the non-foil. Part of that is foils curling, but a big part of it is there's just so many. It used to be like you'd get a couple of foils per box until collector boosters came. And now you can buy these packs that are just full of foils. I almost wish they'd minimize the number of foils or even get rid of the common and uncommon foils and collector boosters. I think it might make the experience better if you got like 1 foil per pack instead of all foils. Because when they're all foils, foils just aren't special anymore. It's kind of like full art lands, right? It was really cool in the original Zendikar 20 years ago. And then it was kind of cool the second time and a little bit cool the third time. But then the 4th, 5th, 10th, 100th time, it's like, okay, just more full border lands. But anyway, we're just going to open a Edgar here, serialized, so it doesn't... Doesn't matter. Rooftop Storm. The special treatments are super sweet in this set. That's probably my favorite part of this set. I really want... Ooh, thing of nice. I really want some Second Harvest. I really would like to get some movie poster cards. Obviously, our odds of hitting a serialized card, not super high, but our odds of hitting like a movie poster card, decent. So the big winners value-wise, Edgar, Emrakul, Meathook, and then Gisela. Those are the top 4. Vanquish the Horde in foil. It doesn't really pop that much in foil. Like, the foil's fine, but it doesn't really pop all that much. Like, I don't know. It's okay, but it's not any special. Oh, there we go. Okay. We have hit a movie poster card. Movie poster card number 1, Cathar's Crusade. not the best movie poster card or the coolest looking, but I think all of these look cool. It's like getting a secret lair drop card in your booster pack. Cathar's Crusade, notoriously miserable to track in Commander, but a powerful finisher for a go wide white deck. Heartless Summoning. We played some sweet modern Heartless Summoning combo decks. Rockfall Veil. These lands are so funny. Initially, they were pretty expensive because I see a lot of Commander play and even see some 60 card format play. But then Wizards reprinted them aggressively in the Doctor Who set, and that sort of killed it as far as their value. A lot of them are like $4 now when they were like $10, which is good. It's good. The price coming down is good, but it makes opening $340 booster boxes, with that being the land cycle, a little less profitable. I don't know how we're doing so far. So far, Cathar's Crusade is probably our best open. Oh, okay. Now that's a card. Not only is that movie poster, that is foil movie poster. This one kind of pops. Look at the moon up there. That moon looks sweet in foil. Foil Hermit Druid. The only problem with this is Hermit Druid's a card that's mostly expensive because it's pretty scarce and old and hasn't really been reprinted much. It doesn't see that much play, but my God, is it busted in the right deck. The fact that you mill until you hit a basic land means that you can essentially mill your entire deck if you build right. Oh, the movie poster just looks so cool. And it fits the Innistrad theme really well, too. Like, just look at that art. Oh, it looks so good. I like these. Let me know what you think about them. Oh, wow. Wow. Retro Snapcaster Mage. Oh, this is a pack. This is the best pack we've had so far. Snapcaster is one of the retro cards, not in the main set, but does come in the retro sheet. Conjurer's Closet, actually kind of expensive because of Commander. Do a little every turn blinking. Handweir Garrison. Oh, how's the backside look? Oh yeah, it's a meld. The backside doesn't look that great, honestly. No art. Gotta get the land to go with it. Spider Spawning. Infamous limited card from Innistrad. Oh, one of the coolest archetypes, Spider Spawning. I will always remember. Oh, wait. Is that a backwards? Oh, this is... Wait. Oh, this looks like Delver of Secrets, but it's not. This is a... Okay, a callback to Delver of Secrets. The bad one that costs 4 mana and no one ever played. I see. Well, get through these foil commons and uncommons. Well, no Edgar yet. We're working on it. Oh, it'd be so sweet. I want the 101. Let's get, or the 69 or 420. Those are the 169, 420. I will take any of those. Maybe 93. Those are the 4 numbers I would accept. And ooh, wow. Avocet, Old Border Foil. How's the back look on this? I believe this is the first time we've gotten Old Border flip cards, right? That does look pretty sweet. This Avocet used to be really good in Standard. It was a Standard staple of its era. Doesn't see a ton of play now, but Old Border Conjurer's Closet. I would play this over the extended art one we saw before. Muzzling Wonder. Falcon Wrath Gorgia. And then down, interesting to see Imprisoned in the Moon. Bumped down to Common. I don't know if that matters for Pauper, but it's not a horrible removal spell for Commander. Blue just like struggles with removal, so you take what you can get if you're a mono blue deck. Well, we got what, four packs left in this box? So we need to get $340 back out of each box, which, Cryptolith Rites, Old Border. Okay. I mean, Cryptolith Rites is one of the biggest wins from the set. Look at that swoosh. That's how you know. It's a real foil. Although is that even foil? It looks I guess it is just foil. I mean, that's a hit. Cryptolith Rites on the list of most expensive cards. Captivating Vampire, Old Border, Hullbreaker Horror Extended, and Lisa for Forgotten Archangel. I mean, it lives up to its name. I actually forgot this card was a thing. It's okay, Bear. It's okay. We're gonna get the Edgar. Bear, it's okay, bud. We're gonna get the Edgar. It's fine. Ooh, Thrabes. The most important card in the set. I mean, Thraben Inspector. one of the sneaky best cards that has ever shown up as a common. Just so much value, those 1-drops that give you a little trinket, let you draw a card. All right, three more packs after this in this box. What do we get here? Oh my goodness. Okay. Miug Massacre Retro foil, that's a hit. This is a card of the box so far, I think. I think it beats out the movie poster Hermit Druid. I mean, Mythic Massacre is one of the most expensive cards in the entire set, and I think this has got to be the best version of it, right? Foil and old border. I bet this is like, it got to be like $50, $60 card. It's got to be. Okay, that's a good one. That's going to help. Wedding announcement. Retro. Oh my god, Hoof 2. Okay, wow. I'm coming around. I'm coming around on this set. If we keep opening meat hooks and crater hoofs, tireless tracker. I might have to send that one to Phil. Phil does love his tireless trackers. Think twice. A braid. Some more spider spawnings. I wonder how this set would be for limited. That's one of the things. Innistrad has a reputation of being a great limited set. Like, literally one of the best limited sets. Will Innistrad Remastered live up to that reputation? That is the question. Hopefully. I bet it'll be fun. Traverse the Uvenwald, also retro foil. Galvanic Generation, Cryptolith Rights. Man, we fit a lot of Cryptolith Rights, which is actually Deadite Navigator. I might have to start playing this card again. This was a card I used to play in Line Commander, then I felt like it was kind of unfun because it combos so easily, so I stopped playing it. But maybe with the power creep we've had lately, maybe, I mean, it's a 6-drop, you need mana up, you need another creature. Maybe it's fine now. Cryptolith Fragment, and... Burning Vengeance. Speaking of cool limited archetypes, Burning Vengeance, that's part of what made Innistrad like such a fun format, is you had these build-arounds, right? You could try to draft like a Burning Vengeance deck with all the flashback cards if you got an early Burning Vengeance. If you got an early Spider spawning, you could build a self-mill deck around that. That's what made it such a replayable limited format, is it had these archetypes, and some of them developed kind of late. Like, I remember Spider spawning was an archetype that was popular when the set first came out, but after like a few months, people kind of discovered how good it was. Such a good limited format. Spirit Token. Collective Brutality. I mean, we're getting a lot of old border foils. Sadly, Collective Brutality, not really worth it. Oh my. Meatball number 2. Meatball number 2. Okay, this box is actually kind of cooking now. I still think I like the retro one, but boy, the art is so cool. Look how cool that card looks. Those mana symbols. Movie poster. Oh, and a Hullbreaker. Okay. Torrens, not as exciting. Crackling Counterpart. Splinter Fight, man. Did I try to build decks around this card unsuccessfully many times? I really wanted Splinter Fight to be good, and I could never make that card work. Well, okay, double Meat Hook Massacre. One more pack, but I'm feeling pretty good about our first box here. I think we're off to a good start. Well, let's see what's behind the vampire. Oh, Lisa, our forgotten Archangel. All right, you again. Huntmaster of the Fowls. Oh, look at that treatment. Oh, I love Huntmaster. Huntmaster is a pretty nostalgic card. The treatment of it's pretty cool. One of the best cards of its standard format. And just like, move over Huntmaster. That is a maybe $100 bill. $100 bill? Edgar double Meat Hook. Edgar, what a box. My God. Okay. Okay, back to Huntmaster. I want to see what the backside looks like. I don't know. It looks like a random Innistrad Midnight Hunt card, but it is a cool card. I mean, really though, not serialized, but we're working on it. We're working towards it. Hey, Thrabes, buddy Thrabes. Okay, so this box, Faithless Looting, not worth anything, even though it's unbanned because it's been reprinted a million times, but good card. Okay, I'm gonna say in the dark without knowing the prices, I think box 1 was a kind of a great box. I mean, obviously, there's still more high-end stuff. Better movie poster cards and so forth we could be hitting. But Edgar and Double Meatball Massacre, I imagine that does not happen every box. Man, if we get a serialized Edgar, oh, that would be so cool. All right, box 2. $340 more down the drain. Actually, I think we came out ahead in box 1, honestly. I imagine it's gotta add up to us being ahead, right? It's got to. Now, box 2, here we go. Friggin' Lisa. Every time. Conjurer's Closet. Sorin, Imperious Bloodlord. Torrens. Biolumag. Oh, that silly thing. All right. Yeah. Blade Stitch Scab. I don't think this is really worth anything, but I noticed it being listed as like $2. But there's a bunch of 40 set versions, so I imagine it's just a weird quirk of it being early in the set's life. All right. Well, more Lisas. So the first card behind the token, that is the big one. That is the slot where the serialized card could show up, or like the crazy movie poster card. Vexing Devil. Ah. Olivia. Man, that card looks cool, though. Olivia Voldaren. Look at those eyes up there. Olivia Voldaren, not one of the more valuable cards, although it was a really good standard card in its era. If you remember the infamous Bonfire of the Damned, this was the card that was going to win the game before the Bonfire came down. It looks super cool. Not high value because no one plays Olivia anymore, but the card just looks so good. The movie poster card's so good. Lots of hopeful initiates. So these lower rarity cards, like I said, literally two of them, 2.5 of them that matter. Labman, Essence Flux, maybe Blood Artist. Not in the same tier as the first two price-wise, but still, like, good enough that it's a mini hit at least. Oh my God. Oh, it's not serialized. It's not serialized, but I think that's okay. I think that's gotta be okay, right? That is Foil Showcase Edgar. Oh man, we were like a number away from being rich. But we'll take it. We will take it. My goodness. Okay. As long wow. Avison Angel of Hope, also very expensive. Yes, what a pack. Keep it going. Conjurer's Closet. Okay, like $10 bill. Angel Fire Ignition. Well, hey, there's a Blood Artist. I wonder if this version might be worth more since it's foil and showcase. It might actually have some value. Well, that was an insane pack. Oh, we might. Okay, so either we're running hot so far, which seems very possible, or maybe the value of these collector boosters is just way higher than it looks when you see the prices written out. Like maybe it's better than I thought. Ooh. Oh, this might be my favorite. This might be my favorite movie poster card. Just by the art. Grizzlebrand Ingetrog Monster. The art is so... Oh, look at the foil shimmering. The mechanics being written on the wings. The whole crowd. It's just a beautiful card. It's a beautiful card. It's got to be worth something. I don't think it's like super high end, but maybe it is. People still play in older formats. This might be the chase version. Memory Deluge, Vanquish the Horde, Temporal Mastery, and a bunch of jank. Young Wolf's like $1, not enough to make our price calculations. Usually the cutoff's like $3. If it's $3, then I'll include it in the price calculation. Young Wolf's around $1, thanks to Yogg decks in Modern. But not quite enough to actually count for our price calculation. All right, next pack. What do we get? Wolf Token. Huntmaster of the Fells. Old Border. All right, sweet. Another Hermit Druid. This one's not foil, but still good. Wedding Announcement. Hullbreaker. Wedding Announcement would have been expensive like a little bit ago. Yeah. All right, next pack. Let's see what we got. Yeah. I feel like we're doing okay. I feel like we need a meat hook. You know what we haven't seen yet is Emrakul. I want an Emrakul or a Meatball Massacre out of this pack. We got to keep that value flowing. We can't take our foot off the gas. All right, Cryptolithites. That's one of the better cards. Turning all your creatures into mana dorks has uses. Another Sigarda. Wow, double Cryptolithites. Who wore it better? Which one would you play? Actually, so honestly, this one I think has better art. I like the art on this one more than I like the art on this one. Although I really value the old border, so I would probably still play this one over this one just because of the border thing. But I do like the art on this treatment more. Lisa, our friend Lisa, who never goes away. So many Lisas. We keep trying to forget, but it just won't let us. All right. Well, no meat hook that pack or Emrakul. We haven't gotten a single Emrakul yet, have we? We've gotten multiple Edgars, which, I mean, we're not going to complain. As long as we keep opening Edgars, we're doing well. Thing of nice, Mass Hysteria. When they first announced, so this is one of the cards that's not an Innistrad card, but it's an Innistrad remastered. When they first announced Innistrad cards being in the set. I was a little bit like, that's weird. I don't know if I like it. But then once I saw the cards, I actually do kind of like. It's cool to have a Mass Hysteria with werewolves on it. It's themed after Innistrad. It reminds me of Secret Lairs. It has that same upside, right? Where if you're playing a commander deck and you want Mass Hysteria, now you have another option. And if you're like a werewolf deck or something, well, this is probably the one you'll play for flavor purposes. So it worked out better than I thought it would. I thought it was going to be super awkward, but now I actually kind of like it. Rockfall Veil. I mean, again, Infernal Grasp. I think this is one of the more expensive uncommons, although not enough to actually count towards our prices. I think it's like $2, somewhere in that range. Hey, Essence Flux, though. I didn't realize that Essence Flux was a $5 card until I started looking at this set. Like, I did not realize it was that expensive. I guess it is decent blank, so it makes some sense, but all right, what do we get here? Ooh, Resto Angel. Foil. I kind of forgot Resto was in this set. I don't know if I like that art that much. The angel itself looks kind of janky. I don't know, compared to, for some reason, the original Resto art is iconic for me. I really like the original. Metallic Mimic with, what was that, Outlaws of Thunder Junction art? The cowboy hats are back. Rooftop Storm. I don't know if you remember from the, Young Wolf Showcase. That might be worth, well, I don't know. Maybe the Showcase, this is worth something. I don't know if you remember the last video where we opened the Bloomborough tins, but I did the math after that video because we were talking about cowboy hats and Outlaws of Thunder Junction versus fedoras in Murders of the Karlov Manor. I actually mathed it out. I spent an hour of my life. Yes! Okay, foil movie poster, Avacyn. What is it with the eyes? Why are there always those big eyes? It reminds me of the Olivia Voldaren also had the eyes. Avacyn herself is kind of small in the grand scheme of things for being an 8-mana 8/8. Well, I imagine that's an expensive card. Wow, we're kind of hitting. Huntmaster. Cultivator Colossus, probably 10-ish bucks. Second Harvest. Anything? Ooh, Triskaidekaphobia. Down to uncommon. I do like the rarity shifts. It's cool to see some of those cards drop in rarity. But I did the math. I spent an hour of my life mathing it out. 40% roughly of Outlaws of Thunder Junction cards had cowboy hats. Literally like 120 of the 270 cards or something. Almost everything had a cowboy hat. Murders of the Karlov Manor was only like 7%. There were actually not that many fedoras. It just felt like a lot. But I think people played it up for the meme more than reality. Oh my god, another one. Mythic Massacre. Old Border. Foil. Okay, we're doing it. I feel like we're doing it. Maybe. Oh, there it is. Oh my, what a pack. What a pack. What a pack. Meatball into Emrakul, the Promised 10 movie poster. Wow, weird. So I will say, okay, what I did not think through with this set. Tireless Dragon. Hey, Essence Flux. That's probably $5, maybe even more since it's foil. $5+. Wow, we are hitting. So what I did not take into account with this set is, yeah, maybe the overall value is kind of mid, but you can get some insane packs. Like Mythic Massacre Retro Foil plus Emrakul movie poster, that was probably a $100+ pack. Like single pack. Wow, there's some hits. There's some hits. I will give the set that. Traverse Souvenir. Then there's this pack, which, I mean, this is the $0 pack, I think. Like, I don't know, maybe something's worth like $2, but little worse than the last one. All right, last pack of box number 2. Edgar, serialized, please. Please. Collector Brutality. Hey, okay, Retro Snapcaster. We'll take a Retro Snapcaster. Ugly Restoration Angel, Deadeye Navigator. Our friend Spinner Fight. Delver, Old Border. Old Border. Delver's the kind of card that deserves to be in an Old Border treatment. It's a legacy staple, and legacy players, they do like their Old Borders. All right, well, box 3. And, I mean, so far, so good heading into box number 3. I'm actually not sure which of our first 2 boxes were better. Although I actually feel like both of them might have been winners. I feel like those were two above average boxes. I was thinking we're going to get wrecked. I was thinking spending almost $2,000 on Innistrad Remastered was probably a horrible life choice, but it seems like it might be paying off. It seems like it might be. Hullbreaker Horror, this time in foil. Hullbreaker Horror is a good card. So many collective brutalities. Spell Queller. Uh-oh. Have we used up all of our good luck? We might have used up all of our good luck with those first couple boxes. I'm starting to think we might have used up our good luck because that pack was bad. I mean, we're due for a dud box. Our first 2 boxes feel so good. I think we're due for one just flopping. Odric, Lunarch Marshal. Odric's a cool commander card. Giving all of your creatures all the abilities is fun. Never really saw competitive play. Westville Abbey Old Border. The Gitrog Monster. I want movie poster Gitrog. I love Gitrog. Gitrog's just such a cool card. I really want the movie poster one though. The movie poster one, the art's so cool. It's my favorite Gitrog art. Well, all right. So far this box, no hits so far. This might be the dud. Or maybe we hit a serialized Edgar, and it's the best box of them all. It only takes one. Okay. Housebout's a Grizzlebrand. Foil movie poster. I don't even know how much that card is, but I bet it's gotta be expensive. It's gotta be 50, 60 bucks, I bet. It's gotta be. Oh, there it is. Yes, that's the one we were. Double movie poster pack. What a pack. You can get some good packs from this set. You can get some bad packs, but you can get some good packs. Gitrog Monster. Look at the huge frog. Look at that boat. Look how big the Gitrog Monster is. Look at that little dude. He does not know. What's up. Oh, ugly resto. Hey, foil meat hook. Even the bad meat hook's still worth it. It's still like a $30 card. Okay, that was a pack and a half. Wow. That's what I'm saying. Like, sure, we get some packs with no value, but look at this pack. What do you do with this in draft? Like, what do you take? There's too much value. There's too much value. All right. Well, let's keep the good times rolling. More movie posters, please, or just serialized. We can skip right over movie posters and go serialized. Archangel Avacyn. So bad Avacyn as far as value, although it is retro foil. Cathar's Crusade. Curious if y'all play this card. Do you play Cathar's Crusade? Cathar's Crusade's a card that it's known as a powerful card in Commander. But it's also known as a card that a lot of people just don't want to play because tracking all the counters going on your stuff is such a hassle. So I know people who are like, it's good in my deck, but I don't want to deal with it, so they don't play it. Cryptolus Rites Old Border Foil, Mausoleum Hunter, Bankster Sword. These packs have been weird. I feel like there's a lot of rares and mythics in this set. I feel like we keep getting the same few kind of over and over again. We have not opened hardly any lands, which I'm not complaining about because the lands in this set are not great value-wise, but it is weird, just like the distribution of stuff. Good news is the things we're hitting lots of are things like Meat Hook Massacre, which is absolutely absurd. Foil. Oh, I think this is our third retro foil Meat Hook Massacre in... in 2.5 boxes? 2.5 boxes. Wow. I mean, Cultivator Colossus, again, another hit. I mean, this has been ridiculous. Like, there's so many bad mythics in this set, and we just keep opening the good ones again and again and again. And also, Lisa forgot Archangel for some reason, but we just every time we get a mythic, it's a Meat Hook, it's a Edgar. If we end this with a serialized card, Sigarda. Okay, that's one of the lower end mythics. Yeah, not much in that bag. If we end up with a serialized Edgar out of these boxes, this would be a mind-blowingly good opening. I'm already feeling like this has been a way better than expected opening. And if we can top it off with a second harvest, Bloodline Keeper. I feel like this card's actually expensive. I feel like I was surprised to see that this card was actually very pricey. I know Bloodline Keeper is kind of an expensive card, but this treatment, I guess, is way rare than I realized. Normally I think of these like extended treatments as like kind of mid treatments that aren't that valuable, but apparently in this set, these are actually a high tier, another Mass Hysteria, actually kind of a high tier treatment. So it might actually be worth something. All that to say, it might be worth something. All right, we have 4 packs counting this one left in box number 3. I still feel like box number 3. Hey, I see a movie poster card too. Through the Breach, retro foil. Another one of the non-Innistrad cards, although it's got Emrakul on it, and Emrakul, Innistrad, blah, blah, blah. So it kind of works art-wise. Hermit, we've hit a lot of Hermit Druids. I think that's our third movie poster Hermit Druid somehow, which, I mean, is a hit. It is. I'm going to be curious to see where its price ends up at. It is currently one of the most valuable cards in the set. People just don't play it much, so I'm kind of thinking the price is going to crash a lot, and its price was mostly its scarcity. But we'll see. Maybe it won't drop as much as I think. Maybe the movie poster will hold value just because it's a movie poster. Heartless Summoning. Grizzlebrand, not a movie poster, but looking good in the retro border. It's kind of wild that, well, there's a Tamiyo's Journal, a bulk rare that we haven't seen yet. It's kind of wild that Grizzlebrand's kind of been almost replaced by Atraxa. I did not think that would happen. It was hard for me to envision a world where Grizzlebrand, of all things, would get power crept as our animation target, and it happened. It happened. Thanks to Atraxa. Ooh, Cultivator Colossus Extended Foil. That's got to be decent. I know the base version's like $10-11. This one, I don't know, double that maybe. It might be $20. Conjurer's Closet. I mean, I'm kind of fine with hitting Conjurer's Closets. It's one of those cards that, yeah, it's probably going to go down a bit that it's been reprinted, but people love it in Commander. So I feel like it's going to be one of those cards, even with the reprint, it'll go down and back up. It's not just going to crash to zero. Temporal Mastery. Docent of Perfection. Another callback to Delver of Secrets. Subjugator Angel. Okay, some limited jank. Abundant Growth. Actually, I have an Enchantress video I'm working on that plays Abundant Growth in Modern. I would play this version. That's a cool looking version, and there's no cool Abundant Growths at this point. So it's like at least a fringe playable card. Not an insane card, but it's something. Well, last pack of box number 3. 2 more to go after this. Edgar? Well, okay. Speaking of Conjurer's Closet, we will accept a foil extended Conjurer's Closet. Huntmaster of the Fells. So many Cryptolith rights, which again, when I say so many Cryptolith rights, that's not really a complaint. That's one of the better rares in the set. So I'm fine from a value perspective, opening a lot of Cryptolith rights. Well, 2 boxes left. Heading into box number 4, I will say, my current guess is that box number 3 was the weakest as far as value, but I still think we hit enough high-end stuff that it wasn't a disaster. But I think box 1 and box 2 probably better. I need to scoot these down a little bit. All right, there we go. Well, box 4 of 5. We're over $1,000 in to Innistrad Remastered, and so far I am not regretting the investment. So far, no. All right, what do we get here? Mausoleum Wanderer. Hey, this an Angel of Hope. Okay. I mean, that's a hit. That's a movie poster Avacyn. I don't know how much movie poster Avacyn in, but I bet it's expensive. I think all the movie poster cards I think are relatively expensive. I think the most expensive is the Emrakul. I think Emrakul's number 1, but I wouldn't be surprised if Avacyn is on the list. Not foil, unfortunately, but Spellquella. Oh, Casella. That's our first Casella. You might remember our Russian foil pre-release from the repack video. I'm actually glad. So that I wasn't sure how I was going to sell those cards. The Russian foil promos we got, because not that many people are in the market for them. I was actually shocked. As soon as that video went up, I had so many people message me and email me asking to buy those cards. So I actually sold incredibly easily for essentially full price. And honestly, I bet I could have got more for them if I really wanted to. I just sold them to the first person that messaged me, like, give me English prices, it's fine, I'll just take it. But I bet if we tried, it probably would have sold for over English prices. Vanquish the Horde foil. Hey, Liliana the Veil. Retro. Man, I remember when this was like $100 card. Lily's still good. Wow, double Planeswalkers. I guess the Magic Gods would like us to build, I was going to say a black deck, but we have a dual land, so Orzhov? Some sort of Orzhov discard Planeswalker deck, maybe some vampires in there. Liliana is still a sweet card. I bet the retro version, I'm glad they used the original art. Like the original Liliana art, I think about this sometimes. What's the most iconic art from the last 10 or 15 years of Magic? If you want to go like the Commander era, go back to like 2011, 2012, whatever, pick a starting point around there. Because I know the most iconic art from all of Magic is probably Black Lotus, right? Or I don't know, OG Swords to Plowshare. Some of the super old cards I think are number one. But if you look at modern, like the last 15 years, I would say that Liliana the Veil is probably in the top 10 at least, and maybe higher than that, of most iconic pieces of art from the modern era of Magic. But what else would be on the list? I'm curious. If you started playing more recently, what is the most iconic piece of art to you? Ooh. Of course, Hermit Druid. This is our 4th Hermit Druid poster card, our 2nd foil, I believe. I mean, hopefully that's money. I'm not super confident just because it's Hermit Druid, and I don't know who plays Hermit Druid, but hopefully we're rich. Thing in the ice. Lisa, okay, it had been a couple packs, so I had once again forgotten, and the Magic gods needed to remind us about the forgotten Archangel. I mean, Lisa's not a horrible card. It just doesn't really see play anywhere, but it's not that bad. Like, you can play it-ish. We're getting to the middle of this box, and we only got one more. If we're gonna hit a Serialized Edgar, Captivating Vampire, foil, extended, Bedlam Reveler, extended. This card used to see a lot of play. What happened to Bedlam Reveler? I guess it just kind of, we got more things printed, got Power Crep. Stitcher's Graph, there's some bulk rares. Man, at least we get a Thraben Inspector. Blood Artist. Retro Blood Artist might be worth enough to make our list. I'm not sure. I know the normal pack version of this set's around $250 at the moment. The retro one might be more. Might be $3, $4. Yeah, we gotta hit the Edgar soon. Memory Deluge, Cultivator Colossus. Okay, that's fine. Another Vanquish the Hordes. Well, gonna have to build some more white commander decks apparently because we have not original Lingering Souls art. That art is pretty cool though. I actually do like that art. The original Lingering Souls I also enjoy. The most busted deck I've ever played, I believe, was Dark Ascension Block Constructed. And it was a Lingering Souls Sorin Intangible Virtue deck, and that it wasn't fair. Like, I bought it right away on the day that it released online, so most people didn't do that. And I had like a 80+% playing like tournaments on Moto. I had like an 80+% win rate. The deck was it was obscene. And eventually I had to ban it in Block Constructed. And then they just got rid of Block Constructed altogether. No one really plays Block anymore. But yeah, that deck was so good. Hey, Arlen Cord. Okay. Arlen Cord's cool. It never really caught on as a good card. Not worth much. Cathar's Arlen Cord again. All right, so we got our Arlen pack out of the way. Here's all the bulk mythics. I was wondering, we were running too hot with our mythics. We were just hitting all the best mythics again and again. I figured sooner or later we had to start hitting the bad ones. Although honestly, maybe we should have stopped after box 2. That might have been the technique. But we are Necro Duality. I do love Necro Duality. Such a cool card. Zombie Monicon. Captivating Vampire. All right. Also, I think movie poster. I bet this is worth something. It's got to be. I think all the movie poster cards are worth something. I'm actually surprised how often you get them in these collector boxes. I was thinking the movie poster cards would be scarcer than they are, but we're opening what, like, I would say an average 3 or 4 a box. So like every 3 or 4 packs, we're getting one. I don't know. I'd have to actually count them to be sure, but that feels like the average is somewhere around there. So it's actually way less scarce than I was expecting. Wedding Announcement, Old Border, Thalia Heretic Cathar, Collective Brutality. That art is kind of cool. Collective Brutality used to be good. Alter do you go. And any Labmans? Any Essence Fluxes? No. I don't think we've seen a single Laboratory Maniac, have we? Not that it really matters. It's just like a $5 uncommon. But it is nice to get a little value out of the lower end. Temporal Mastery, extended in foil. I don't know if that's worth anything or not. That is pretty sweet art. I like how the clock looks in the foiling. Eldritch Evolution, playable card, Conjurer's Closet. Jace, Unraveler of Secrets. There we go. Okay, the bulk mythics have found us. Our first boxes we ran insanely well, but the bulk will come eventually. 3 more packs in box 4. Okay, this is my new pick for weakest box. I feel like box 1 and 2 were insane. Box 3 I think was actually fine. Box 4 so far, these 3 packs are gonna have to save it. Westville Abbey, Old Border, and foil. Also, Westville Abbey, this has the record for card that has made the most number of my commander decks illegal. I always see it when I'm building a deck, and I'm like, oh, cool, colorless land. I could use some tokens, toss it in the deck. Haha, backside. Actually a black card. Yes, I have done that more times than I would like to admit. An embarrassingly high number of times have I made that same mistake. Gravecrawler, Old Border. That might be worth a few bucks. Gravecrawler, one of the best zombies. More Vexing Devils. Hermit, our friend Hermit Druid. I feel like Hermit Druid is the card that we've opened the most. Which, considering it's currently one of the most valuable cards in the set, not going to complain. It's been a minute, though. We opened so many Meat Hooks and Edgars in our first 2 boxes. It's been a minute since we've hit one of those. Gravecrawler. Old Border. Foil this time. Archangel Avacyn. Hey, there it is. Emrakul the Promised End. What do you think of non-artifact colorless cards in the Old Border? It actually does look kind of weird, doesn't it? I think the problem is they want it to look different than artifacts. So you end up with this kind of weird looking color. It's not horrible or anything, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the Eldrazi coloring in the Old Border. And I am like one of the biggest Old Border believers. Like Old Borders, I'll play everything in the Old Border. All right. Well, the Emrakul helps. That is a hit. That is one of the better cards in the set. I still feel like we need something else for box 4 to actually break even or come out ahead. Well, is it Edgar? Ooh, Zealous Conscripts. I mean, Zealous Conscripts is a fine card. It's like a bulk card. Balefire Dragon. Balefire Dragon is always worth more than I expect. People love their dragons. Fairly Heretic Cathar. Fine. Not worth Conjurer's Closet. So many Conjurer's Closets. Well, okay. I'm going to say box 4, our worst box yet, but there's good news, which is we got box 5 still coming, and hopefully this is the best box yet. We still have 12 more shots at Serialized Edgar, which would just put this absolutely over the top. Or just more any Edgars, we'll take any of those, more movie poster cards, like any of those are fine. Well, here we go. Our last 12 packs of our, oh boy, how much was this opening? So let's see. Carrying 70, I think it was $1,700. Not counting any tax or shipping or anything, but around $1,700 of Innistrad Remastered. Well, what do we... All right, Resto, sure. Memory Deluge. Oh, come on now. two of the Restos in the same pack. Shipwreck Marsh. I can't remember if Shipwreck Marsh. So the weird thing about the Innistrad lands, there's 8 of, I believe there's 8 of them that were reprinted in Doctor Who, and those 8 are worth basically nothing, like $4, $3, somewhere in that range. There's 2 that were not reprinted in Doctor Who. Those are like $10. I don't remember off the top of my head which the 2 are, though. Hopefully one of them was Shipwreck Marsh, but I'm pretty sure Shipwreck Marsh was in Doctor Who. Oh, okay. Wow. Meat Massacre. Movie poster in foil. We're back on top. Box 4 might have been a little rough, but we're off to a really good start with box number 5. Galvanic Iteration. Man, we've opened 4? 5? Either 4 or 5. I actually can't. We've opened so many Meat Massacres, I can't remember the exact number. It's either 4 or 5 Meat Massacres, which is wild. That is wild. The rate that we're hitting those. I really want one more Edgar before we run out of packs. Thing in the Ice, Traverse Uvenwald, Thalia, Hullbreak. All right, that's a dead pack. Nothing to see here. I mean, that's part of opening packs, right? They can't all be double movie poster, $100 booster packs. It would be nice, but not actually possible. All right, Serialized Edgar, maybe. Perhaps, right here. Yeah, Collective Brutality. Eldritch Evolution. Zealous Conscripts. Lisa. Just will not let us forget her, despite what her name suggests. I mean, I'm pretty sure Lisa's worth, like, nothing. It did seem like a tiny bit of standard play. It's not, like, horrible. I'd play in, like, an Angel Commander deck, probably. Lisa. The Unforgettable Archangel. How pretty cool. We cannot get away from it. Tireless Tracker for Phil. Oh, Evolving Wilds. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, what do we? 1, 2, 3. We got after this pack, half a box to go. 6 more shots to get that Edgar. 6. Plus this one. This is a pack 7 technically. Oh, okay. Well, not an Edgar that's serialized, but that is a foil movie poster Gitrog monster. Maybe my personal favorite card from this. It's not the most valuable, although I do think it is valuable, but I love the art. I love the art. I love Gitrog. I think this is my personal favorite, to the point where maybe I'm going to have to build a Gitrog commander deck now just to play. Ooh, wow. I haven't seen that Heartless summoning art before. That's actually a pretty sweet looking. Man, I got a new. Wow. This camera's actually kind of insane. I got a new iPhone. I upgraded to the iPhone 16 recently, and I was wondering if the camera was going to be better. My goodness. It is. Yes, it is actually noticeably better. I had a 14 before, or 14 Pro to 16 Pro, but still, the camera on this seems really good. Perfect for openings. All right, 6 packs to go. Hunt Master of the Fells Retro. Hey, all right, Grizzlebrand movie poster. we will take it. Second Harvest. Renin 7. I forgot Renin 7 was even in the set. I don't know why they didn't put Renin 6. Like, does Renin 6 not count as Innistrad? I actually am not sure. Is every Renin Innistrad card or only Renin 7? I'm not sure how that works. This pack felt like oddly loose. Maybe that's a good sign that we're about to hit a serialized Vexing Devil. Unmaster of the Fells, Captivating Vampire, Deadeye Navigator, and Jank. All right, 4 packs to go. 4 more shots. Come on. Serialized Edgar to close it out. Watch it be the very last pack. Oh my God. I mean, I feel like this box is doing fine though. Maybe not like insane, but fine. Oh! Oh! I mean, not a complaint. That is an Edgar in the right slot. No serialization though. But still, that's probably $100 card or something. Very close. It's got to be close to that. All right. I mean, foil showcase Edgar. Sweet. We will take Through the Breach movie poster. I think this is one of the least valuable movie posters, but it does seem modern play. So I could imagine it climbing up just because people actually play it. Necro Duality. I don't know if Necro Duality. Oh, there's a Lab Man. I was wondering if we'd see a Lab Man. Lab Man, the most valuable uncommon in the set, around $5. Being foil in Old Border might jump it up a little bit. Well, we got an Edgar. It wasn't the one we wanted. That might mean our odds of hitting another Edgar kind of low in these next 3 packs, but you never know. Arlen Cord. Our friend Arlen Cord returns in foil and showcase. Heartless Summoning. Vanquish. We got a lot of Vanquish the Hordes and a lot of Second Harvest. And all right, nothing. What's that last card? Eaten Alive. All right, last 2 packs. Let's we'll save this one for last. Let's go here. Edgar. Serialized. Rooftop Storm. Rooftop Storm is a cool card. Being able to cast all your zombies for free is wild. Gravecrawl. Rooftop Storm. Lots of weird duplications. Bruna the Fading Light. Oh, we can get our Gisela, and then we can meld them together and make a 9/10. Oh, Blood Artist Showcase. Yeah, I don't know if the showcase. Oh, Essence Flux. Well, I know that's actually worth like $5 at least. All right. Last pack. We're going to do it. We're going to do it dramatically. We got to do it dramatically. So it should be that this is a token. That's a serialized Edgar. These, well, I guess we get to see what that card is. 1, 2, 3. Those should be the rares. And then this should be the showcase uncommon, right? Okay. Yep. Showcase uncommon. Oh, wait. Burning Vengeance. That might be uncommon too. But all right, let's see what we get. Oh, yeah. There we go. This should be the foil showcase uncommon. There were 2 cards stuck together. So, rare number 1, Croon Outlaw. Little werewolf action in foil. Well, we know what this one is. Bloodline Keeper. Retro border, not foil, but Bloodline Keeper is kind of a valuable card. That might be worth something. This is all right, Through the Breach Old Border. And now, the last card of our $1,700 Innistrad Remastered opening. Serialized Edgar, right? Serialized Edgar. Flip it or rip it? Should we flip it or rip it? Boom. Oh, God, Lisa, again. Friggin' Lisa. I should have known. All right, well, I'm going to add up these prices, come back with a wrap up. I will say right now, my guess is we did about okay overall in value. I think boxes 1, 2, insane boxes. Box 3, good box. 4 and 5, medium boxes. And I bet that equals out to like, I don't think we got wrecked. I thought maybe I was being a complete fool to spend $1,700 on Innistrad Remastered. But now that we've opened this and have this huge pile of cards, I'm actually not feeling bad, but you probably already know the prices. I'm going to figure them out. I'll be back for the wrap up and we'll talk about it. Be right back. All right, future Seth here to wrap up our Innistrad Remastered Collector Booster Box opening. And that went shockingly well. Heading into this, I fully expected to lose a decent amount of money. So at a glance, Innistrad Remastered doesn't really look like a super valuable set. And then boxes are really expensive at $340. So we spent $1,700 on 5 of them. So going into this, I thought we were going to lose value almost certainly. In the end, though, the exact opposite happens. If you look at our 5 boxes, our first 2 boxes were 2 of the best boxes I've opened in a very long time. The first one, plus $231 in value. The second one, even better, plus $259 in value. Then the last 3 boxes were like slightly plus value, but really I think of them kind of like break-even boxes. Once you got fees and shipping and all that stuff, we probably roughly broke even on those boxes. So rather than losing value, we actually ended up like plus $700 in value. Obviously, a little bit tricky to calculate prices at this point in time during pre-sales because prices tend to be inflated. The way I do it is, especially for a reprint set like this, I look at the current prices of the cards. I look at any completed listings I can find, and then I also look at the existing versions of the cards, and I try to come up with like roughly what I think the correct price is, and then I knock 30 or 40% off to try to account for the fact that prices are going to drop as the set gets open. So that's how I calculate it. I think that works pretty well in general, although I'm not super confident in the movie poster card prices. Those are the most expensive cards in the set, and I'm not sure if those like maintain their value because they're super scarce and in demand, or if they drop a ton because a lot are going to be opened. So not super confident in those prices over the long haul, but really there is no doubt that these boxes were way, way better than I expected. And I think there's 2 possibilities here, and really I think these 2 things are probably related. So first, I think it's possible that Innistrad Remastered, especially these collector boosters, might actually just be more valuable than I gave them credit for. Because the movie poster cards are so valuable, some of the extended cards are really valuable, and we open a lot of just like random $10 Conjurer's Closets and cards like that. Maybe this set, because of the value of these special treatments, is actually a little better than it looks if you just look at the base set. The other thing that I know happened for sure is we ran amazingly well. I'm not sure I've ever run luckier in a box opening. If you look at what we opened, I went back through and counted. We opened 18 movie poster cards, which I think is above average. But most importantly, we ran absurdly well with our mythics. There are 23 mythics in the set, and there's a lot of bulk mythics. There's a lot of Dollar Garrick Relentlesses and Renin 7s and Arlen Cords and Jason Ravelers of Secrets. But for the most part, we avoided opening too many of those, and we opened the best mythics of the set again and again and again, and we hit some really expensive versions like Foil or Border Meathook Massacre and the Foil Showcase Edgar. They're like $100 cards, $70 cards. But if you actually look at what we opened 6 Meathook Massacres, which is insane. We opened 3 Edgars, and we opened 2 Emeralds. Those are the most expensive cards in the set by a pretty good margin. And then we also opened an insane amount of Hermit Druids, which is another one of the higher end cards. So I think we just got really lucky. Like, if you replace those 6 Meat Hook Massacres with Grim Grins or something, we're having a very different conversation about how we lost a ton of money instead of came out way ahead in money. So I think we just ran super hot and opened all the good cards again and again and again. So I'm not going to complain about that for sure. I don't know how representative that is of someone else opening in a box though. Like, I feel like we just got super lucky on this, kind of like winning the lotto or whatever. So if you go and buy a box, don't expect to open a Meat Hook Massacre every single box. We open more than 1 Meat Hook Massacre per box on average, which is ridiculous. We open like half of an Edgar Markov, slightly more than half of an Edgar Markov per box. That is just way too high of a rate considering how many mythics are in this set. So overall, we ran super well. We got super lucky, and I think maybe Innistrad Remastered is a little bit better than I actually gave it credit for. There's actually a lot more value than it looks at first glance, just because the movie poster cards and some of the borderless cards are so expensive. So anyway, that's Innistrad Remastered. That has been one of the luckiest box openings that I think I've ever had. Those first boxes were so insane. Thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll be back soon with another one. Until then, have an amazing day, and I will talk to you soon. Of course, you can buy all the cards that we opened today from our sponsor Card Kingdom over at cardkingdom.com/mtggoldfish. And if you need to sell some cards, you should head on over to cardconduit.com/mtggoldfish. Looking for even more magic? Well, check out our $1 versus $10 versus $100 versus $1,000 repack video here, or maybe the one where we checked out some of the new Bloomborough tins from Walmart. Ether Drift is finally here. How do the gold borders look in person? What about the super wacky treatments? Can we get a serialized Ether Drift? Let's crack open some collector boosters and try to find out. It is Ether Drift time. I'm very excited to see these treatments in person. That is what I'm most hyped about, because some of the treatments, especially the gold border cards, I don't think the internet does them justice. So this is my first time actually seeing them in person, and I feel like they might look pretty cool, but we will see. So we got 5 booster boxes to go through. This is box number 1. We should have, the box topper pack. All right, are we gonna be, we gotta save it for the end, right? We gotta save it for the end. It's gotta be a reward for getting through this box. So this set, very difficult to figure out where prices are gonna land, because it's hard to tell if this set's busted or if it's the opposite of busted. There's a lot of vehicles, the mechanics are tricky to figure out, so I am really not sure how this ends up, but we're gonna get a sense as we crack these open. So, pack number 1, Ether Drift, we get Perilous Snare, extended foil, Quake Feast. All right, well, not in foil, but in Gorosaur. This card's wild to me. That treatment does look pretty cool, I guess. The art's super cool. This is like one of the most obvious examples of power creep on a card that I'm not sure is going to be playable. 5-mana 8/8 trample is so big, and you got the cycling ability, but green creatures are just not good in standard. Pema Trailblazer. You really want the commander cards in foil. So if you look through like the collecting article, Count on Luck, this is actually one of the more expensive rares in the set at the moment. We'll look at Chandra's Hair Glow. There's our buddy. There's our buddy Loot. Nothing of note in the lower rarity slot in this set, I don't think, as far as value. But yeah, so the biggest winner, obviously serialized Ether Spark, which not likely, but it could happen. And then Japanese Fractured Foil Showcase is number 2. We get Curse Cloth Wrappings. I love this card. One of my favorite cards in the set. We do not get the sexy mummy version, unfortunately. I mean, I guess that mummy is looking all right, but but yeah, being able to make a token of anything in your graveyard in a token deck. Hey, there is our artifact birthing pod. Still not sure how good that card is, but it is cool. All right, there we get a Waxen Shape Thief. What is that one? Oh, it's the clone. The downside of this treatment is all these cards look this like at a glance. I mean, I guess this one looks more like a dinosaur, but boy, they look very, I mean, it's weird art with a weird border. Hard to tell those cards apart a little bit. What do we get here? Ooh, Lost Monarch of Ifnir, one of the commander cards. So my understanding of the commander card slot, you can get extended foils like 10% of the time or something. Those are the ones I think are going to actually be most valuable, because remember, a lot of people buy the commander precons, but the commander precons, I feel like this is a good constructed card, Voyager Glide card, but a lot of people buy the precons. You don't get the extended version, you don't get the foils. All right, so now we get the lower rarity showcase cards. We get a mountain, a Razor Mountain, and random commons and uncommons. All right, well, I also think the box topper has potential to be super valuable. It's going to be really hit or miss because you only get, what, 2 cards or something? And I think one's like a land. I don't know, something like that. But if you hit a high-end one, I think those cards, because they only come as box toppers. Wow! Okay, most expensive card in the set. Is that I don't think that's Fractured Foil. Oh my goodness, look at that Lotus. Oh, that looks so good. Oh my goodness. This card's so busted. The card's like $40 right now. I think the card is even more busted. I think this is like legitimately a broken card that could get banned someplace. Like, oh my goodness. I'm surprised. It was definitely not what I expected from the Lotus. Definitely not at all what I expected. I was expecting some 0-mana max speed thing. Not what I expected, but even more busted than I expected. Regal Imperiosaur. This card currently expensive, although I feel like it probably won't be as expensive once things settle. Mectitian Core Guidelight. One of the better max speed cards, if you can turn it on. Pianalar Chief Mechanic. One of the commanders from the energy deck. Wait, is that... Look at that corner. Is that bent? Oh, that's just... No, there's just a very light spot. It makes it look kind of bent, but it's just a light spot in the art. Waste Not Verge. I mean, all the Verges are going to be hits. They're not like super high-end lands, but they are high enough end that we're going to be happy to open them. And then all the lower rarity stuff. Yeah, I don't think there is anything in the lower rarity slot that's actually worth enough to make our price calculations. Well, Lotus is a hit. That is a huge hit. And like usual, we'll do our price discount to try to keep it right. Ooh, wow. Okay, Loot the Pathfinder. This card I think is kind of broken. I'm not the biggest Loot fan. Actually, kind of the opposite. But I think this card is actually really, really strong. Start blinking it and you just get so much value out of it. Ooh, Gantine Night Minister. Some nice Richard Kane Ferguson art, one of my favorite Magic artists. The thing I love about RKF art is you know it's RKF art as soon as you see it. He just has such a unique style, kind of ghostly. Guardian Sunmare. I wish this card was good. I feel like it's not. I feel like there's too many hoops, but it is a cool design. Nissa World Soul Speaker. I think this card is actually kind of busted. 2 energy for every land, and then for you can pay 8 energy to cast your spells, your permanent spells. I feel like in an energy deck, this card's so insane. Web Striker Elite, Power Creepy, Retease Cycly, Hole Drifter. gotta get the memes in there. Gotta get the memes. Call back to Mull Drifter, obviously. Well, we're about halfway through this box, and I mean, I feel like we're doing okay, right? We got a Loot, and we got a Radiant Lotus, so we've hit two of the best opens so far. The other big one, of course, is Ether Spark. Market Back Waka. I feel like this is the worst of the double X artifact creatures we've gotten so far, but it still could see some play. Oil Deep Gear Hulk. I feel like this card's super underrated. I think a 4/4 lifelink Ward 1 is already decent, and then its ETB I think is pretty good too. I feel like people are sleeping on this Gear Hulk in specific, but really Gear Hulks in general. Unstoppable Plan, on the other hand, I feel like people are way too hyped about this card. This is one of the most expensive rares in the set, and I cannot figure out what you do with it. I know people think it's a combo piece, right? That's always the argument. Oh, it's going to be a combo piece, but I haven't figured out how you actually combo with it. I haven't heard anyone explain how you combo with it. So I feel like this, maybe some Mana Rock deck. I don't know. Let me know what you're doing with Unstoppable Plan, because the card's so expensive, and I don't really understand why. All right, random energy commander card. Lifecraft Engine. And, all right, down to the lower rarity stuff. What do you think of these lands? The driving lands are kind of cool, although I don't really understand how a boat is going to win this this race. the random boat. It's bringing a boat to a car race. Like bringing a gun to a knife fight. Or the opposite of that, I guess. What do we get here? Oh, Path Breakthrough Ibex. Okay, so this is our first showcase card. This is actually one of the more expensive. So we really want the Mox. Chrome Mox is the biggest winner, but I didn't realize Pathbreaker Ibex was like a $20 card before it was reprinted. And the art on these looks so good. It's like getting a Secret Lair card in your booster pack. Full Throttle. More loot. There's so many loots in that. Look at that. Look at that little gremlin. Oh, loot. Burnout, Bastrona. One of the better Start Your Engines cards. Rampaging Aetherid. Burnout, okay, well, I guess we're building a Start Your Engines deck since we have 2 of those. And lower rarity cards. Cool, they brought back Spell Pierce. Not really worth anything because it's been reprinted a bunch, but that is a card that is impactful to standard. All right, so we are a little more than halfway through box number 1 of Ether Drift. Still no, Unstoppable Plan. Still no serialized Ether Spark, although I feel like
every millisecond counts. Less latency, lag, packet loss, no disconnects to...
Hello and welcome to another MTG Arena video. Today we're taking a look at something a little bit different than usual. As you may know, yesterday 7 cards were banned from the standard format, just 1 month prior to rotation. So that's going to have a pretty significant impact on the standard metagame. And in today's video, I want to discuss those banned cards briefly and then present a whole bunch of decks that will now be viable after the banned list announcement. Also looking forward to rotation, so I'll make sure to mention which cards will rotate out so you can plan accordingly. So first, let's talk about which cards got banned. Abuel's Awakening, Cory Steelcutter, Heartfire Hero, Hopeless Nightmare, Monstrous Rage, This Town Ain't Big Enough, and Up the Beanstalk. So 7 cards banned from standard. None of these cards would have rotated out, so they would have stayed in standard post-rotation otherwise. And I actually made a whole PowerPoint presentation before the banned list announcement that I didn't get a chance to show you in a different video. So now I can show you that presentation, standard, what's wrong and how do we fix it. Well, apparently banning 7 cards will do it. So the standard metagame at the most recent Pro Tour was 40% Izzet decks, 20% Azorius Omniscience, 10% Mono-Red Aggro. This shows the play rates of some of the most played cards. Steelcutter was sitting at 43%, Monstrous Rage 56%, Stock Up 61% of all decks included it. And comparing those numbers to some pretty powerful cards here with Oko and Omnath at 69 and 72% play rate respectively. And as we all know, both of those cards were banned within a few months of being illegal, sometimes even weeks in the case of Omnath. And we can now add Cory Steelcutter to that list, being around for about 2 months in standard. And then the top 8 was just Mono-Red and Izzet. And then these were the win rates of all the decks at the Pro Tour. So you can have a quick look at that. Maybe that will inform the upcoming format as well. But of course, all the decks here were skewed towards trying to beat the Izzet decks of the format. So we will definitely see a very different metagame now with all the banned cards. And then talking about rotation, this is certainly still relevant for now, as we get to see which sets rotate out coming August 1st. So Dominaria United, The Brothers War, Phyrexia, March of the Machine, and Aftermath will all leave us, but we still have Wilds of Eldraine, which included some of the banned cards like Monstrous Rage and Up the Beanstalk, and every other set here will rotate early 2027, so still a couple years in standard. And then, of course, Foundations, one of the sets that's a bit of an exception, as it will stay legal in standard for 5 years up until 2030. And that's maybe also what informed their decision not to ban Omniscience and going for Abuel's Awakening instead. So the previous banned announcement was March 31st, and as we all know, it didn't change anything to standard. Standard was flourishing, apparently. And then also wanted to talk about the change in standard rotation, since we did change from a 2-year rotation to a 3-year rotation. So that's going to have a significant impact on the standard format as well. A lot of the cards that were banned yesterday were cards that they designed before they had the rotation in mind, although Cory Steelcutter is kind of the exception. So that's a card that they would have emergency banned, apparently, even if we didn't have a scheduled ban announcement. And these were my thoughts at the time when they announced the change in standard rotation, and my thoughts haven't really changed much on the matter. A bigger format means the power level is generally going to be higher, it's going to be more difficult for new cards to break through to the top of the meta, and that's maybe going to affect the variety of the format as well. And as we see now, needing to ban cards is part of that equation, which is never a good thing. If we take a look at the timeline of banned cards in standard, this is now also updated with yesterday's ban announcement. We can see that there was a period where there weren't too many bans in standard up until around 2017, which is actually when I personally started playing more paper standard. My first deck, I remember, was kind of a budget Smuggler's Copter Madness deck, and then Smuggler's Copter was banned. Then I started playing more competitively, attending more Grand Prix, and I built the Jeskai Saheeli deck, which was a pretty powerful combo deck at the time, relying on Felidar Guardian alongside Saheeli. and then Felidar Guardian was banned. So then I moved to playing a Aetherworks Marvel deck, trying to cheat Ulamog into play, and then a little bit later Aetherworks Marvel was banned. So that's now 3 decks in a row that were banned, and back then I hadn't even monetized my YouTube channel, so I didn't have a steady income. And then later I switched to the Temur Energy deck, and later Attune and Rogue Refiner were also banned. So that's when I pretty much gave up on Paper Standard, and I think a lot of people were in a similar boat with all the bannings around 2019, 2020. So I think just banning 7 cards at once like they did yesterday is probably the best approach, as opposed to having to ban after a couple of months and having people basically lose their entire decks time after time. And then now the candidates, which cards were potentially on the chopping block. Of course, Monstrous Rage, being present in both the Izzet and Mono Red decks, already banned in Alchemy. May not seem like a big deal, but it does mean that Wizards internally thinks that the card is maybe winning too many games, since they have more data than we have available. And then the Steel Cutter, as everyone knew, was also on the cutting block as just a very powerful card with temporary lockdown rotating soon. The card's only going to get better, so that was a pretty easy decision as well. Then Omniscience I thought was going to be the more likely candidate to be banned as opposed to Abuel's Awakening, but maybe it being in Foundations and without being able to reanimate it on turn 4, it's maybe less of a problem. And looking at the alternatives for Abuel's Awakening, the options aren't all that great, and most of them will actually rotate out in 1 month. The Invasion, for instance, is going to be gone. There's the red-white sorcery that can reanimate enchantments for 5 mana. That's going to rotate out as well. So I think we're left with Yuna, which only reanimates end of turn. There's also the Builder's Talent, which you first need to cast for 2 mana and then activate for 5. So the options to bring back Omniscience after rotation aren't all that great. So I think I'm okay with them banning Abuel's Awakening instead. Then Up the Beanstalk was going to be a problem after you ban all the red cards and after you ban the Omniscience deck, since then all these kind of rampy Overlord midrange decks are going to take over, and it's already banned in Modern, maybe also a precedent. So that's another card that eventually got banned. It limits design space, as we can see with some of the upcoming mechanics as well, that are another way to cheat expensive cards into play on the cheap. So that's also probably part of their decision making. And then I think between Manifold Mouse and Hardfire Hero, most people thought Manifold Mouse was going to be banned between the 2 mice. I actually thought Hardfire Hero was the more likely candidate, also because it's already nerfed in Alchemy, again showing that internally they have more data showing that Hardfire Hero might be the problem. Being the 1-drop that curves into Manifold Mouse, of course, is the combo that they wanted to break up. So I think one of the 2 mice was pretty likely to go, ended up being the Hardfire Hero. Also maybe affects the red Leyline builds in Best of 3 Standard, where Leyline of Resonance isn't banned yet. And Hardfire Hero is still a role player in the various Aura decks that we see often in Best of 1. So I'm pretty happy with Hardfire Hero being the target as opposed to Manifold Mouse. There's maybe still a chance you can build a mouse deck without Hardfire Hero, but of course Archetype has taken a significant hit. Then Stock Up was the card technically with the highest play percentage at the Pro Tour. It's a good enough card draw spell to see play in Legacy, so the card is undoubtedly very powerful, but it's also the type of card that's just kind of fun to play with. You're going to have a good card draw spell in Standard, so I didn't think it was likely to get banned, and it did not end up getting banned, so I'm pretty happy with that. I did not think they were going to ban This Town Ain't Big Enough, but of course if you ban Cory Steelcutter, maybe it can become a problem, since the various Pixie decks using Town Ain't Big Enough were among the most powerful in the format before the introduction of Cory Steelcutter. And yeah, it's also a card that leads to some pretty repetitive play patterns with Stormchaser's Talent, so I'm okay with Town Ain't Big Enough being banned. I did not have Hopeless Nightmare on my radar, since I didn't even make a slide for it, but of course in conjunction with Nurturing Pixie, another powerful engine, and nowadays you can also play a black-white Pixie deck without blue, so just having the Kirin and the Pixie to bounce Nightmare and other 1-mana enchantments is pretty powerful, so I'm okay with Hopeless Nightmare being gone, especially since Obstinate Baloth is rotating out of Standard soon, which was one of the better sideboard answers to the Hopeless Nightmare engine, being able to put it in play for free. Still have the Wild Leaf Liege, but it's not quite as powerful for every archetype. So that leads us to the 7 banned cards: Steelcutter, Hardfire Hero, Monstrous Rage, Hopeless Nightmare, Abuel's Awakening, Up the Beanstalk, and This Town Ain't Big Enough. So now we can finally move on from here and start discussing some of the decks that will now be functional in Standard. And there's quite a few. I've made a list of 13 decks here, I believe. I'll go over one by one, talking about how the deck looks like after rotation as well, and then what you can expect of the upcoming meta. Let's start with Gruul Delirium. And I've made a video on a very similar list a couple weeks before the Final Fantasy set got introduced. Now we do get to add Terra Magical Adept to the deck as well, as a relatively cheap way to put a lot of cards into the graveyard. Gives you a mana sink as well. And then we also added the Red Summon, a way to give creatures haste is pretty powerful, especially with Fear of Missing Out if you have Delirium enabled, so you can get multiple attack steps in. And then we want to combine that with Violent Urge to deal a ton of damage out of nowhere. Now in my previous iteration I was playing with Monstrous Rage, which of course got banned, so that potentially weakens the combo with Violent Urge a little bit, but we still have a big trampler with the Wildfire Wicker Folk, and the core of this deck are cards from Duskmourn, which are not going to rotate out. In fact, if we take a look at which cards are rotating, it's just Seed of Hope, a cheap enabler that's somewhat replaceable, can always play more copies of Bushwhack, which was present in that with Violent Urge to deal a ton of damage out of nowhere. Now in my previous iteration I was playing with Monstrous Rage, which of course got banned, so that potentially weakens the combo with Violent Urge a little bit, but we bit, but we still have a big trampler with the Wildfire Wicker Folk, and the core of this deck are cards from Duskmourn, which are not going to rotate out. In fact, if we take a look at which cards are rotating, it's just Seed of Hope, a cheap enabler that's somewhat replaceable, can always play more copies of Bushwhack, which was present in Foundations, and then Ren and Realmbreaker, also not really an essential part of this deck that you can easily replace with additional 3-drops. Now the mana base does take a pretty significant hit, with Copperline Gorge and half of the fast lands leaving us, and then Karplusan Forests and all of the pain lands leaving Standard, but we've already gotten a small preview of which cards will be in Edge of Eternities, the next Standard set, and that includes half of the Shock lands, and one of those is Stomping Ground, so this deck will get a pretty decent replacement for the mana base at least, so I think this will be a pretty powerful aggro deck for the upcoming format as well.
Henkelmann's chamber vacuum packaging machines are designed to protect and preserve.
Next up we have the Blue-Red or Vivi Cauldron deck. I did a version of this that was a little bit more combo oriented, that was also playing with Geralf. This list is based on the one that did well at the last Pro Tour, so it should be one of the top contenders in the next month before rotation. And of course the concept is still to use Agatha's Soul Cauldron to give Vivi's ability to your various creatures, so they can also make a lot of mana, and then you can use that mana to cast a bunch of card draw spells like the Dragon Hunt. There's also a bit of a discard theme to grow the Marauding Mako in this deck, and that can also pick up additional +1 counters, which then in turn synergizes with Vivi's ability and the Cauldron. There's Winter Night Stories to draw more cards, and we can harmonize it out of the graveyard, and then eventually we can set up a combo kill with a Voldaren Thrillseeker once we grow our creatures large enough, since we can also get additional counters from the Eidetic Memory. So this is a pretty cool kind of mid-range combo deck that can go off out of nowhere. We will actually lose Voldaren Thrillseeker with the upcoming rotation, so we won't have that finisher anymore, and then in the mana base we also lose Shivan Reef, but overall most of the deck's core will stay the same, and we might find something to replace the Thrillseeker with. So I think this will be one of the top contenders for the next month, and then after rotation we'll see where the deck ends up, but you still have that powerful Cauldron plus Vivi engine. Then we move on to the Jeskai Oculus list, which is pretty similar to the Vivi Cauldron deck in that it also has that discard package with Marauding Mako and the Fear of Missing Out. There's Dragon Hunt and Eidetic Memory to grow our threats, but instead of doing stuff with Agatha's Soul Cauldron and Vivi, instead this deck wants to discard Abhorrent Oculus ideally, and then cheaply bring it back using cards like Helping Hand, and at 2 mana there's Recommission, and then there's some other powerful 3-drops here with Light Shatter, the Scholar, and then we can also try Joshua from the Final Fantasy, using cards like Helping Hand and Phyllis ideally, plus Soul Cauldron, and cheaply bring it. And then there's Joshua from also all Final Fantasies here with Light Shatter, the Scholar, and then we can also try Joshua from the Final Fantasy set as another card that can help us discard and draw, and those can also all set up the eidetic memory to give us additional +1 counters. So this deck does lose quite a few pieces with the upcoming rotation, mostly in the mana base, since all the pain lands are leaving us, although we can potentially replace those with Starting Town, which is pretty good for these aggressive 3-color decks. Recommission also rotates out, but can pretty easily be replaced by... Now, while Mono Red has lost a lot of pieces, it's still not a deck you want to underestimate, and the only card it loses in the upcoming rotation is Monastery Swiftspear, which admittedly is a very powerful card, seen play in every red aggro deck in pretty much every format, but we still have the powerful Hired Claw at 1 mana, so as long as Edge of Eternities introduces another powerful red 1-drop, this deck could survive, now that it's lost the Mouse package, since I don't think you want to be playing Manifold Mouse without a Heartfire hero, only having the Emberheart Challenger as another mouse, but the Challenger is still very good in and of itself as a 2-2 with haste and prowess, can still activate the Rockface Village to trigger Valiant, and then the Hired Claw can also to benefit from the haste, and then Screaming Nemesis, one of the best creatures in these red aggro decks, can prevent your opponent from gaining a life, combos with your own Witchstalker Frenzy if you can target it for maybe just 1 mana to deal 5 more damage after having dealt regular combat damage. So still a very powerful deck, still have the Slick Shot to fly over and deal a lot of damage, might need to rely more on burn spells like Bolt Wave to get the job done, but yeah, there's quite a few flex slots as well. So that's Mono Red aggro. Next up we have a Dinosaur Reanimator, and this one you could go in a lot of different directions, but the main card I want to highlight as being a main role player in Standard is Zombify. 4 mana to return a creature from our graveyard to the battlefield without any drawbacks is a very powerful effect, and while we still have Invasion of Argamon in Standard, this deck can potentially win as early as turn 3 if you're incredibly lucky. Invasion, discard Galta, Stampede, Tyrant. Turn 3, reanimated with a Zombify thanks to your treasure token, and then if you have maybe a Hatcher in hand alongside a few more dinosaurs to give them all haste, you could already be attacking for lethal. This deck loses a few pieces in the upcoming rotation, as I've mentioned Invasion of Argamon, which set up the most explosive turn 3 Zombify, probably a good thing that that's no longer an option, but we still have Seize the Spoils to then turn 4 either Zombify or cast a 5 mana reanimation spell like Rakdos Joins Up, which has a few legendary dinosaurs to go with it. Could also play Coiling Rebirth in this deck, which has excellent synergy with the Trumpeting Carnosaur as well as the Hatcher, and even the Voltborn Tyrant is pretty good as a non-legend you can reanimate with a Rebirth. So you've got a lot of options. We also lose a Tali at 7 mana with March of the Machine rotating out, but that's also pretty easily replaced with additional Voltborn Tyrants or Gishots. So yeah, this deck remains pretty powerful after rotation. The mana base remains the same as well. So a pretty decent deck to invest in if you like Reanimator decks. Brother's End I guess also rotates out, and that's one of the best cards you have against a blue-white artifact deck, which I expect to see more play as well. So hopefully we'll get some other mass artifact destruction in upcoming Standard expansions. Next up, we have the Jund Roots deck. Most versions that saw play at Pro Tour were just black-green, but I do want to experiment with a red splash that adds Terra into the mix as another way to mill lots of cards. And the key card we want to find in this deck is Insidious Roots, which is a card that can go pretty crazy, making lots of plant tokens, especially once Tyvar is involved, giving those plant tokens haste, so they can immediately tap for mana. And then cards like the Osteomancer, replaying creatures out of the graveyard, Mold Tender, exiling creatures out of the graveyard, are also very good ways to trigger Insidious Roots and then quickly build up a lethal army of plant tokens. The Soul Cauldron could also be used in combination with some activated abilities. And then we have the Thrill Seeker, which can also maybe deal the final blow once we build up enough plant tokens. But I will say this deck loses a lot of pieces next month with rotation, the main one being Tyvar, since Tyvar plus Roots is the core of the deck, so your plant tokens can no longer go crazy without Tyvar on the battlefield giving them haste, and the mana base also takes a significant hit, losing all the pain lands, even though we do have Starting Town to maybe replace them. So this deck's going to be a lot of fun for the next month, but then you will lose Tyvar, so you'll have to find a different way to combo with your Insidious Roots. Next up, we have a control deck for those that like control. And I think a Shiko control deck might be the place to be. I featured a deck very similar to this a few months ago on the channel. The mana base stays the same after rotation. We do lose a couple cards here and there, cards like Brotherhood's End, as I've mentioned earlier, which was a pretty good tool against artifact decks, although at least in white we can still count on Ultima as a board wipe that destroys all artifacts and creatures, as well as ending the turn, so no additional triggers going on the stack afterwards. And then we also lose Temporary Lockdown, but again, that's pretty replaceable with cards like Split Up and potentially other 3-mana sweepers we might get in future expansions. And then at 6 mana, no longer have Chandra as one of your finishers, but that's also not really a staple in the archetype, so you can pretty easily do without it. And then going back to Bloomborough, we have Black-Red Lizards. While the Mouse deck got knocked down a peg, we still have the Rabbit deck, we still have Lizards, and as we'll see in a second, the Black-White Bat archetype I think is still alive and well. So this deck gets to play with a lot of powerful creatures, and I think also has good overlap with the Start Your Engines mechanic. I featured a deck very similar to this a while ago with Aether Drift releasing. So we have a few cards that aren't Lizards with 4 copies of Burnout Bastronaut, which has the Start Your Engines theme, and the Lizards are very good at increasing their speed without necessarily needing to attack, with cards like the Vine Lasher with Landfall. Hired Claw is also very good in multiples, and then at 2 mana there's Gev, which can also passively deal damage by just casting more Lizards, and then the Thrill Seeker has perfect overlap between the Start Your Engine theme and the Lizard archetype. We've got Fireglass Mentor for card advantage, Pyromancer as another way to deal damage without needing to attack, the One of Hazoret, another payoff to Start Your Engines, and then the Gecko, leading to some very explosive starts as well, with the 1-drops all being very good at enabling it. And then topping off our curve, there's the Valley Flamecaller to enhance our Lizards, and Laughing Jasper, also a nice source of card advantage. And then the mana base gets to play with Rockface Village, as well as Cavern, making our Lizards uncounterable, but we do lose a few lands in the upcoming rotation, Blackleaf Cliffs and Sulphur Springs, and we do not have Blood Crypt in Edge of Eternities, so we'll have to wait a bit longer before Blood Crypt is back in Standard. I'm guessing it will be at some point, so the mana base may not be quite as perfect, but should still be serviceable. And then last but not least, a deck that I will feature on the channel soon, the Black-White Bat archetype with the addition of Dark Confidant, as well as Cecil from Final Fantasy. Both play well in kind of the life gain and drain archetype, where you're losing a bit of life yourself, but you can also make up for it with your life gain effects, like the life-linking Rune Lurker Bat, still have the disruption from Deep Cavern Bat, and then can also gain additional life with Zoralin. And then we basically have 8 Dark Confidants between Dark Confidant himself, and then the Augur also drawing us additional cards, maybe even with Offspring. The curve is pretty low, so we shouldn't lose too much damage to those abilities. Also have the Convocation as another payoff. And then we have some solid removal, although that's where the rotation also hits this archetype as we lose Cut Down. But yeah, again, hopefully we'll get a decent replacement at 1 mana for it. The Betrayal is still kind of a leftover from the previous metagame with Omniscience being popular, but again, graveyard decks with Zombify could also be popular, so I could see a card like Betrayal still being fine in this archetype. And then the mana base, we don't really lose much, just Caves of Koilos, but we will be getting Godless Shrine, so that's also a pretty easy swap. So yeah, that's 13 decks for you to try in the next month as we wait for the upcoming rotation. I've added deck list links in the video description to all of these decks, as well as any relevant video links for videos I might have featured in the past with these decks, and then I'll be sure to make some new videos as well with some of the newer archetypes. So yeah, that's going to do it for today's video. I want to thank you for watching, hope you enjoyed, and as always, have a nice day.
Today we're looking at the 10 most infamous cheaters in the history of Magic the Gathering. Number 10, Tomoharu Saito. Coming in at number 10 on our list, we have one of the best known control mages in the world, Tomoharu Saito, who has an interesting past in regards to cheating. There's two big reasons he's on our list. First, the cheat that got him suspended for 18 months back in 2001 is mind-blowingly stupid. Saito was about to lose a match, so what did he do? He picked up his deck and shuffled the cards around for no reason, and then offered his deck to his opponent to cut. His confused opponent cut the deck, at which point Saito called a judge and tried to get his opponent a game loss for performing an illegal game action by cutting his deck for no reason. Thankfully, it didn't work. The judge saw through the shenanigans and Saito got an 18-month ban. But Saito's story doesn't end there. After serving his suspension, he came back on his best behavior and performed well enough to get elected into the Magic the Gathering Hall of Fame in 2010. But between being elected into the Hall of Fame and being inducted a couple months later, he managed to get another 18-month suspension, this time for stalling, which is intentionally playing really slowly when you're up a game in the match to try to win by clock, which is against the rules in Paper Magic. And this not only led to his second suspension, but to Wizards revoking his Hall of Fame status. But there's even more. While Saito hasn't shown up on the pro scene recently, he's still a part of Magic as the owner of one of the most well-known Japanese game stores, Hallelujah Games, which has run several GPs in the past, with Saito organizing the events. Number 9, Steven Speck. Steven Speck burst onto the Magic scene in 2015 as a modern specialist, helping popularize what at the time was a new modern archetype, Amulet Bloom. The deck is known for its absurd draws, Amulet of Vigor on turn 1, into Summer Bloom on turn 2, play a bunch of bounce lands, play a hasty Primeval Titan on turn 2, and a turn 2 Primeval Titan. It's unbeatable in 2022 Modern, and it was doubly so back in 2015. It seemed like Speck just always had the nut draw with the deck, which allowed him to top 8 multiple GPs and SCG events. Well, it turns out that Speck literally did always have the Amulet Bloom nut draw, because he was caught at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir, palming the perfect opening 7 and presenting a 53 card deck to his opponent. Interestingly, you can argue that this situation led to multiple bannings. Speck got 36 months from the DCI and hasn't been heard from since, and a few months later, Summer Bloom, the key combo piece from the Bloom Titan deck that Speck helped popularize with his absurd cheaty draws, ended up getting banned in Modern. It turns out the deck was really good, even without palming the perfect opening 7. Need some Summer Blooms of your own? Well, you can get them from our awesome sponsor, Card Kingdom, over at cardkingdom.com/mtggoldfish. Number 8, Fabrizio Interi. What makes Interi's cheating so interesting isn't so much how he was cheating. He was mana weaving his deck to make sure he got a good mixture of lands and spells in his opening hand, or in 2022 terms, he was essentially playing Arena's best of 1 hand opening algorithm in best of 3 Paper Magic. What made it interesting was his response to getting caught. Unlike many cheaters who just disappear from the scene or try to convince people that they weren't actually cheating, and Terry wrote an article describing the cheat and exactly why he did it. The TLDR was that he claimed to cheat in the early rounds of Grand Prix because he liked playing Magic against other really good players, and this required him making it to the later rounds of the GPs, but losing to variants against lesser players in the early rounds would make that impossible. While not everyone accepted his explanation or the apology, it is an interesting look into the mind of why a very good Magic player would cheat. After serving an 18-month suspension, Interi returned to Magic and posted several finishes and even qualified for the Magic Online Championship in 2020, which is a sign that Interi can win without cheating since it's impossible to stack your deck when you're playing digital Magic. Number 7. Jared Botcher. When an unknown player suddenly top 8s every event that they play in, there's two possibilities. Either they're really good at Magic or they're cheating. Towards the end of 2013, Jared Botcher started playing competitive Magic and just couldn't lose. In the course of about a year, he posted a massive 18 finishes at Star City game events and Grand Prix, while also qualifying for a Pro Tour and winning Wizards Rookie of the Year award. This quick rise to fame led to people watching his play more closely, and they quickly discovered that his results weren't legitimate. The cheat was shockingly simple. During a competitive game of Magic, if your opponent shuffles their deck, they're supposed to present their deck to you for you to shuffle, which is actually supposed to be a safeguard against cheating to make sure that players can't stack their own deck in a beneficial way, which was a surprisingly common cheat in the early years of Magic, but more on that in a minute. Botcher took advantage of this window of having his opponent's deck in his hands to cheat by stacking his opponent's deck in a negative way. Here's what he would do. He'd get his opponent's deck and he'd peek at the deck while he was shuffling to find a bad card, and then he'd maneuver that card to the top of the library, and then he'd shuffle a bunch more, but without moving the top card of the deck. Then he'd just give the deck back to his opponent, guaranteeing they would draw the useless card that he had put on top of his deck. In formats with fetch lands like Legacy or Modern, which Botcher played quite often, this was especially beneficial since fetch lands require players to shuffle, which means Jared could give his opponent multiple dead draws each game. Probably the best example of the cheat comes against Kent Ketter in the SCG Invitational. Ketter's land flooded, so he puts some lands back on top of his deck with a Brainstorm and then cracks a fetch to shuffle those lands away. And you can see Ketter shuffling his deck. Jared Botcher is just waiting for a chance to get his hands on his opponent's library so he can stack in a way that's going to hurt his opponent. So Ketter does his shuffling and then passes the deck over to Botcher to shuffle. And watch Botcher shuffle. The deck is pointing up at him so he can see the cards. He does this weird rifle shuffle where he can control what cards on the top of his deck, and from this point on, the top card of the library never changes. He shuffles the cards a lot and moves them around, but watch that top card, it never moves, so he knows exactly what's on top of Ketter's deck. He makes a lot of movements to make it look like he's randomizing the deck, but really he is not. That top card stays the same. He passes the deck back to Ketter, and can you guess what might be on top of the deck when this ponder resolves? Ketter takes a look, and of course, it's another land. As a result, accusations of cheating quickly surfaced, which Botcher denied and called a witch hunt on his Twitter exactly 5 days before Wizards banned him for cheating. In the words of the immortal Brian Kibler, it seems that occasionally witch hunts turn up an actual witch. Number 6, Guillaume Mentignon. For number 6, we have a different kind of cheating with the infamous new Phyrexia Godbook leak. A decade ago, when a new set was coming out, Wizards would give a Godbook, which contained images of every single card in the yet-to-be-released set, to certain members of the media so they could prepare content for that set. For new Phyrexia, one person who got the Godbook was Guillaume Mentignon, a pro player who also wrote for Lotus Noir magazine. Mentignon was under a strict confidentiality agreement, but ended up sharing the Godbook with some friends, including fellow pro Guillaume Wafo Topo. From this small circle of friends, the book leaked onto the internet at large, and next thing you know, everyone knew every card in new Phyrexia before spoiler season even started. Now you're probably wondering, how is sharing confidential spoilers cheating? Well, as a pro player, there's an advantage to having access to all the cards in the set before everyone else. You get a head start on deck building and figuring out the meta. In part thanks to this competitive advantage, Wizards banned 3 players attached to the leak for the entire time that new Phyrexia was legal and standard, and Mentignon himself got a 3-year ban for being the source of the leak. Number 5, Trevor Humphreys. Remember the cheat that Jared Botcher used to win the Rookie of the Year award? Trevor Humphreys was doing the same thing, stacking his opponent's deck with a bad card on top while shuffling, but there's 2 things that makes the Humphreys situation unique. First, he got caught by Reddit. During the finals of SCG Worcester, he forced his opponent to mulligan to 5 in game 1 using the cheat.
And 1 Narset. The Bramaz replacing what typically is Rabblemaster in this slot, and I think Bramaz is a significant upgrade, though the biggest issue for Trevor is that his mana base is a little stretched as a result. He's on double white, double red,
and double blue.
Does have dissolves in the sideboard, though I can't imagine those are coming in. But he does have Dig Through Time in his main deck, so not that Dig Through Time is a big player here, but
So you can see as Humphreys is shuffling his opponent's deck, the cards are super visible, to the point where we can see them on camera, which is a pretty good sign that Humphreys can see them himself, making it easy for him to stack the cards in any order he wants to, making sure his opponent's not going to get a very good hand here.
If he can line up correctly. Yeah, if he can cast his stuff, it's a big upside for his mana base to be built this way, but that is the risk. Will he be able to cast his spells on time?
Even though he is taking a mulligan here. I think he's not found what he's looking for.
And then in game 2, he got him stuck on just one land using the cheat.
Dylan appears resigned to his fate.
It's a frenzied goblin. Temple of Triumph.
And it looks like Trevor's hand is Mountain Plains, red removal spells, and Burmaz, if I'm looking at this correctly.
That's a pretty good hand, given the matchup. Dragon Mantle, little cantrip. Uh-oh.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
And it looks like Trevor has the kind of hand that would be hard to beat even if Dylan had a very good hand.
Yeah.
And now this is just big time trouble.
But the problem for Humphreys was this was all happening on camera with thousands of people watching, and those people were quick to call out the cheat, which led to him getting a 4-year suspension. The second notable part of Humphreys cheating was his completely unhinged response to the 4-year ban from the DCI, which ended up creating a pretty big meme in the Magic community when he blamed it on underground dojo keyboard cage fighters. But let's just read the entire post from his Facebook. Entire collection for sale on a 4-year sabbatical. I guess I'm just as bad as all the nasty criminals of the world. Yeah, the rapists, murderers, felons, etc. I'm so bad I forgot that I'm the only one who knew how to sin. All you underground dojo keyboard cage fighters won. Yeah, I messed up. I gave in to temptation. I am human. I didn't threaten your personal life, your woman's, or let's play the game of how we publicly punish Trevor. A 4-year sentence? It's a freaking card game. Yeah, all the media fire you guys really got your justice. Effing clouds. Number 4, Yuya Watanabe. During the 2010s, Yuya Watanabe was considered to be one of the best Magic players in the whole world. The Japanese pro had 5 Pro Tour top 8s, 27 Grand Prix top 8s, won Player of the Year twice, and was inducted into the MTG Hall of Fame in 2016. But that all came crashing down at Mythic Championship 2. The format was modern, and Watanabe was playing everyone's favorite deck, Tron. While I wish playing Tron was against the rules, it's not. So what's the problem? Well, it turns out that Yuya had marked the sleeves of his deck so we could tell exactly where the Tron lands, Urza's Tower, Power Plant, and Mine were. In fact, even took it a step further and marked the sleeves differently for each Tron land, so we could tell a Urza's Tower from a Urza's Mine from a Urza's Power Plant, which is pretty beneficial when the entire goal of a deck like Tron is to get one of each land on the battlefield. The end result was that Watanabe was suspended for 30 months, removed from the Magic Pro League and the Hall of Fame. Interestingly, his sponsor Cygames, which makes the online card game Shadowverse among other games, stood behind Watanabe, who somewhat confusingly denied the cheating. Even though Watanabe's suspension is up, he hasn't posted any Magic results since the now infamous Tronland incident, and instead he seems to be focusing on Shadowverse. Number 3, Mark Justice. The early days of professional Magic were known for cheating. While researching this video, I was shocked to find out how many players in the late 90s thought that mana weaving, the cheat that number 8 on our list, Fabrizio and Terry got banned for 2 decades later, was perfectly acceptable. The problem was so bad that 2 of the biggest names in Magic in the late 90s are now mostly known for their cheating rather than their gameplay skills.
It's a tournament of Magic today at Motel California. Magic the Gathering, the strategic card game where 2 players duel against each other by using their cards to cast spells and summon creatures. Today we brought together some of the best players from the Pro Tour 4, the MTV Invitational, presented by Magic the Gathering.
Enjoy 2? Okay, no problem. All right, what do you got for me, man?
Well, Justice is really putting the pressure on.
These guys don't look that tough.
Cool. Pretty strong play.
You don't think Justice is tough? He started a riot at a tournament last year.
I got 4 cards.
He's been on the tour 3 straight months. It's a constant mental drain. You gotta be focused every day.
Turn 4, so tap this, block here, block here, block here. Come on, you gotta sloppy. What are you doing?
Who's the fast talker?
That's Mike. He starts playing as fast as he can once he sees a weakness.
Flip it. Call. Call it.
They're pretty serious.
Well, this is their livelihood. If they don't win, they don't eat.
See the guy watching? That's Hammer. His opponents say he's psychic. He watches for patterns that people fall into. By the time he plays you, he knows what you're thinking and what you're going to do better than you do.
Bolt you, seeker you, hammer, exile.
So you don't think we're tough, huh?
Magic the Gathering. Like the magic of life, you can't win if you don't play.
For a brief period of time between 1995 and 1999, Mark Justice was the golden boy of Magic. Picture Brian Kibler or LSV more recently. That was Justice in the late 90s, but just as quickly as Justice rose to fame, he faded from the scene due to allegations of cheating.
Mark Justice, you're amazing. So good. As Justin Schneider would say.
Perhaps the most infamous instance was his fourth muscle sliver at GP Atlanta, or